that in a lot of ways, but it's like ancient forest. The issue is mostly that it's so wet and soggy, it's difficult to get through, and there's a lot of like
Exactly.
uh, fronds and things like that. But it's not like the Everglades are just treacherous to try to get through. It's half bog and swamp.
Yeah. So for our listeners, Ayan and I both lived in Arkansas at one point in time, so we both know you can go off trail in Arkansas and cut your own path.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the Everglades, you don't do that. Because
you'll go from solid ground to swamp, and it will look the same until you step your, up into your knee into it.
Not to mention, it might look like the brush is only 2 foot tall, but when you get in there, it's over your head.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, everything just grows super dense because it's it stays warm all the time. Long growing season, tons of water.
It's like
tons of water.
Like prehistoric jungle.
Yeah, very little in the way of fires to clear out the underbrush. Everything just grows super dense, much like the rainforest. I mean, it's the same thing going on. Lots of water available, lots of sunlight available, lots of warmth available for the growing season. So everything just clusters together as close as it can.
So keep that in mind, because we have video evidence later that's going to play off of that information. Think about it. Keep thinking about it throughout the episode. So we're going to start with a minor history of the skunk ape.
Okay.
So many dubious articles have been written presenting in an attempt to prove the skunk ape's existence, including anecdotal sightings, disputed photographs, i.e. what's in front of you, audio and video recordings, and a cast of large footprints, which we have some photos of some footprints as well. The majority of mainstream scientists have historically discounted the existence of the skunk ape, considering it to be a result of a combination of folklore, misidentification, and a hoax, rather than a living animal. However, the skunk ape has permeated into the popular culture of the southern United States, especially in Florida Everglades. The skunk ape is a large, hairy, human-like mythical creature purported to inhabit the forest and swamps in southern United States, most notably in the Florida Everglades. It is often compared to, or synonymous with, the cousin of Bigfoot, a prominent subject in North American popular culture. So, like you said, it's Bigfoot-esque. A lot of the research I came across said he's like the cousin. The cousin is the word I keep getting. The cousin of Bigfoot. Which, I mean, stands to reason. Different species of the same thing. So, let's get into the description. The skunk ape is commonly described as bipedal human or ape-like creature, somewhere between 5 and 7 feet tall, covered with mottled reddish-brown hair. The skunk ape is often reported to be smaller in stature compared to traditional descriptions of Bigfoot from the northern United States and Canada. It's named for its foul odor, often described as being similar to a skunk. Or maybe it's a guy in a ghillie suit that really likes to smoke out. So, I mean, anymore, would it surprise you?
No, I mean, not now. No, not now. No, for sure. Especially not in Florida.
But let's face it, in Florida, in a ghillie suit, you're gonna die 20 minutes.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying the Florida men are doing all kind of things down there.
Yeah, don't get me started on the what was that really bad? What was that drug that turned everybody into zombies in Florida? Bath salts.
Oh, it was
bath salts. That's what it was.
Yeah. And then in Baltimore, it was a horse tranquilizer people had taken to using in place of narcotics.
Yeah, that's still a thing over here.
And then don't get me started on crocodile. Holy shit. Time for another story for another time.
story for another time. Cuss and discuss. Off air.
Yeah.
So like I said, a lot of the people will report smelling it before they see it. So it's kind of contradictory to what you think. So we see this picture like what we've got on the screen right now. We say it's predatory. However, when it approaches people, he's always downwind of them. So a little contradictory. You see what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
So like a wolf would know not to be downwind of a deer that it's stalking.
You mean upwind?
Would know not to be not to be upwind. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. I've had 2 beers.
Yep.
Cut me some slack. I'm on number 3.
Well, and the fangs don't necessarily mean, and the eyes don't necessarily mean that it's predatory. I mean, the eyes really just mean that it's nocturnal.
Right.
And as far as fangs, I mean, pandas have pretty menacing looking teeth, but they
only
crack bamboo open with it. So, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's predatory, but it seems like it's more likely to be an omnivore scavenger.
Yeah.
Because of its size.
Yeah.
Though its size would say that it has to do something that requires a lot of strength.
Yeah.
So either climbing or lifting or something.
So I feel like it's like the Amazon scaling effect is what I call it. So take a palm tree that you find in Florida, plant it in the rainforest. It's going to grow exponentially because it's in ideal environments.
Right.
So let's say maybe it is an offshoot of like some kind of ape that got loose in Florida. He's going to scale because the environment is exponential, or the environment is optimal. So he's
that
scale.
would be interesting. That would be interesting if it's not a matter of, some unknown species now, but let's say it's really a cousin of a known species, except that now it's in an environment that's plentiful versus
he's thriving.
Versus its natural environment, which was based on a more scarce sort of food chain. That would be interesting.
Because, I mean, we've even said earlier in the conversation that the Everglades are very similar to the rainforest. It's optimal. Bamboo grows like crazy over there. You give bamboo any kind of sunlight, heat, and moisture, and they're done. They're going to do whatever the hell they want. Can you imagine bamboo in the rainforest?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the areas that it grows in China are pretty rain rich, like where giant bamboo grows naturally.
Yeah.
It's pretty rain rich areas. I mean, they're not quite tropical because they have a winter with snow, but yeah, the nutrients is plentiful and the sunlight is plentiful and the water is definitely plentiful.
So you got to think something this size, somewhere around 7 foot. Is that what he said? 5 to 7 feet. Think of all the living creatures in the Everglades. You got crocodiles, fish, birds, reptiles. I mean, what couldn't you hunt? And I think my stepdad just went to Florida recently, and they got a license to hunt alligator, crocodile. One of the
one of them.
I don't know. I always get the two mixed up. Anyway, got a couple tags to go out and hunt. He's out there 30 minutes, tags a 14-foot alligator.
Dang.
14 feet. Can you imagine? I'm 6 foot tall. That's over twice as long as me laying down. So that's like a doorway and a half. No, like a doorway and 3/4.
Yeah.
That's huge, man. It's huge. Because that area, it's just optimal for growing. So it makes me feel like maybe it is something that got loose and maybe it just thrived.
Well, even look at the record-sized pythons they find down there from people releasing them out there. I mean, and they don't have any natural predators there, so they're finding some that are much bigger than they ever thought pythons could get, like
Absolutely.
the size of anacondas in the rainforest, like just huge, center of their body like this big around, like crazy big pythons and boas and things like that from people releasing them. In fact, you don't need a license for them. They'll give you a couple cents for every one that you kill.
Yeah.
It used to be more. Now it's a whole industry. of people out there trying to thin the population. But yeah, that's why that whole like there's even a show, a snake hunter show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's a bounty on pythons because they're an invasive species.
I think like episode 1, they're like, we're gonna drive out to this spot, and it's about 30 minutes out, and on the way there they run over 3.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, case in point, this is what we're dealing with: optimal growing environment for just about anything in the wild. Anything.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of too many plants or animals that wouldn't thrive in the Everglade area. Just tons of resources, tons. You know, I guess if they were hydrophobic in some way, they probably wouldn't do very well. Like, you couldn't grow orchids. Yeah, I know how hard that is. I've got a pair of orchids that are consistently dying on my windowsill.
I can never keep them alive. They're like a thing that I buy because they're gorgeous, and then I already know that once those flowers fall off, like, I'm never gonna get them to flower again.
I've got a pot full of green leaves right now.
Yeah, that's how all of mine end up, and then I like give them away. I'm like, I swear it's an orchid. You can't tell,
Yeah.
but they are really gorgeous orchids.
I know the struggle, man. I bought this really nice set of orchids, man. It was like 7, 8 flowers on it, beautiful flowers. And they lived for like 6 months in the windowsill, and I think I overwatered them. And I've actually found a page on TikTok that shows you how to take care of orchids, and things are getting better. So I've got some pruning to do. So we'll see what happens this spring. But any hoots, you want to get into the history of the skunk ape?
Yeah, let's hear how this started.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's hear how this started.
First things first, this video is not sponsored by Voodoo Ranger IPA. It is not sponsored. Yet.
Yet? Question mark?
Okay. So, the first published report of a skunk ape was in Florida in 1942. This is the first published report.
Okay.
When a man claimed the creature rode on his car on the running boards for almost a half a mile and then jumped off and ran off into the woods.
So did it jump onto it while he was driving?
I guess so. So I wasn't able to track down like the actual newspaper clipping like in our last episode, but lots and lots of the resources say the first reported account was in 1942, and it was this guy in Florida. Said that it jumped on top of his car, rode the roof of the car for about a half mile, and then when he slammed on his brakes, because he was freaking out, like, I mean, anybody else would have freaked out as soon as it landed, but he slammed on his brakes after about a half mile, thing jumped off and ran off into the woods.
Okay. So maybe it jumped down out of the trees?
Maybe?
The trees would explain the long arms.
Right. But I have a hard time believing something that big is hanging out in a tree. But then again, it's Florida.
Yeah. I mean, that's true, except, I mean, even mountain gorillas will climb a tree. I mean...
I don't know. Maybe he's
I mean, they're mostly ground dwelling, but they will climb a tree.
Maybe he didn't skip leg day. Maybe he's got like a 20-foot vertical. I don't know.
Right. I mean, the size of those hands compared to the body, I mean, it makes you think he's got to do something with them.
Maybe dude can jump 20 foot in the air. Maybe that's why he's always leaning forward to rest his giant fucking legs.
I mean, hell, most orangutans are bigger than even most big humans.
Yeah.
And they stay in the trees their entire life. The only time they come down to the ground is if they fall.
Yeah. I don't know.
So
it stands to reason maybe he did jump out of a tree. There's no reports to what was happening before, only the incident and what happened after.
Right.
So
of course.
Dude's driving along Everglades. Dude's up there hanging on, surfing dude's car, I guess. I don't know. Hard to say. I really wish I was able to find the article. That would have been great if I was able to pull the article, but the internet.
I mean, it's pretty old. Pretty old account.
In 1942, I can't think of many things other than my Sinatra records that you could pull from 1942 and it'd be concise.
Right. Also, Florida, even up to then, was pretty wild country.
Oh,
I mean, it wasn't like, Florida took a long time for us to finally make it like a well-populated area, mostly because of the swampiness.
Right.
Not a lot of land, like Orlando's mostly synthetic. Like that's mostly a thing that we made. Like there's not that much open ground to build on. They have to make all that. So
I actually listened to this podcast called The World's Greatest Con, and he talks about like people do schemy things, but it makes a great story. And one of his seasons was about Disney.
Okay.
And the lengths that he had to go to build Disney World down there in Florida was ridiculous.
Yep.
Literally drained it and drained it and drained it and drained it. Built it up, drained it again. Constantly, it seems like every major construction thing that he was dealing with had to do with drainage.
Yeah, and having foundations crack, and he finally kept the water. He finally funneled it into a single, lake area, which is a center lake.
Yeah,
that they're based around, and made a, basically channeled all the water from everywhere into one point and then out, because he had to keep building it up, had to keep adding soil, building it up, until he finally got it high enough to be above the soggy table.
5 years he compacted stuff into the ground down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a really interesting podcast. You would probably like it. The first season is really interesting. I'll just say that. I'll let you go down that rabbit hole. So, contemporary descriptions of the skunk ape in Florida, Georgia, and Alabama folklore have occurred since European settlers first occupied the region. In 1818, local newspapers reported the story from what is now Apalachicola, Florida. That spoke, you're in the South when.
Yeah.
Apalachicola.
Apalachicola.
Wasn't there a country song that said something about Apalachicola?
No, but it sounds like if they make another Fallout, that'll be the new soda.
Oh yeah, Apalachicola.
Apalachicola. They'll make it in Florida. You'll face down mutant Florida men.
And all of the bottle caps are just rusted from the factory.
Yeah, they just come that way.
When you try to open it, it cuts your hand.
Yeah.
But when you open it, you get an audio recording. Ka-ching! You have tetanus. Yeah. So
it's made with genuine swamp water.
Yeah. A couple mosquitoes fly out.
Swamp water and coal.
Swamp water and coal.
It's coal flavored.
Coal flavored soda.
Coal,
that's why it's cola.
That's the coal and cola.
Coala. Cola. So, 1818, local newspapers reported the story from what is now Apalachicola, Florida, that spoke of a man-sized monkey raiding food stores and stalking fishermen along the shore. Cryptozoologists have made unsubstantiated claims that Seminole and I'm gonna botch this one. Miccosukee culture. It's Miccosuke. Miccosukee culture includes stories of a foul-smelling, physically powerful, and secretive creature called Etsi Kapaki.
Interesting. They say unsubstantiated claims?
Yeah. So the unsubstantiated claims were from the cryptozoologists.
So are they saying it's not substantiated that those two indigenous groups claim that there's that thing? Or
yeah, because indigenous groups, they didn't have a system of writing, so legends and lore were passed down by word of mouth.
But it is a legend that they tell.
Yes.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yes.
They say unsubstantiated. I'm trying to find out if it's unsubstantiated that the cryptozoologists just made that shit up. That those indigenous groups have that
Oh no.
as a legend, or if it's that the legend is like word of
Yeah.
passed down verbal history.
The legend is verbal history.
Okay, cool. So they do actually have a legend about said creature.
Yes.
Oh well, that actually says a lot.
So
to be honest,
I've actually heard the name Etsy Capcaki, 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 Etsy Capcaki, which roughly translates to furry tall man or hairy giant.
Okay.
So
I mean that checks out.
Yeah. So
I actually find the legends from, or I feel like the legends from local groups. So like that's why I like the older stories for UFOs, is because you have a group that's not incentivized to make up a story.
Right.
So
yeah,
there's a really good like woodcut of, it's local news in a town in Europe, but they talk about, I think you can search it by like ancient Star Wars or something like that, but there's this account of these lights having what looked like a fight over the skies of this European town.
There's like full medieval frescoes drawn or painted.
Yeah, and then there's a woodcut they put out of like the thing happening, and there's a bunch of accounts of it in a time when like UFOs were not a thing.
No,
And they said it was lights in the skies that appeared to be having some sort of a battle.
Yeah.
Over the twilight sky. And interestingly, the Catholic Church has even more accounts of it.
Yeah.
That they keep in their archives that are not public.
I'd love to get that.
But those are public. Those are public. But there's more in-depth accounts that are not public.
Mm-hmm.
And they also relate in a lot of, the reason that they keep them is because they relate in a lot of ways to a lot of old stories in the Bible of similar things.
Yeah.
And so it starts to make the Bible look like a lot of accounts of humanity interacting with beings from another planet.
Yeah.
Which is not the story that they want to tell.
What would make a good episode is going over like medieval paintings with UFOs in the background.
Oh, that's a good idea. Ancient. I mean, not. I hate the term ancient.
Not ancient aliens, but
ancient astronauts, ancient aliens. I hate that term. But,
medieval aliens.
But we could cover the actual stuff that show was intended to start out covering.
Yeah.
And then before they got popular and had a bunch of seasons and realized they just had to string it out.
Yeah. Lots
into
of this.
Whatever, like
aliens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hair up. Aliens.
Subterranean lizard men.
Yeah. Of course, Queen Elizabeth isn't really dead because she's a lizard person.
Right. Yeah. Paul likes to act like he likes to watch those, but I turned on the episode that was about, subterranean extraterrestrial lizard men living in the hollow earth, and they're like, ancient astronaut theorists believe, and I was like, this is what they believe.
That's their famous line. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, and so I pointed to that when I was like, these are the same people that are talking about the things that you're pointing to.
Yeah.
This is terrible. And also, saying ancient astronaut theorists believe is not a substantiating phrase.
No. So, I want to go on a small tangent.
Mm-hmm.
So, you live in an area where there's nicer houses. Big houses.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to wager that somewhere in that area, there's driveway with pine cones. Concrete pine cones on a pillar.
I've seen some. I don't know about right in my neighborhood, but I've seen some. Why?
Right. Okay. You ready for this tidbit? This is my favorite. I
Sure.
love it because you see them around here where I live. Because like 3 blocks over from me are like multi-million-dollar homes, and they'll have like a gated front driveway, and on the concrete pillars where the gates are, 2 big concrete pine cones. I call them the pine cone of power.
Gotcha.
So, you want to know where that comes from?
No. I mean, yes, but no, I don't know where it comes from.
So, the Catholics use the symbol.
Okay.
Like, if you can find any, like, just about any picture inside the Vatican, you're going to find them. They're all over the
Okay.
Vatican. The first recorded instance of the symbol is the carvings of the gods, which were known as the Anunnaki,
Mm-hmm.
passing knowledge to the kings of Samaria.
Oh, the symbol of the knowledge being passed is a pine cone.
Yeah.
That's the symbol they use.
So that's
of
why,
them, like, ending
yeah. So there'll be the gods, which are like, you know, a full body length,
Giants.
a body length taller than the kings of Samaria,
Mm-hmm.
handing down this pine cone shape, and it's the symbol of
Huh.
transferring knowledge from them to the kings.
Oh, interesting. No, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah,
Huh.
it's a whole rabbit hole. Go on down it sometime. But yeah, so when you're driving along and you see people with those pine cones of power, shadow government. That's all I'm gonna say. Back to the skunk game.
Shadow go.
Shadow, yeah. So apparently 2/3 of the shadow government's here in my neighborhood.
Apparently.
All right, so we're gonna give a quick little rapid fire timeline of sightings of the skunk ape, and then
Okay.
we're gonna get into some more detailed sightings, and we're gonna look at some pictures and some video. So, 1818, a local newspaper reported the story of a man-sized monkey that raided food stores and stalked fishermen. 1970, a group of hunters encountered a foul-smelling ape-like creature which led them to the name skunk ape. In 1973, there were complaints of a large monkey or ape raiding homes in Northport and stealing garbage. 2000, a family took a photo of a large beast outside their home and believed it was the skunk ape, which I'm assuming this is what our picture is that we're looking at here.
Mm-hmm.
2004, the green swamp ape episode in the Panhandle. 2021, sightings in Inverness, Citrus County, and Seawall Point, Marion County. These are places in Florida, near the Everglades.
Yeah.
So there's your rapid fire. We're going back from 1818 all the way to 2021 with sightings of the skunk ape. So we're going to dig deep and we're going to get into some more details of some of these other ones. So in 1929, an alleged sighting occurred at the famous and then recently constructed Perky Bat Tower of the Florida Keys. Witnesses reported that an unknown ape-like creature was drawn to the construction site. After inspecting the bat tower, shortly after it had been stocked with bats, the creature shook the tower, driving off the bats before running off into the woods. So I had to look up what the hell a bat tower was.
That was going to be my very first question. Why the bat tower?
So 1929 was when people were starting to get kind of, open, endangered species were coming up. People were thinking, people were noticing that species were dying off, so conservation was kicking in. This was one of their things to keep native animals to the area, so they would build bat towers. So you think back when, so think of like Scooby-Doo.
Mm-hmm.
There would be a dark, gloomy tower, and there would be a loud sound, and all the bats would fly out.
Mm-hmm.
Those are bat towers.
Oh, I assumed it was a belfry, like
Right.
a church.
But if you notice, think about it, you'd see a dark, gloomy tower, and there would be lightning strike, and the bats would fly off.
Yeah. I'll have to go back and watch. It's been a long time since I watched.
But you could
original
see it in
Scooby-Doo.
your head.
Yeah. Yeah.
So those were bat towers, and if you've got a tower full of bats, there's a loud, disruptive noise. They're going to fly off anyway.
Right.
There's a lot of old churches in my area here, and I've noticed this year we're getting a lot of bat. The bat population has increased this year. So So like week before last when Mom was here, so every time my stepdad would take their dog outside, I would go out. I'm gonna be a good host. And we'd be out there talking, you know, shooting a breeze, getting dark, and we'd look over, and there's an old church at the end of my block. Whoop, I smacked my microphone. Old church at the end of my block that isn't being used. And right about dark every day, the bats come out and they fly around getting all the bugs. So
we used to have over our pool, because the pool was lit, bugs would congregate above the water.
Yeah.
And if you watch long enough, you just start seeing just a black shape fly through the,
yeah,
the light in you as it was swooping up the insects.
So I've seen like one or two before, but here locally where I am, when my parents were here, we had like a I don't know what is a group of bats called? A gaggle of bats? I don't know.
I have no idea.
Troop? A smaggle?
I have no idea.
A fleek of bats. So there was at least 2 fleeks of bats. I mean, there had to have been 40 bats out here just doing circles.
Mm-hmm.
Because just this year they replaced all the streetlights with LED. So lots of bugs over here. And several fleagles of bats flying around. I'm thinking somewhere around like 30 to 40 bats were flying around out here, which is weird because last year there was none.
Yeah,
but
well, the lights aren't hot enough to kill the bugs now, so now you have lots of bugs around them and therefore bats around them.
Right. I'm gonna lean away and clear my throat. Excuse me. I'm either not drinking enough or vaping too much. We'll say not drinking enough. All right, so that was 1929. We're going to get into 1942. A man in Suwannee County reported a similar creature rushing out of the brush line while he was driving down an isolated road. Oh, okay, so this is the fleshed out story of the popular one. The one that was...
on the car. Yeah.
It was alleged that... It was alleged to have grabbed onto his vehicle and beat on the running board and door for a half a mile before departing. So now that I hear that, I remember reading the full account.
So the running board's the side of the car, though. So
yes,
it jumped onto the side of the car.
Grabbed onto his vehicle and beat on the running board and door for a half a mile.
So it's hanging onto the side of it, trying to get in, or trying to beat up the metallic animal that it thought it had just caught.
Yeah, the metallic crocodile.
Yeah.
So I remember hearing in another podcast, same thing.
Okay.
And there was very, very detailed descriptions of the dents. Like, I think the people in the other podcast had a copy of the police report.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't have the newspaper article.
Okay.
Unfortunately, there was no photographs. This was 1942. Right. 42. So police weren't really taking pictures of crime scenes back then, especially not something like this.
Yeah, because the guy just sounds crazy to them.
But they did fill out a police report and they read that off. And they did note that there was several like deep gashes, like 3 claw marks in the side of the vehicle.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That tore the metal. So.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's a little more than an 8, seems like.
Yeah.
Especially a car of that era.
Oh, yeah, because they were all steel back then.
Now. Yeah, it's not like they're thin like now. It's like a 1/16 of an inch of steel. Like, that's not... Huh. All right.
All right, and in the small community of Barden in Putnam County, Florida, beginning in the 1940s, there was a number of alleged sightings of a creature that came to be known as the Barden Booger.
Booger?
Yeah, the Barden Booger.
Booger. Like the nasal hanger.
Yeah, let's
like booger. Okay.
Let's Google
the Barden Booger.
Let's Google
of
this.
all the names.
I'm gonna Google this. I want to see what it is.
Damn Floridians. Booger. They just wanted something that rhymed with a B, and they were working with their limited vocabulary.
Right. Okay, so yeah, look at that picture. He's very ape-like. Oh, we don't want to subscribe. Florida.
That looks like a gorilla costume. Though.
Yeah, that's a really bad picture.
Yeah, they just went and got some stock footage for the article.
Yeah, that's somebody in a costume.
Yeah. Also, just in case anyone was wanting to cause some chaos out there, fun idea: take a real gorilla and put him in a very fake-looking gorilla suit, and set him loose in the mall. Just saying. Just saying.
We're gonna find out who's behind these shenanigans when I take this mask off.
Yeah.
There goes your face. There goes your face. Yeah, break you in half. You're done.
Just saying, for people out there that like to cause chaos, there's a good recipe right there. Do that one. I want to see that on the news.
Here's a quote from literally a Karen. I see monkeys out here in the woods all the time, but I've never seen one that's 10 feet tall.
Well, good, because no one said it was 10 feet tall. It's 5 to 7. Cool. Get your shit right.
Get your shit right.
Get your shit right, Karen.
The Barden Booger is a gorilla. Okay, well, there's that. Get your shit together, Karen. All right. So in the 1960s, a rash of sightings in Central Florida happened around. Here comes another one. Alachua County, Alachua County, in Marion County.
We'll go with that.
Okay, Alachua County in Marion County. One such report from 1963 involved several members of a family encountering an ape-like creature around their rural home, including one instance of approaching a window and peering inside at night.
Ooh, that's creepy.
Yeah, that would be enough.
I like that.
That would be enough for me to go out and buy a gun.
Yeah, I like that one. That's good.
I like when they peek in the windows.
They mostly come out at night.
I like it when they peek in the windows. I like it when they look at me when I'm soapy in the bathroom shower stalls.
Paul hates it when I do my what's the dude off of Family Guy?
Herbert.
He hates it when I do my Herbert.
Let's hear
impression.
it. Go, go, do it.
You better get your fat ass back here. You want some popsicles? I can't do the whistle through the teeth thing like he can on command.
That's
but
so good.
Yeah,
that's so good.
Yeah, he'll do something or he'll say something that sounds like, I'm like, in a different context that would sound awful. Got a little meat on you there.
Say, you like Tylenol PMs? I got some in my pocket. Go on and reach down in there. My arthritis is flaring up. I
got a fun game. Let's see who can eat the most Tylenol PMs.
You like popsicles? I got some in the basement.
You're gonna have to go down and get them. My hips ain't what they used to be.
So you can do Herbert. I can do the weird, obviously gay guy who refuses to admit he's gay.
Oh yeah, with the mustache.
Well, I just went on TV and just told him how it really is. I just looked at the skunk ape.
Is he the guy with the pet donkey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Family Guy is on repeat in my bedroom constantly.
I believe that.
It was on when I came in the office today. And it will be back on when I go and lay down after this.
Paul likes Family Guy. That's why I like to throw that voice out there at him at the office.
Say hey.
Say that.
You got the.
So you got a little meat on you. I like it.
Get your fat ass back over here.
Or it'd be like, how's this tie look on me today? It looks real sexy.
Oh.
Oh.
We just watched the episode. We just restarted season 1 this week. So we just watched the episode tonight where Herbert does like the full song where he acts like he's a housewife to
Oh yeah, to Chris. Yeah. Oh, that's really creepy. Yeah, he's in the high heels.
in
and
the
everything.
dress and
So,
everything. Yeah.
for those of you that are old enough and remember that Family Guy only had 3 seasons and then they took it off the air for like years.
Yeah.
For years.
Yeah.
When they only had 3 seasons, I had all 3 seasons on DVD and I watched them on repeat because that was before they had streaming channels and I was broke as hell when I moved out of the house at 17. And so I had them on repeat, and me and 3 other of my friends liked to play a game called Name the Episode. And the way you'd play Name the Episode was you would just drop out one of the quotes. That's it. One of the quotes from either a cutscene or what, it didn't matter. You just drop out the quote, and then somebody else had to name the episode.
Oh, okay.
Which you would be like, oh, that's super easy. But the quote also has to be funny and poignant to the moment. So it's not like you just like name one off just find the most obscure one and name it. But it'd be like a joke quote line, and then somebody has to name which episode and then which season that episode's in.
Yeah.
Holy crap. We were way too good at it after a while because we all had the seasons and none of us had streaming and we all liked Family Guy. Now that they have them, now that they have like 20-something seasons, like I can't do that now. But yeah, with the first 3 seasons, that used to be our favorite game.
Yeah. So it's like
drop a quote.
It's like the end of season 3. So season 1, 2, and 3 I don't usually watch because the poor animation bothers me.
Yeah, they changed the animation when they brought him back. They even changed Stewie like a lot.
And I can't stand in season 1 and season 2 the opening song. If you listen really closely, you can hear each individual voice.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
yeah, it was their budget production was, they didn't give them a whole lot to work with.
Kudos, they did their thing. They did their thing.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that season 1 came out in 99.
So, I guess it didn't occur to me, but it makes sense because I was still living in Indianapolis when it came out because I saw the ad for it on the Super Bowl.
Oh.
Yeah, that they were going to have Family Guy.
Yeah.
And they made a big thing of it, and then it, like I said, 3 seasons, but it made a big enough impact that everybody shamed them into bringing it back, and then it died again.
Oh, there's
shortly. And they brought it back again.
Okay, so I have Hulu.
Mm-hmm.
And if you watch,
that's where I watch it.
If you watch Family Guy now on Hulu, in between episodes, you'll get like the clip of Lois and all them in the car dancing, swaying back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the bottom of the screen, it says new Family Guy coming 2025.
Oh, okay. Well, they're still rolling. Oh no, I've already watched all of the season that's out right now.
Yeah, and there's new Futurama coming next year.
So there's new Futurama right now.
Yes, I'm watching them. They're great.
And they've been they've been teasing me because they'll drop them 2 episodes ahead, and they'll both be like, upcoming. And I'm like, you suck. You suck because I see that they're there, and it's making me mad that I can't just watch it. But I see that. I've been watching them too. That was my Futurama also has been killed like at least twice, maybe 3 times. They had a good stretch for a while, and then they killed him, and then they just did like the movies. Yeah. Right, which they then later came out and brought them out as a season, the 3 movies, like Bender's Big Score, and then it was about one of each of the 4 main people. And then I didn't realize it, then they came out with new episodes, and then they slow played the gap between seasons instead of doing it like every year, and now they're actually doing it every year. So that's another one that like has had death and rebirth like a couple of times.
Oh yeah, because I remember the last time they killed it, it was the time travel episode where he jumps off the building and gets stuck in the loop, and then he gets caught in null time where time isn't moving with Leela. And I was like, that's a good ending. I was like, I can be okay with this being the end of Futurama, because finally Fry and Leela got to live their life together.
Yeah.
But
which was the thing that we all wondered if they would ever do.
yeah, and I was like, it's a great cherry on top. And then the new season started just recently, and the first season back was, the professor pulling them out and picking up where they left off, of course. But
Of course, yeah. I'm so glad that it's back.
oh,
and now they get to make fun of Hulu in the episodes, which is really funny.
What do they call it in the show? Hublu or Fulu or something like that?
Fulu.
Fulu. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So funny because they used to make fun of Fox all the time.
Yeah.
When they were on Fox.
Yeah.
Like, they used to make fun of them all the time. It's really good. Yeah.
I love my cartoons. Big cartoon household over here. If you can't tell.
Same. Yeah.
So, let's see, where were we? Jesus. We went on a tangent. Oh, 1970s. Here we go. In 1970s, two Palm Beach County Sheriff deputies named Marvin Lewis and Ernie Milner reported that an ape-like creature stalked them through a grove before they shot at it with their firearms.
Oh.
They reported following a trail of footprints where they recovered hair that snagged on barbed wire fence line that had been pushed down.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to see the footprints?
Mm-hmm. But of course they didn't save the hair.
No.
For DNA.
Of course not.
Later.
It's a little cartoony for me.
Not the best foot impression I've ever seen of a proto-ape thing going on. It's not the worst either, but that's not super good.
So, I don't know. Let's see his hand. So, the middle of it is coming to his palm.
Yeah, it's big, but it's not that much bigger than a big dude's foot.
So I would say 5 to 7 feet. That seems about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I literally put my hand to my foot just to make sure. I have big feet.
My concern is that, so if that is the foot of it, then it's not a tree climbing ape, or at least not one with 1, 2, hands 3,
4, 5. Yeah, there's 5 toes there. The big toe is.
Well, the reason I say that is normally their heel to the like on a tree climbing ape, the heel to ball of the foot is longer.
Yeah.
Yes, but also there's more definition. There's almost none there.
Yeah.
Right, like it's almost like it doesn't have a heel, which is what makes me feel like it looks sort of fakeish. I'm not saying that it is, but I'm saying that's what makes it. That's what's making it look weird. Because even a human foot impression would have a bridge in it, more of a bridge. That almost looks like the top of a foot with no ankle. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He looks like a libertarian.
Look at this.
He's got an unregistered firearm in his back pocket.
He has 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Come on.
Them boots.
Come on. Come on, man. Come on.
Oh my God.
All right. I see your yard. You're not sloshing through the swamps. You have a freaking tennis court in your front yard, or a badminton court.
I bet he drives something made by Dodge.
Or a Jeep.
That's made by Dodge.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, he either drives an old rusty Challenger, or that's like yellow and primer. I feel like banana yellow and primer but he put the Roadrunner wing on it to be a douche, or he drives like a either a super new Jeep with like big ass mud tires on it, or a very rusty red and rust Jeep.
He's definitely got a new Jeep with the big ridiculous flared fenders.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And he likes to drive with swamper scoop tires on the highway.
And
so just
in the back of the Jeep definitely has a dent in it, so he can't open the back.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Because it doesn't know the back of the trailer.
Yeah, and it's missing the rear view mirror, but still has the stock for it. Yeah.
False.
Yeah, I think
this
we
is
know
false
this guy.
news. This is fake news. Fake news. Fake news. Fake news. Okay, so all right, moving on from this guy. Ironically,
I'm afraid
though,
to post this episode now because I'm afraid if he ever hears this, he's going to want to shoot me
he was just.
for characterizing him so harshly.
I think it'd be quicker for him to drive up to my house. So if I'm not here next week, we know why.
Oh no, it'll be like 3 years from now. He'll hear it, and he'll have a grudge,
What?
and he'll come with his unregistered firearm.
Those guys were talking trash about me with his ripped tank top with the really thin straps. What? What
That's terrible.
What is it?
That's terrible.
Yeah, that's that guy. Okay, so
Yeah, but he's like retired and wearing Birkenstocks now.
okay. I mean, I talked shit about the guy, but this same guy gave us our video evidence for this week.
What? Okay,
Yeah.
well we'll see.
So
We'll see.
I
The footprint's not encouraging.
okay. So we'll get to the video evidence. We're gonna.
Though
we're gonna
I do
this
applaud
last.
him for substantiating his claim with a footprint,
Yeah.
whether it's real or not.
Me
I do applaud him for doing that. And I feel like I've seen this video before. There was a show on TV about crypto creatures, and I feel like I saw this on it. But I do applaud him for taking an impression, and I think that his excuse then for the lack of definition in the foot was that it was super swampy.
Yeah.
And it was hard. It was hard to even get plaster to dry
Yeah. Look at
in the
the
first place.
look at the edges of it.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it's pretty rough.
I mean, check out this crotch. Mmm.
My Wrangler jeans.
Mmm.
I only listen to country songs about Wrangler jeans. That's my genre. It's my super specific genre.
A country truck drives up to my nuts, and my girl rides up at her short shorts. Yeah.
Damn. Hey, you know what you get if you play country songs, country records backwards?
You get your house back, your car back, your dog comes home.
Yeah. Get your truck back. Get your wife back.
Your wife back.
Your wife back.
Your wife. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I've lived here in Arkansas long enough to know how a cross section of the population sounds.
Yes.
And I love Arkansas, but still.
All right. So we're up to 1975 now. A rash of sightings occurred in Broward County. In surrounding areas, multiple eyewitnesses reported nocturnal encounters with a 5 to 7 foot tall ape-like creature with dark red to black fur.
Okay.
These events were heavily covered in newspapers, both local and in other Florida cities, such as Miami, where some of the earliest instances popularized the term skunk ape. Reports allege that the skunk ape had invaded homes, stalked people, and killed several of a farmer's livestock, including a horse and a bull, which isn't easy.
No. That's a big animal.
Yeah, absolutely huge. The local police department investigated after one law enforcement officer reported striking the skunk ape with his car.
Oh,
and this will tell you how far south we are. Posses were formed in an effort to locate the alleged creature, but no body or evidence was found. This was 1975. Yeah.
A posse in 1975.
Come on, fellas. Come on, Cletus.
Oh my God.
Got us a posse. Yeah.
Everybody grabs their bandoleros and six shooters and gets on their horses, maybe.
Maybe.
Jeez.
It was a 75.
Well, it's not a posse if you're in your Jeeps. It's just a Friday night in Florida.
Yeah. We love you, Floridians. Don't cancel us.
No, just send us hate mail.
Yeah. So send us or any
like
emails
adults
at all.
Just send us some Karen emails like an adult.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. So in 1977, a failed to pass bill was proposed to the Florida state legislature to make it illegal to, quote, take, possess, or harm or molest anthropoids or humanoid animals.
Okay.
So they tried.
So man-bear pigs
And
out.
failed. Yep. And,
Oh, okay. Cool. So it's still open season on man-bear
yeah,
pigs
so if you
in
see one,
Florida.
shoot them.
If they don't exist, they can't have rights.
Yeah, they're not people. Several Everglades wildlife tour bus operators and their guests have reported alleged sightings. In July 1997, one such operator, David Shealy, excuse me, this is the guy that we were inspecting his crotch.
Okay.
David Shealy reported wildlife bait stands laden with lima bean had been raided, and he noticed strange tracks surrounding them. He baited several locations with more lima beans, and multiple witnesses reported skunk ape sightings soon after. Shealy and others attributed this instance to high seasonal flooding, having driven numerous animals into tighter ranges around higher grounds. One such
Lima
sightings,
beans.
yeah, lima beans.
Huh.
Get you some
I mean-
lima beans.
Get you some lima beans. I mean, it may be. I mean, it might be an herbivore. I mean, it's very possible. Plus, beans are high in protein.
Yeah, they're good food to eat.
Yeah. All the beans that are like lima beans, soybeans, those sorts of beans, and even, black beans and that sort of stuff. But they're really high and really dense in protein and calories.
Right.
So if you're an herbivore or even an omnivore, that would probably smell good to you.
Sure. Yeah. In
Lima beans.
lima beans.
Lima beans.
Say, I want some lima beans.
I want some lima beans. Why don't you bring your lima beans on over here?
Get your fat ass.
Get your fat ass back here.
I should. I don't know. Can I do the Discord audio clip? Will it work? Will it work in
Oh no.
Hold on. Wait. Open soundboard. Oh no. Wait. Oh, jeez. Hold
It
on.
won't let you.
No, because the server is not part of. I thought I invited them to the Discord. I guess I didn't invite them to the channel. Anyway, we have that sound clip on the Discord.
Of course we do.
So, in 1997, a photograph of a dark upright figure in the swamp was taken by Okeechobee Fire Control District Chief Vince Dorr that he claimed depicts a skunk ape. He reported observing the creature cross the road and stopped his car to capture a photograph. Within 2 weeks, over 50 people reported alleged sightings of the hairy creature within the Big Cypress Natural Preserve. That could very easily be the pictures that we looked at the beginning of the episode. In the year 2000, the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office received 2 anonymous photos depicting a large, hairy, ape-like creature. Those are definitely the ones we saw. The author of the letter claimed to be an elderly woman who reported the creature had been stealing apples from her back porch near I-75, and upon surprising it with a camera, she was afraid it was an escaped orangutan that might harm her family. The scrutinized photos, dubbed the Mayaka skunk ape, remain a polarizing topic, and their authenticity remains openly debated. One critique highlighted the photograph as a potential hoax is the subject's resemblance to a Bigfoot statue in the Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum.
Oh.
Sightings continued to the present day, with 48 out of 67 counties in Florida reporting sightings since 2010.
Wow.
So,
I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot more than the Bigfoot sightings.
absolutely, this is why we picked this one. So, this guy here, Mr. Gene Crotch. Where's my mouse? There we go. Mr.
Mr.
Yeah.
Foot in the Hand Wrangler jeans.
Mr. Foot in the Hand Wrangler, jeans tucked into his boots. This is not just an irrelevant photo. This guy has recorded some of the most convincing evidence about the skunk ape to date.
Well, it sounds like he's a skunk ape hunter. I mean, he baited him with lima beans and
Lima beans.
and all kind of stuff. I mean, it's, you know, he seems to think like the ape.
So, let's wait, what mouse do I have? I have 2 mice here.
What you gonna do with them lima beans?
I'm gonna bait me a skunk ape.
I'm gonna bait me a skunk ape.
So, are you ready to see
Sweet ass skunk ape.
the video?
Yeah, let's see the video. I'm excited for this. You've talked it up quite a lot.
I've talked it up.
But this is cool that we have a story that has both a bunch of news articles. Just to point this out, most of ours only have either a couple of disparate photos or a video or a news article. Rarely do we have all three together in one thing, and they're normally not localized to such a specific area, whereas this is.
Yeah, this is...
Wow, that's a tiny video. I feel like when you blow it up, it's going to look like crap.
Yeah, it's going to look like crap.
Well, it's old camcorder
2000.
video,
Yeah, so
yeah.
bear with us. July 8, 2000, 7:19, 25 seconds in the PM. This is... What's this guy's name? What did I say? Sheely? That's his name. Sheely. This is the Sheely skunk ape video.
Okay.
2 minutes and 16 seconds. Are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Wait, let me switch to, you know what? We're going to leave it just like this for now. Here we go. I don't think there's any audio. If there is, it sucks. So I'm just going to turn the audio down. And
Unless he's got audio of the ape.
it's probably him going, oh, fuck, oh, fuck. Here we go.
Okay, so, I mean, that's definitely a black, hairy-like figure running around out in his field. Turns to look at him, sorta, and disappears behind some shrubbery. And then comes out the other side. Huh. I mean, that is a good video, but he disappears in and out of that shrubbery very easily.
Okay, so we're close to halfway through the video now. Oh,
Yeah, and
you can still see him in the
moving through
tree
the
line.
woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can still see him moving through the woods. And kind of ducks down and does something. Stop shaking the camera, jerk. He is zoomed way in, though.
Yeah, that's the problem with these older
be fair.
videos. Yeah.
But, I mean, that's a lot of video of a dude, or of the ape out there walking along the tree line. I mean... And he's kind of booking, even though he's definitely doesn't seem like he's running.
He's moving, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's moving pretty fast. And that grass is kind of high, so for him to... It looks like he's like hips and up above
Yeah.
the grass. Like, it seems like the grass only comes to like mid-thigh-ish. Maybe not quite that low, but I mean, it's... Yeah, he's really moving. That's interesting. Oh, that...
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, he's running
And now he's running.
Yeah.
Now he saw him, and now he's running. He's got a weird gait too.
He really...
The way he's running.
Yeah.
But he's really moving now that he started running and bent over and started to run. Like, he is cooking.
Yeah, he booked it to the tree line.
Dang. Well, that's really good, actually.
Okay, so...
That's a very good video.
So let me show you the AI enhanced stills from that video.
Oh, okay. That's good. That's one of the couple of things that the AI is good for on some of these videos. like the UFO ones that we saw that were like
Yeah.
zoomed in and enhanced, and they looked like that craft looked organic. It was really good for that.
Yeah. So like, look at this guy.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, and there's that white stripe
Yeah.
and sort of beardish section of those first photos. Huh.
All right, we got one more.
And that is only coming up to his knees.
I mean,
That grass, that tall grass is only coming up to his knees.
so back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the episode. What it's like to slog through any kind of bush in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a big talking point with everybody who's skeptical about this. There's nobody in the world that can move with this speed through anything that's not a trail or a road in Florida. Nobody.
Yeah, even that grass, like if you've ever tried to run through like, you know, even knee-high, densely grown together grass, like it does this thing where it hooks your ankle.
Yeah.
Like if you don't pick your feet, you know, way up, but then you can't really run very fast. And he's definitely not picking his legs up that high.
Yeah.
And he's just cutting through it. So he's either super strong or well adapted to it.
All right, you ready for our last photo?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little pixelated, but so this is
that's
flipped.
a little weird.
This one is flipped,
Oh, okay, I see.
but
It's flipped because he would be running the other way.
not as clear as the other one.
No, not as clear.
So-
Definitely smaller.
So let's go back to the other one. That one had much better definition. Yeah.
That's really good. Yeah, that's really good. That is, and like I said, I like that you know, I assume by AI enhanced, they just said, hey, clean up and sharpen the image.
Yeah.
It's interesting that without input in about skunk ape, right, that it has the white stripe down its chest like that one in the really early photo.
Yeah.
And the beard, the white beard that one has in the really early photo. So almost lends credit to both of them.
So it's
Like by this one having it, it lends credit to the other one,
the only thing
and the other one having it makes it relevant that this has it. I don't know.
the only thing I don't like about this
Mm-hmm.
is it's very humanoid, kind of slim
Mm-hmm.
compared to the first photo.
So I have a theory about that first photo
Okay.
with how far down its hand was,
Yeah.
and the way it's I think, or at least it seems like in that photo, it's actually hunched over or crouching,
Sure.
like it's trying to hide, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why it seems broader than it is. But if you look, since I can't put my pointer on it, I don't think, like if you follow the arm up, right, like zoom way in and follow up from the hand.
There's the hand right
Okay.
here.
So here's my thing: is that the hand, or is that the foot? Because see how his arm slims down right there?
Yeah.
Up there is the elbow. I think this next joint is the wrist. I think that's his foot down there.
But the
See what I'm saying? Like,
but-
go up here above. Go up here above. Go up. All right. So that line right there. So just up.
Oh,
Yeah, that's about his
yeah.
elbow. And then his wrist is about at that next section, right where the fronds become parallel. Like where the closer, lighter set of fronds are, and the darker set that's closer to him.
Right here.
Yeah. Come down a little bit. Down. Nope. Not the picture. Your pointer. Yeah, right there.
Oh.
That's about where his wrist is. Right there. See, and so I think that other one is actually his foot. And you're almost
Okay.
able to see the bend of his leg and his knee down there above his foot.
Yeah, I can
So like
see
there's
that.
his foot, and then you come up. So I think he's crouched over, and I think he thinks he's hiding behind the fronds.
Okay, yeah. I see it.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that makes it match more with the size of the other one. And I'm guessing the darkness and hitting it with the light, it might be more of a dark brown than a black.
Yeah.
So that would make both the photos kind of substantial, but the hair doesn't seem as long on this one.
Yeah, for sure.
Like on the video. But, could be a female, could be an adolescent. If we're gonna go from the premise of it's a real thing, could be, because also its hair is sticking up a little bit. At least in the
he's very fuzzy.
AI cleaned up one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And you might even say on the contour of the chest, since it has its arms back, right? If both of them are back, it almost has the contour of a breast on the opposite side of the chest over there.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? If its other arm is back at the same, because you normally, it may not be. It may be forward, and that might be a bicep.
Yeah, it could be. Sure.
I'm really digging here, but I'm just saying, this could be, not, because that other one, while I don't obviously know what distinguishes males from females in that one, that other one comes across as the first photo comes across as distinctly male.
Yeah. This one seems
for some
thinner and more feminine. Yeah.
Yeah, the hair doesn't seem as long, and it's got finer features in some way. It's a weird thing to say since I don't know anything about it other than what we've read.
Yeah. So, what are you thinking tonight?
Man, that's hard because, part of me wants to be like any Bigfoot thing. I want to be like, no, right off, only because there's been so many hoaxes about Bigfoot because it's the most popular thing. But this is a distinctly different thing. The video is honestly the most compelling thing because while, certainly it could be a hairy ghillie suit, it seems to react at first like it doesn't know anything's watching it.
Yeah.
And then when it gets closer to the guy with the camera, much closer, it seems to notice him and take off.
Boom.
Like really fast. And it was already moving really fast walking at what I would assume was its general pace. And like a creature, it's staying to the tree line for the most part, moving from like tree clump to tree clump on its, like it was already headed to the tree line anyway.
Yeah, like this is a much very leisurely pace.
Like it doesn't know anything's there. And when he's works his way closer to the camera, it definitely seems like it turns and looks at him and then takes off. Okay,
yeah, there's no audio, by the way.
Okay, well, that's all right. It was like you said, it was probably just dude anyway. But yeah, it seems like a leisurely pace, but it's still pretty quick if you're taking the trees as a reference. It's still a pretty clipped pace for a stroll. And then when it runs, it really takes off.
Yeah.
It's more of a lumber, but it's much faster and really fast given its size, which I would think you can only account for by a long stride because of how high it sticks up above the grass. So, I want this to be true because I always wanted Bigfoot to be true. I really want it to be true. I think there's a lot of good stuff. I guess also the fact that there's local lore by the indigenous people
right
about it reinforces it for me. So I want to say there's something to it. I don't know if I'm convinced that it's for sure real, but it might be. I'm kind of split, I guess. I'm finding it hard to commit for some reason. I don't know why.
I'm going to go out on a limb. All right. I'm going to say this one's real. Because we have an overwhelming amount of eyewitnesses.
Right.
We have very close-up photos.
Yes.
And a phenomenally close, very natural reaction video.
And lengthy compared to most.
Oh, God, yeah.
Cryptid videos.
Yeah. And once you AI enhance it, it doesn't look fantastical. There's
No.
You get more detail. There's you even get color of the fur.
Uh-huh.
And
which relatively matches the color we're seeing. It's far off, so it's hard to pull in detail.
So I'm going to say this one's real based on the evidence.
I mean, I guess if I get rid of my Bigfoot bias, and I have a lot of Bigfoot bias, because as a kid I really wanted it to be real.
Right.
And the older I got and the more I looked into it, the more, even if it is real, people have muddied the water so badly with trying to be the guy that discovered Bigfoot by making a Bigfoot hoax.
Right.
They've muddied the water so terribly. If somebody comes out tomorrow and is like, I got a Bigfoot video, and be like, whatever. Because so many people have done that, and they've all, the vast majority of them been bad. In fact, the best video is the one that's the worst quality video.
Yeah.
Like the best, it's the one video, right? The one video, the one that we have on our intro video, is the best video anybody's gotten, and it's super grainy and terrible.
Yeah.
But all the rest that people have gotten are good and hoaxes. So
whereas these keep getting better.
Yeah, these do keep getting better, and like you said, a lot more eyewitness accounts, a lot of accounts by people who didn't
accounts by
get
police
anything
officers.
Out of it. Yeah, accounts by police officers. I like the one about the police officers that shot at the Bigfoot.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. And then other locals claiming something was ransacking their their veggie stands.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I guess I'm just very biased about the Bigfoot thing.
Okay, well,
but I like it. I mean, I think
vote. We can live with that.
I think it's equally possible either way. Well, let me put it that way.
Okay.
I don't disbelieve it. I think it's very possible that it's real.
Well, let's not call it a loss. Let's call it.
It's not a loss.
We're not quite decided yet.
No, it's not a loss. I mean, you're on board with it, and I don't discount it. I just you got Florida Man, and then you got that it's Bigfoot like. But also I didn't. So tell me this: does anybody? I mean, in these places where it's been seen, are there like skunk ape tours?
Oh, I'm sure. Let's do
like
this.
skunk ape night tours.
Let's check Google Maps.
Because that one guy seems to have made quite a bit of notoriety over skunk ape stuff. Right, the guy with the footprint.
So let's just search skunk ape. See what comes up. Okay, we got a few results.
Okay.
Skunk ape electronics, skunk ape's workshops, skunk ape research headquarters, skunk ape tree stands, skunk ape print company, and cyclery.
I'll bet that the Skunk Ape Research Center is run by that dude with the footprint. What do you want to bet? It's way South Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No website.
Of course not.
And it is tourist swag and snakes.
Well, I mean, that doesn't necessarily...
So, 6 through the whole state of Florida.
That's not crazy.
And they're not condensed. So looking at the map here,
they're all over the place.
Yeah. I wouldn't say anybody's really making money off of this.
Yeah, and I guess I'll give it a thumbs up, only because when we did the Jersey Devil thing, right?
Yeah.
Like everybody's account of what it looked like differed super wildly.
Yeah.
Like way all over the map. And in this case, several of these people are not calling it a skunk ape. Like some of them thought it was a gorilla.
Yeah.
Right, or a monkey. Right? And you even have Karen saying, I see monkeys out here all the time, which also I doubt.
Oh, yeah.
By the way. in Florida. I doubt that, but if you are, then you are the skunk ape nexus of Florida. But
right, it's a Karen. Take it for
but
what
yeah,
it's
if there's not, there's no like, I didn't see skunk ape tours, night tours, and only 6 places in all of Florida. I'll bet it's tough when you tell people you saw a skunk ape.
Yeah.
Like, I'll bet that people make fun of you.
Yeah.
So I don't imagine they're getting anything good out of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to see if there doesn't continue to be more sightings.
Okay. Well, we'll chalk that up as a win then. How about that?
Yeah, no, I'll give it a green check mark. I'll give it a green check mark.
All right.
I like it. It's a great story too. I mean, this is one of the best sets of evidence and like material that we've had to work with for any episode. So, I mean, I guess maybe I'm just being a jerk about it because we've never had this much stuff for a single thing.
Yeah.
Before.
I mean, I'll take the win. Let's take the win and roll with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good one. It's a really good one. I had forgotten all about this too.
I love it. I actually heard about the skunk ape before I heard about Bigfoot.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I mean, I grew up listening to Coast AM.
Right.
I was an AM radio kid, so Bigfoot was mentioned in passing, but skunk ape was mentioned in research.
Well, and probably because there's a lot more to talk about.
Yeah.
With the skunk ape than with Bigfoot.
Absolutely.
I mean, Bigfoot's been
obviously
played out and talked about over like one piece of evidence for years.
This is just the evidence I've been able to pull out for the last few days. So, given a larger time frame, to write an article for a syndicate radio program.
Right. No, this was a really good choice.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
And I like cryptids. I like cryptids a lot.
I know you do.
I like cryptids, and I do want to believe that there is some sort of man-like ape undiscovered out there.
Yeah.
I guess the other hard part about it is because they're so big.
Yeah, somebody would have.
They're so big.
Captured one or shot one by now, right?
Like even on accident. Like I feel. Yeah, I'm just surprised. That's what's always surprising to me about the big mammals.
Yeah.
That people claim to exist. I'm like, okay, even with development, even if you're talking about their habitat is shrinking, I'm like, that usually means you run into them and they get killed.
Yeah.
Like, not they just silently disappear.
Yeah.
But you're also not going to find skeletal evidence out in the Everglades because everything rots.
Yeah.
And nothing's going to sit around and get, you don't even find skeletons hardly in Florida because stuff gets picked apart and then it turns mushy and it rots. I mean, even the bones disintegrate eventually. Like, nothing stays. So, honestly, if there were one anywhere that it could hide and also not have a fossil record or a skeletal record to find, that's the best place.
Yeah.
It is the best place. Same with the Pacific Northwest. You're not going to find skeletons very often out there. Everything gets grown over and rots and covered pretty quickly. So that makes sense. No, this is a great story. I'm glad you picked this one.
Yeah.
It's good.
My wife,
this is really good.
My wife helped me pick this one.
Did she?
It was like, here's the list I'm thinking of. Pick one. And she's like, that one. Because it's got a funny name. I'm like, okay.
That works. Yeah, this is a really good one. I feel like we need to hear an interview by the guy.
Oh, I'm sure they're there.
I'm sure they're there too. I mean, we don't usually cover that stuff because it's probably syndicated by somebody. But.
Yeah. It was tough enough to find a video that wasn't on like a news clip.
Right.
So we try to shy away from the news clips because news stations are assholes.
Well, and also they're making money from it, which is why they're not going to let us play it.
Right.
So if there's new clips promoted by the newspaper, or I mean by the TV news, that's definitely somebody making money from it.
Absolutely.
So they have a reason to add validity to it, because despite what people think, journalism hasn't been unbiased in a long time, and it has been a thing to make money for a very long time.
Yes, it has. So we're going to take that as a win, and if you guys like what you heard tonight, shoot us an email. The information is scrolling along the entire bottom of this episode. We are at beyondshadowspodcast@gmail.com, Instagram at Beyond Shadows Podcast, and Facebook Beyond the Shadows Podcast. Look for this logo. This is our logo. It's everywhere.
Everywhere.
It's
everywhere.
It's in my dreams. So reach out to us. Let us know we're doing good. Let us know we're doing bad. Yell at us for making fun of people in Florida. Whatever. If you've seen the skunk ape, let us know. We want to talk about it. If you email us, we will read your email and record it, and you will be part of the podcast.
Forever.
Forever. You will be
immortalized forever.
Yeah, you will be in the tome of shadows. What are you thinking for next week? Are we doing ghost next week?
Yeah, we probably need to do a ghost one.
Or I might have something that's very interesting.
Oh yeah? Okay.
Hmm?
I'll take very interesting.
Okay, we'll go with that. I'm not going to tell you what it is. It'll be a surprise.
Don't tell me what it is.
Yeah,
don't tell me what it is.
Because there's a whole rabbit hole you can go down, and I'm not going to let you do that. So, yeah, I was thinking about it today. I was like, that would make a good episode. So I jotted it down. I got a little notepad full of potentials next to the bed. So I got something, I guess, for next week.
Yeah, let's do that. That'll be fun. I kind of like not knowing. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's not ghost. It's not paranormal. But it's enough to make you go, huh.
So, okay, I like that.
So I guess it could be in the conspiracy realm.
Okay,
we'll say that.
That'll work.
Yeah,
that'll work.
All right.
That'll
well,
work. I kind of like some conspiracies.
Yeah, we'll mix it up a little bit this week. Did you have anything you wanted to add this week before we went out of here?
So, if I don't start getting some hate mail from New Jersey and Florida, I'm going to be super disappointed. I'm just saying, it's all in good fun, but I know there's got to be some easily offended folks out there. And I want to hear you tell me that I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong, but stereotypes for a reason. I don't think I'm wrong. But even if you live in New Jersey and even if you live in Florida, stay tuned and follow us.
Beyond the Shadows.
Good night, everybody.
See ya.
It's alive! It's alive!
A creature like this, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
A creature like this, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Looked like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
There are stories whispered in the dark about creatures that knock when they shouldn't, shadows that move when nothing else does, and eyes that see right through you. Welcome to Beyond the Shadows, Season 2, Episode 21. This is the podcast that drags the hidden, the haunted, the horrifying into the light. I'm Victus, and I'm your intrepid paranormal investigator. Each week, we unravel the world's most chilling mysteries and explore the spaces where fear lives just beneath the surface. So light a candle and check your locks and lean in close, because tonight we are covering the Black-Eyed Children. That's right. That's right. We are covering the Black-Eyed Children tonight, everybody. Welcome, welcome. So there's our new intro. I'm gonna start reading this every single week. Doing my best, that is. So, oh geez. I'm adjusting some levels here while we're doing this. This is a little too quiet. There we go. Yes. So we are on Season 2, Episode 21, The Black-Eyed Children tonight. First things first, small announcement to make. We have a milestone tonight. It's a big one. 1 year ago today, we released Season 1, Episode 1 of Beyond the Shadows podcast. Today is the 1 year anniversary. We've done it. We made it a year, a whole freaking year. We did it. We've done it. We did what we didn't think we could do. Somehow managed to get a year's worth of content under our belts and still no hate mail. So I think we're doing okay. On the contrary, we don't get any mail. So there's that. Any hoots and hollers. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Aeon and Paul are still being held captive at the in the bunker underneath Area 51, and haven't heard from them lately. We're gonna see what's happening. I think we're okay though. They're being held against their will, so you know that's what you get for flying hot dog shaped drones over the fence of Area 51. We tried. We didn't get anywhere, but we tried. So let's see. Do we have any updates? I don't think we have many. Social media's been kind of quiet lately. Not a lot of people talking about the paranormals and what have yous. But today will mark a milestone for us because I'm going to start trying my best to increase the production value of this podcast. So you've noticed we've got some new sounds. I got a new audio board set up. Let's play some of these new sounds. Yeah, check out that opening vocal or that opening audio track was sick. Yeah, love it. Spent some time working on this over the weekend. It's looking good. I'm really happy with how things are turning out, and I'm glad you're all here. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. So, yes, tonight we are talking about the Black-Eyed Children, not to be confused with children with black eyes. And if you know about children with black eyes, please call your local police department. And not to be confused with the Black-Eyed Peas, because I am not a music guy, and I don't make obnoxious songs, and there's nobody in this podcast named Fergie Ferg. Yeah, wait. Oh, here we go. Yep, that's my joke for the night. There you go. You get my joke. You get it. Yes, all seems well. The stream seems stable, running at a higher bit rate than we should be, but that's okay. Um, yeah, so the big thing this week is this is our 1 year anniversary today. Um, our first episode last year. Oh, geez, what was it? Was it the Phoenix Lights? I don't. Geez, shame on me for not knowing. There's been so many, absolutely so many, and I had no clue that this was our 1 year anniversary until I was looking at the analytics. Yes, season one, episode one, June 8th, 2024. We talked about the Phoenix Lights, my favorite UFO case ever. And I hope, still to this day, it was one of our better ones. We did, I mean, we don't, a lot of people don't go back and watch the old videos. Uh, Generally, we get just a handful of views after the first week of it being on YouTube. A lot of people don't really go back and listen to old stuff unless they like what they're hearing here. Then they'll go back. If they're anything like me, you'll go back and listen to all of the entire the entirety of the library to enjoy it all because that's the way I am. I am a binger. If I find a podcast I like, I will binge it to death. Um, so 1 year today, we've done it. I was counting episodes. So this is so how many episodes did we get in season one? So we didn't quite get a full year. So we made it up to 29 episodes of season one. And today is 21 episode or the 21st episode of season two. So was that 20, 21 and 29? 50 episodes? Yeah. So it's just short. So we took 2 weeks or we took 1 week off because something was happening with the stream or something was happening with the internet. We just got a bad week. And then we took a week off for uh I think it was either Christmas or New Year's. So that sounds about right. 50 episodes exactly. Uh I think we did good. For a nobody podcast like this. I think we did pretty good. And I'm rather proud of us. We're doing a great job. Yeah, we did good. We did really good. Um so say again, we're going to I've done some work this weekend and doing my best to increase the production value of the podcast. So I'm going to do a lot more background sound effects, uh, a lot more background musics, things to make the storytelling a little more engaging. So if you like it, please, by all means, email us at beyond the shadows at wait, is that right? Beyond the shadows at gmail.com? Hold on. No, that's not right. That can't be right. Beyond the shadows podcast at gmail.com. Let us know. Let us know if this looks good, if it sounds good, if you don't like how it sounds, if you know, throw something out there. I don't care. Let us know. Um, so we're still continuing the weekly live stream on YouTube. And what I'm doing is every week after an episode is done, is we get uploaded to Spotify and Apple Podcast and YouTube. I'm also taking a copy of that video and I'm putting it into a live stream folder that we're live streaming weekly on YouTube. So if you want to go back and watch the live stream, it really helps the numbers out. I appreciate it. Um, you know, every little bit counts. Uh, we've actually increased our numbers exponentially just by doing this live video every week. But all we're doing is playing all the episodes back to back on YouTube, and we're doing it live. So I saw a few people commented. I'm sorry. Quite honestly, the laptop just sits in this office and stays running, and I'm not in this room. So if you comment, I am sorry, but there's just nobody around to comment. Right now, as it stands, I'm doing this entire thing by myself, and it is difficult to do by yourself to this level of production. And if I could be there to answer everybody's comments, I'm sorry. Uh, if I could be there, I would, but I cannot, and I'm sorry. So, that being said, whoa, we got this tonight. What shirt are we wearing today? I've got a special one tonight. Check this guy out. Check it out. So, so it's no secret. I live on the Eastern Shore. I am near uh, a NASA flight facility, and my wife did a thing for work over there this week, and she's like, "Hey, I got you something." So she ended up picking up this shirt for me, and it says Wallops Island NASA Flight Facility, which is the name of the NASA flight facility here. And I'm very proud of this one. The alien head glows in the dark. It's really bright right now because there's a black light running when I stream. So, anywho, we do have speech chat running tonight. So if anybody watching feels like commenting, if you're listening to this not on a Sunday, if you're not watching this on a live stream, that you're not going to be able to comment live. But just to remind you, every Sunday evening at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are live at twitch.tv/Beyond the Shadows podcast. You don't have to follow us, but if you do want to interact with chat, you do have to sign up for Twitch and follow the page, and you can comment on the stream while we're live. So speech chat is running. You will hear it tonight. So that's a plus side. So I can do stuff like this.
You are hearing these words.
That's the chat. That's when somebody types into something into chat live here on Twitch, it comes up. We get a voice. So that being said, I've said that 12 times now. Continuing forward, we are going to talk about the black-eyed children tonight. It is technically an urban legend, but there is a paranormal aspect to it. And I thought this would be a good one to go over and give me a chance to kind of flex the soundboard a little bit. I picked up some extra sounds this weekend just for this. So, hoping this all goes well. I'm sure it will, but I'm still just going to be a little nervous about it. Because, that's what I do. I'm a nervous Nelly. I walk away, Wendy, nervous Nelly, what have you. So, don't see really anybody in chat say anything. I don't even see anybody watching. That's okay, because we are going to take a journey this evening. A journey of the mind. A journey where common sense has no meaning. We're journeying to the Twilight Zone. No, we're not. We're not. We're not journeying to Twilight Zone. We're journeying to Beyond the Shadows. We're going beyond the shadows tonight, everybody. And this one is a little spooky. So this one it's technically a folklore, like I said. And as we know, folklores do have roots in truth. That being said, bear that in mind while we're talking tonight. Just bear it in mind. That's all I ask. Bear it in mind and keep an open mind. Because this one's a little wild. It's a little weird. But wait, don't I say that? Don't I say that every week? It's wild. This one's gonna be wild. This one's gonna be a crazy one. We got a doozy. Yeah, so let's dive right into it. The black-eyed children. So first, we're going to get started with a retelling of a firsthand account. It's a quiet evening in Abilene, Texas. The streets are dark, bathed in the dim amber glow of flickering street lamps. Brian Bethel, a respected journalist, parks his car outside a movie theater. He's there to drop off a check for his internet provider, but instead finds himself transfixed by a strange sense of unease, one that will follow him for the rest of his life. As he writes the check in the dim light of his car's dashboard, he senses movement. And then a knock on the window. Two young boys, maybe around 10 or 11, stand outside. They're wearing hoodies, heads down, posture still. Brian's first instinct isn't fear, it's discomfort. Something off. Something's way off. One of the boys speaks. His voice is oddly confident but flat. He asks Brian for a ride. They want to see a movie but forgot their money. Can they just take him home and bring them back? At first it seems harmless, but as the conversation unfolds, Brian's internal alarms go off. The boy insists they can't get in unless he says it's okay. The more Brian listens, the more a deep primal fear takes hold. Then he sees it. Their eyes. Where people should be, there's only black. No white, no iris, just pitch darkness. Panicked, Brian fumbles for the ignition. The kids' demeanor changes. They become insistent, angry. They start saying strange things like, "We can't come in unless you tell us it's okay. It won't take long. We don't have a gun." As he speeds off, heart pounding, he looks in the rearview mirror. The children are gone, just vanish. No footsteps, no trace. In the days that follow, Brian posts about his experience on a message board. He wasn't prepared for what would happen next. Dozens, then hundreds of people came forward with eerily similar encounters. Pale-skinned children with obsidian eyes knocking on doors and windows in the middle of the night, asking them for help, asking to be let in. Some say they're demons in disguise. Others believe there's something extraterrestrial. A few think they're a modern myth. But one thing is certain. Once you see them, you don't forget. And they never forget you. So that was one of the earliest tellings of black-eyed children. It's a little dated. The black-eyed children thing started around the 90s. If you couldn't tell by the guy paying his utility bill by check through the mail. It does kind of lend a little bit of a clue to how dated some of these stories can be. But, that's the way it goes. So it began with a knock, but what are they? The black-eyed children phenomena burst into the public consciousness in the late 90s, like I was saying. When journalist Brian Bethel shared his chilling encounter. But the deeper you look, the more it seems these strange children have been among us for far longer than we realize, lurking on the fringes of folklore and whispered in urban legend. On the surface, black-eyed children seem like a product of the internet age. The timing lines up. Bethel's account was posted in 1998, right around the rise of online forums like Usenet and AOL message boards. But from there, similar stories exploded across paranormal blogs, creepypastas, and Reddit. But dig deeper, and you'll find possible roots stretching back decades or even centuries. So, let's get into some of these. In the 1950s in Virginia, an elderly couple reported a pair of pale children appearing on their doorstep during a storm. They begged to use the phone, but once inside, the power went out, and the family's pet hid in fear. Later, the children vanished, and soon afterward, the couple was diagnosed with a severe unexplained illness. Some link the phenomena to fairy lore from the British Isles, trickster beings that need human permission to enter their homes and often took the form of children to gain their trust. So there is a parallel here with fairy folklore. So we haven't covered fairies. Not yet. We probably will in the future. But historically and canonically speaking, fairies were an excuse for people to get rid of their children in medieval times. That's it in a nutshell. They would say, "Oh, my child is not acting the same way they were when they were born." So surely they've been swapped by a fairy. And unfortunately, there were some very horrible, horrible things they did to these children to prove that they were human. But the story goes that they would swap the child, and if you raised the child as your own, it would bring like famine and disease to the village or what have you. There's a bunch of different things that it could bring on, but usually the family would notice that there's something wrong with the child, and so they would like do tests, heavy air quotes on that, to the children to see if they would react in a human way. And if they didn't react in a human way, then yeah, the children were taken away, let's just say that. With the thought being was, here, take your fairy child back, give me my human child in return. And usually they would say upon testing the child, they reverted, the next morning they reverted back to the way they were. So obviously the fairies came and took the changeling back, and this is our child now. So it's a weird twisted thing. But fairies originally could not enter your home unless you invited them, which also draws another tangent to vampires. So we all know that vampires cannot enter your home unless invited. I'm not exactly sure where that storyline comes from. I am familiar with it. My mind goes back to the movie Let Me In, the little vampire girl. And she befriends a little boy, and she's like, "I want to come in." He's like, "Well, well, come on. And she's like, no, you have to invite me. And he's like, what happens if I don't? And she steps in his house, and then she starts like convulsing and bleeding from the eyes and the ears and the mouth. And then he's like, oh God, no, you can come in, you can come in. And it stops, and it just makes a huge mess. So we're already seeing parallels with other folklore tales. Uh, Others see a parallel with the Middle Eastern jinn, a supernatural entity capable of shape-shifting, deception, and feeding on human fear. Where they come from, the patterns, uh, wherever they come from, the patterns are strangely consistent. The victims consistently report the same unsettling traits. An age range somewhere between 6 and 16 years old. The appearance is they're pale, sometimes even grayish skin, often dressed in outdated or ill-fitting clothes. Hoodies, jeans, or plain dresses are common. It's almost like they're trying to hide themselves. And their eyes are entirely black, no white, no color, as if their eyes are just sockets of endless void. Their speech is almost always flat and motionless, overly formal. Phrases like, we need to use your phone, or let us in, it won't take long. Many reports note an unnatural cadence in their voice. The behavior is described as calm and persistent, and they always ask to be let inside. They never force their way in. They always require an invitation. There is a disturbing number of cryptids and weird beings of the like that require you to invite them in order for them to come in your house. Like if you look at I think we've got one of the videos in the opening sequence for the podcast where there's a strange like it looks like it's trying to be human, but the face isn't right, and they're outside the window saying, let me in, I can't come in unless you let me in. And then they're like, no, I don't know who you are, like, I'm your grandmother. It's like, no, you're not. My grandma's been dead for 12 years. Like, I'm your grandmother, let me in. And they starts beating on the window. Horrifying video. It actually just started getting some chilly chills talking about that one, because it is spooky. It's just an overwhelming number of things within the paranormal realm that require you to let them in. I want to even say that there's something along the lines of like werewolves that you have to tell them to come in, but the big one that comes to mind for me is vampires. So immediately my brain goes to vampires with the black-eyed children. But we'll see. We've got a lot to talk about tonight, so we'll see. The question that haunts us all is, what are they really? So we have a few breakdowns of what they might be, and we're going to dig through these. I'm going to give you some personal opinions on the matter. Let's switch our ambient sounds here. There we go. The first one is, demons are interdimensional entities. The fact that they need to enter ties directly to ancient lore about demons, vampires, and malevolent spirits. Some believe they feed on fear or souls and must be invited to break through the veil between dimensions. So this makes good sense. Their black eyes are seen as evidence that they are not human. Windows into nothingness, a sign of soullessness or possession. Yeah, that sounds about right. Let me What's it? This one? Let me hide this for a second. Yeah, look at that. That's what you're dealing with.
BSB wears on boostrowley.online at CHGZED6.
Oh my gosh. We're getting spam already. Oh please. I've got to ban somebody. We're gonna report this guy. We're gonna ban him. It's not letting me ban their chat. That's interesting. Hold, please. Your call is important to us. I need to handle this. Otherwise, we will become slaves to the bots. We will not be purchasing viewers. Stream manager. There we go. There we go. Ban. Goodbye. Out of here. Thanks for coming in, robot. Appreciate your one comment. Thanks for making my numbers go up. You duck. All right. So, where are we at? Yes, the black eyes are seen as evidence that they are not human and windows into nothingness, a sign of soullessness or possession. So this is consistent with what we understand demon possession to look like. So we know that with demon possession, we do deal with black eyes. However, it is not intrinsically linked. The black eyes thing is not intrinsically linked in this theory. If you ask me, I don't feel like these are demons, but I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. The black eyes are just weird to me, but we're going to cover a couple other things before we make up our minds. So our next belief is that they are extraterrestrial hybrids. A growing number of believers think they are a new form of alien-human hybrid, created to blend in, but with subtle flaws. Similarities are drawn to Men in Black. You know, the encounters with Men in Black is they're emotionless, their formal speech, their odd behavior, the lack of basic understanding of human culture. And some theorize they are sent to test human reactions or even harvest emotional energy. All right, so if you're keeping score, that's two times now in the research we've come across that they feeding off something that the human, some type of human emotional reaction, an emotional energy, if you will. It's twice now it's been mentioned in the research. So let's keep that in mind as we move forward. So number 3 is vampiric beings. The invitation rule is a classic trait in the vampire mythos. Some describe the children as leaving behind feelings of sickness, nausea, or draining fatigue. Another vampiric parallel. Could they be a new evolutionary offshoot of old vampiric legends? This is very interesting. This is really closely in vein with my personal beliefs about black-eyed children. I've never seen a black-eyed child. However, I have seen a person in daylight with solid black eyes. I don't want to say precisely where. It's a little personal. But I was in a public setting. I was with a group of people. And this person went to the front of the group. And that's when I noticed. And I had a person sitting next to me, and I was like, dude, look. That girl's got no eyes. He's like, who? And I was like, that one right there. I said, look. I said, wait. She's going to turn around any second. And the girl turned around. Dude was a stranger to me. Here's what gets me is he was a stranger to me. But he saw her eyes too. And his reaction was so severe, he freaked out and grabbed my shirt. And was like, whoa, what's that? And I was like, no, don't make a scene. Don't get up. Like, look, but don't look, all right? I'm that guy's like, they're looking at you right now. But don't turn around and make it obvious. What does he do? He tries to stand up. So, I followed that person with my eyes as best I could for a little while. And eventually I lost sight of them. But it was really weird. Really weird. Like, it was, I want to say that it's similar to some of these other understandings of what we think we have here. Like, her face was just off. I don't know how else to describe it. Her face was just off. All right. Like, proportioning on the face was just weird. I don't know. It seemed weird. But yeah, the setting it was in was a little different. I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on it, but it was weird. So number 4 is government experiments. A fringe theory suggests that these beings are psychic children from a secret. Here we go. Hold on. Let me. My hat's falling apart. The fringe theory suggests these are beings that are really psychic children from a secret government program similar to MK Ultra Project Stargate. Maybe they escaped, or maybe they're being released to observe human behavior in real-world environments. You decide. Jeez, my hat's just falling apart now. I gotta fix this. This poor hat. It's seen some miles. Indeed. I need to make a good one. I wonder if I could just buy a good tinfoil hat. Because I am not good at making these things. All right, number 5 is mass hysteria or an internet-created myth. Skeptics argue the phenomenon is modern urban legend, fueled by stories passed through forums, podcasts, and horror fiction. Who would pass this story through a podcast? Who would do it? Point him out. There's no podcasters here, right? Yeah, podcasters. But the volume and consistency of stories, many of them shared before the children were widely known, troubles even hardened cynics. Could it be a kind of shared hallucination or a cultural ghost formed by a collective fear? So that has roots. There's roots here. This is not an unheard of explanation for things. There's that saying about, what's the expression? There's a saying like, you put the energy out into the universe and it makes it real, right?
I hear it's just the US military psyoping themselves for 70 years with a hazing ritual.
Ah. Psyoping themselves. Black-eyed children or psyops? Really? How, pray tell? Thank you for the follow, by the way. The notification didn't pop. I don't get these half the time. The freaking alert box is junk. Thank you for the follow. A hazing ritual. Explain yourself, please, by all means. I would love to hear it. I would love to hear it. But so there is a figure of speech. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's like you put your energy towards something strong enough and you make it become real in the universe. So there is the theory, like the boogeyman. Like the reason the boogeyman isn't seen by adults is because they simply don't believe in it. Now, I'm not going to sit here and confirm or deny the reality of the boogeyman. That's entirely up to you. But the theory goes, only children see.
That's what that new WSJ article claimed, though, to be fair, that was more UFOs than Bex specifically.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah, Wall Street Journal. Kudos. Good pick. Good pick. And people wonder why I read the news. It's like, sure, I might be in the paranormal stuff, but geez, I'm still going to read the news. Read the underlying, what's really there. Read between the lines. Between them. Yes, I see what you're saying. But yeah, the theory behind boogeyman is the children are afraid of it. So they're giving it power, they're giving it strength through its fear, and that by proxy creates a physical entity that only those who are afraid of it can see. So, are we dealing with the same thing here? Are we dealing with maybe they saw something and it created a type of fear in a society or a localized neighborhood that made their gears start turning, and it fed that fear, which put that energy out into the universe and created something from that energy. I don't know. Am I grasping at straws? I don't know. Here you go.
Ancient astronaut theorists propose.
Yes, it is entirely. It's a little out there. I'm sorry. I go on little tangents sometimes. But yes, I don't usually subscribe to the school of thought when it comes to mass hysteria, but on the flip side of that, there's a handful of solid cases, canonically speaking, where mass hysteria does affect the zeitgeist of a local group of people. But it's very localized. Very localized. You could look at the dancing plague, for example. The dancing plague was probably mass hysteria. I would love for it to be what everybody said it was, being a curse from somebody who was executed. But realistically, probably one or two people probably lost their mind. I think we were also dealing with some bad wheat. That crazy fungus that grew in their store of wheat, that when they made it into bread, everybody got dosed with organic LSD. And then it just became a thing. And by then, the energy from all those people fed out, and everybody put in and turned into dancing fools that dance to exhaustion. I don't know. I feel like that was probably mass hysteria mixed with LSD. But we might talk about that one at a later date. Whatever they are, one thing unites nearly every single case. If you say yes, if you let them in, something bad happens. So, out of all the cases where people have let these children in, here's a list of some of the bad things that happened. The top one is sudden illness or a cancer diagnosis. This is like 3/4 of the experiences where people have let them in. It generally goes down. They say, "Oh, well, there was a sudden illness. They got very sick for a very long time and died." But some of those were the earlier accounts, back before cancer detection was a little more readily available. So, more recently, historically speaking, we're getting people that has let these children in, and like strange events happen, and shortly after they're diagnosed with cancer. I wouldn't be surprised if there was something cancer-like back in the 50s when this was first reported, but these people who got sick and died weren't they weren't just sick, but they got some kind of cancer. It's hard to say. It's from the 50s. Who knows? I don't know what the process was for cancer detection back in the 1950s. I'm sure it wasn't great. So hard to say, but that's just a tangent. Another one is paranormal activity in the home, which seems right on par with the rest of what we're dealing with here. Anything that is outside, wants in your house, you give it explicit permission, it comes in, weird stuff starts happening. Paranormal activity in the home. What comes to mind presently is like a Ouija board. All right. So say you're doing let's just say for the sake of conversation that they are something along the lines of ghosts or demons. They are outside, but you aren't allowed to interact with them until you let them in. Same thing with the Ouija board. You're not allowed to communicate with them until you open that line of communication. That's why at the end of a session with a Ouija board, you always close the circle, close the conversation with goodbye. And some people that play with Ouija boards regularly will say, you've got to say clearly and out loud, don't, this is me breaking the ties with you, blah, blah, blah. I'm not permitting you to follow me or do anything. They're being very explicit with their conversation with the spirit. This feels kind of hand in hand with what we're dealing with to a degree. But definitely it feels more like the communication with spirits, demons, what have you, without the Ouija board. So like maybe the Ouija board is a conduit. They get in easier that way. But sometimes they get so desperate, they manifest themselves and come to your door or your window and they want in. But what gets me was the first guy, Brian, he was in his car. He wasn't in his home. He was in his car and they wanted in his car. Sort of like rules of like the vampires, do they translate to cars? Any structure with doors? Maybe it's the threshold that they're afraid of.
Feels very fey in a lot of ways.
It's funny you say that because that was towards the beginning of the episode. We talked about the fairies, how it does feel like there's definite parallels between fairies and black-eyed children here. Maybe this is so historically speaking, fairies will try to swap babies, right? They're going to take your baby, put their fey baby in its place so you can raise it. But what happens to the ones that don't get into houses as babies? Do they grow up? Sure. Maybe this is, preteen, pre-adolescent fairies going out on their own, trying to get in your house. I don't know. It's strange. It's just, but like another facet of that is,
especially the weird etiquette stuff comes across as very unseelie court.
Yeah, it's very formal. That was an early description we talked about at the beginning of this episode. Was one of their behaviors is that they are very formal, and they wear outdated clothes. So yeah, I could see. Yeah, we could. This could be a good solid yarn. Connect those with a thumbtack and a piece of string. That's a great. It's starting to solidify itself a little bit more every single time. The more we talk about this, anyway. Some of the other things that can happen. There's been a few reports of pets dying unexpectedly, which doesn't surprise me because between me and you, pets are half in and half out anyway. They see things we don't see, and I will take that to my grave. I will say it till I'm blue in the face. They see things we don't see. We've all seen videos of cats, dogs looking at corners, ceilings, playing with invisible things. Yeah, they see all this stuff. So, what better way to ensure the longevity in that household than to get rid of the one thing that could detect them? It is unfortunate. I am a pet person. I have many animals, and I love them all dearly. And I've lost many animals, and that would be well. Now that I think about it, this could come back to them feeding off of human emotional energy. Interesting. Because I'm a dog person. I've got a dog. I've got a cat. I've lost my dog and my cat last year. I've got a new one now, of each, and losing them so closely to each other, within proximity to each other, the most horrible pit inside of me opened, and I was just a pit of sadness for months and months. And I could see how somebody with that kind of pit in them, if there was something paranormal feeding off of that negative energy, it would be like all you can eat buffet. Absolutely. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Another one of the list of.
Sorry to hear that. I know how tough it is to lose them.
Yes, it was very tough. It was one of the hardest things I've ever had to deal with. We lost the dog first, and it wasn't just a few months later we lost the cat, and it seems like they were close. So one losing the other made the other one give up. So they're fine now. They're doing okay. We're doing okay. But I could definitely see how something that fed off of human emotional energy would feed off of somebody that lost a pet. Absolutely an all-you-can-eat buffet. Absolutely. It is tough. It is very tough. And this is the first time I've been able to talk about it without crying. Jeez. It's been over a year, but still hard. Still hard. Anywhoots. The last two on the list of bad things that happen to people is unexplained bad luck, and in some cases, straight up disappearance. People just disappear. This could draw a clear tangent between the alien-human hybrid thing. Are they sent here to read and gauge our emotional reaction to weird situations and circumstances? Sure, maybe. Sure, now that we're done studying them, let's take them. Makes sense. It does make sense. Yet strangely, there are no publicly documented cases of someone letting them in and surviving to talk about it. The stories always end up at the doorstep, just in time. So maybe the legends are a warning. Maybe they're not meant to scare us.
Earlier made me think about the UFO radiation thing.
Yes, it's very true. Very, very true. It's I've done a bit of research about UFO encounters, alien abduction encounters. There's a lot of evidence that points to radiation exposure when it comes to aliens and UFOs. However, I cannot think of a single circumstance where somebody met with an alien human hybrid and got some form of radiation sickness. I can't think of a single one. I mean, there's even reports of alien human hybrids in government back in the 60s. There were reports of it back in the 50s up on Capitol Hill in Washington. But you didn't really, I mean, so these people would be in, in the room with Parliament, or not Parliament, that's a horrible word, with government. And there were no reports of radiation sickness
True,
or
it does
poisoning.
tend to be more about interacting with the craft and the occupants.
Right. It seems like maybe the craft is shielding the ETs from the radiation, so maybe it absorbs into the craft. So it's maybe something with the abductions that tends to be a little bit more with the radiation poisoning. But it is strange that you don't hear stories about alien human hybrids with radiation poisoning. Was it Betty and Barney Hill? I think it was Betty Hill. Didn't she get abducted later? And she was introduced to an alien human hybrid on a ship. And they said it was one of her children, but she didn't get radiation poisoning still. But she got it from the initial interaction, the one when her and her husband was abducted, I do believe. There's a lot of strange tangents here. This could really connect to a bunch of different things. It's hard to really say precisely what we're dealing with here. So it makes you wonder if the legends are a warning. Maybe they're not meant to scare us, but they're meant to more protect us. Which brings us to first-hand accounts. Some of my favorites. I love me some first-hand accounts. First-hand accounts. Here we go. It's one thing to hear a single story passed along like an urban legend, but the black-eyed children aren't confined to one town or even one country. Reports stretch across decades and continents, hauntingly similar and frighteningly consistent. So a lot of these that I'm about to read are first-hand accounts. I can't say whether they're true or not, but what I can say is that these were reported to police, and a police report was taken. But unfortunately, for a lot of these things, there is no physical evidence, and this is a frustrating part of what we're dealing with here. This is why a government thing might be part of the lore here, because how do you make a group of people seem uneducated and distrustworthy? You feed them lies, so they regurgitate those lies, or you remove evidence to make them seem stupid, like they're telling lies. So let's say I'm a government person. I break into your house and tell you the aliens are coming to get you. You call the police. The police show up. Well, there's no footprints because the government man, made sure to not leave footprints when he was there. So all of a sudden, you're labeled as untrustworthy and spouts lies. Government man gets away. It's a good way to do it. It really is. And this is why you see so many cleanups when it comes to governments and conspiracies. Something might have happened. Oh, no, there was nothing here. What are you talking about? A lot of the episodes of the X-Files come to mind. You know, I was binging X-Files over the weekend, and these guys, you know, it was the episode where they were doing it was where they found the alien, like the weird black alien goo that seeped into humans in a cave. And once they found the goo inside a human, turning it into an alien, they sealed off the area. And there's these huge white domes covering the hole. And there's government, you know, blank government vehicles coming in and out. But at the end of the episode, you know, Mulder goes to go back to where it was all happening. And there's not a mark on the ground. No footprints, no treads, nothing. And that comes back to not necessarily a cover-up, but a form of disinformation that causes the person to say, oh, well, I saw something there. Well, let's go look. Well, there's nothing here. There's not even tire marks. How could there have been a whole fleet of government vehicles here? Obviously, you're crazy. This is what they do. This is exactly what they do. Let me get a couple sips of my bravery juice here. And we're going to get into this first case from 2015 in Vermont. I think we need some ambience. Let's go. In a chilling report published by Week in Weird, a Vermont woman who chose to remain anonymous shared a horrifying tale. It was a snowy winter night in January 2015 when she heard 3 loud knocks at her door around 2 a.m. She cautiously opened the front door to find 2 children standing on the porch, 1 boy and 1 girl around 10 years old. They were not dressed for the snow and their voices were flat. Quote, "May we come in?" I asked. "Our parents will be here soon." She felt compelled, against all logic, to let them in. Once inside, everything changed. Her cats hissed and fled the rooms. Her husband woke up with a severe nosebleed. The children sat silently on the couch until, without warning, both looked up, revealing pitch black eyes. Suddenly the children said, quote, "Our parents are here," and walked out to a black sedan at the end of the driveway, driven by 2 tall black men in suits. In the weeks that followed, both the woman and her husband were diagnosed with an aggressive form of skin cancer, and the doctors could not explain the sudden onset. Okay, so that sounds like radiation poisoning out the gate. This just might be some of our first documented cases. You know, we're drawing the parallel here, so let's say it out loud. This could be our first documented cases of alien-human hybrids interacting with humans, causing radiation sickness of some form. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like radiation. Absolutely radiation. Barney Hill was diagnosed with skin cancer after his initial encounter with the UFO and his subsequent abduction. But strangely enough, his skin cancer is only around his eyes because he looked at the UFOs through binoculars. So, Texas, 1996. The most famous and first widely publicized encounter occurred in Abilene, Texas in 1996, where journalist Brian Bethel was sitting in his car near a movie theater when two boys approached his window and asked for a ride. They spoke oddly, almost hypnotically, and insisted they couldn't enter unless he agreed. When he looked up and saw their pure black eyes, he sped away in terror. And this report, shared on an early internet forum, sparked the modern spread of the black-eyed children accounts. Ohio, 2014. A man named Paul Schilling claimed he was staying at a hotel in Marietta, Ohio, when he was awoken around 3:30 a.m. by a knock on his door. He looked through the peephole and saw a young girl about 12 with long dark hair and old-fashioned clothes. She asked to come in, saying her mother had left her. Suspicious, Paul didn't open the door, but watched as she stood silently for over 10 minutes. When he called the front desk, no one had seen a child in the hallway. Security footage showed no one at the door, and yet the knock was real and her voice was real. Soon thereafter, Paul's health began declining rapidly in the months after. He reported insomnia, hallucinations, and bouts of unexplained depression until eventually leaving his job and moving out of state. Black-eyed children sightings aren't just an American phenomenon. In Staffordshire, UK, a paranormal hotspot known as the Cannock Chase became the center of a media storm between 2014 and 2016. Multiple locals reported seeing a ghostly girl with black eyes wandering the woods, often giggling or crying to lure in hikers. In one 2015 interview with the Daily Star, a man named Lee Brickley, a local paranormal investigator, shared a case where a young family encountered the child near Castle Ring, an Iron Age hill fort. The girl asked for help, claiming she was lost, but when they approached, she looked up, revealing she had black voids for eyes, and she vanished moments later. Brickley traced the phenomena back to similar sightings reported in 1982 from a woman who claimed she saw the same child near an old mining site. In 2009, a chilling case on an Australian paranormal message board, a man named Dean Anders claimed he and his brother explored an abandoned farmhouse outside Adelaide, Australia, while on a photography trip. Inside, they found children's toys, drawings, and a rotten wood table set for a tea party. As they explored, they heard footsteps upstairs, then 3 knocks on the door. They ran, only to see 2 children standing at the gate, one girl and one boy, barefoot and still staring at them. When Dean tried to speak, he froze. He said it felt like all warmth and sound had left the world. When he finally turned away to look back, they were gone. So, let me stop the heartbeat. Stop the heartbeat. So in nearly every case, the details align. The children appear at night, often during storms or isolated hours between 2 and 4 a.m. They speak in formal, mechanical tones. They ask to come in, to use the phone, wait for a ride, or to get food. The person feels deep, unexplainable fear. If the children are refused entry, they often disappear suddenly. If let in, things go wrong. Illness, misfortune, and worse. Despite different continents, cultures, and decades of time, the stories are nearly identical. How can so many people, most of them who have never heard of each other, report encounters with nearly identical beings? Could it be a mass delusion? I think not. A shared archetype embedded deep in the human psyche? Or are these beings real and spreading? So, moving forward, we are going to talk about the psychological and the cultural impact of what's going on. We've heard the stories. We've felt the chill. But behind the legend of the black-eyed children lies a deeper question. Not just what are they, but why do they haunt us in the first place? Why do so many cultures across the world, across time, feel unnerved by pale, expressionless children with unnatural eyes? So let's peel back the layers just a little bit. Ooh, we're gonna touch on one of my favorite things.
Also, are they a new phenomena or just a new presentation of an old one?
That's a good question, and I think that that also ties in with the Fae. You know, the stories about Fae, you know, lean way back. We're talking medieval times, back before we had paved roads. So it makes you wonder if it is the Fae, right? What if it is the Fae? And maybe their original way to get into households were to swap children, right? So what if they finally realized that, you know, the child swapping thing isn't working anymore, and now they're looking for new ways to get in? It almost feels like a desperation, right? Like maybe they're dying off, and this is like a desperate last breath attempt to get into people's households to continue lineage, right? It's a fair question, and it is a good question. It's hard to say. You know, we're only about half through all of our research for the subject, but we're gonna hold our let's hold our full thoughts on the Fae for just now. But it's definitely seeming like I don't usually voice my opinion too early in the episodes, but I'm on the fence right now between two different things. It's either Fae or vampires. Straight up. I don't see much evidence. You know, the extraterrestrial thing does come to mind, but excuse me. Historically speaking, the Fae does cause bad luck for people. So, you know, who's to say the bad luck for people isn't sickness or illness? It could be a bunch of different things. And then also the flip side of that coin is, what if it is vampires? What better way to prove that you're being attacked by a vampire than to prove that you're sick because you're being fed on? Medically speaking, you know, nobody can really tell you what happens when you get bit by a vampire, or or what happens after you're fed on by a vampire. It could be, you know, who's to say the vampire virus, if you're not turned, who's to say it doesn't cause cancer? I don't know. Something to think about. So next we're going to talk about one of my favorite theories, and this is a thing that was initially coined when robotics hit the scene. So in early robots, there was a branch. There was a clean break. One school of thought was we want to make these things as human as possible. And then the other branch said, we just want to make them as helpful as possible. We don't care what they look like. And the branch that wanted to make robots as human as possible ran into something called the uncanny valley effect.
Vampires were also considered agents of sickness and disease, I think. More so than being bloodsuckers in the old days.
Right. Yes, I completely agree with you. I think unofficially, the bubonic plague was blamed on vampires. But officially we know that it was rats, right? But there was, early lore with vampires was somebody in your family. You got 5 people in your family. One person dies. Then one person in your family becomes very sick, very ill, and they die. And then the next person becomes very sick and ill, and they die, and so on and so forth until the whole family's dead. And they would dig up the first person that died, and they would see that their body did not decompose in a normal way. And that is where this historically the idea of a vampire started was, oh, this first person that died was obviously a vampire and killed off the other family members. And so they canonically became attributed to sickness and illness and disease because they were saying, oh, well, this person's wasting away. They must be being fed on by a vampire. We cannot say, conclusively if that was the case. We can't say it could have been tuberculosis. It's hard to say. It really is, because disease was rampant back in the day, and we had no way of identifying it. So this is where the lore of vampires came from. But you are absolutely right, and thank you for that point, because we're going to talk about that towards the end when we get to conclusions. But first, we're going to talk about the uncanny valley effect. So with robotics, what they dealt with was like what we see today, robots that look like robots from a movie. They're not human. They're human shaped, but they don't have perfect human features. The reason they are that way is because of the uncanny valley effect. This is where they were trying to make robots so human-like that they were scary. They would give them perfect latex faces and wonderful, beautiful eyes and eyelashes and hair, and something just wasn't right. So at the core of the fear many people feel when seeing a black-eyed child is something scientists call the uncanny valley. It's the deep, disturbing reaction humans feel when something looks almost human, but not quite. Psychologists believe this fear is hardwired into our survival instinct. It's why we flinch at dolls, mannequins, or wax figures that feel off. The black-eyed children sit squarely in that uncanny valley zone. Their age implies innocence. Their eyes scream anger. Their faces are blank, and their speech is stilted. It's not just the eyes that terrify, it's everything else about them pretending to be normal. That's what racks us with fear. That's the scary part. So, before we get into this next part, I do need to take a quick break. I need to use the restroom. Don't go away. How do we see? 13 lip. I3 lip. I'm assuming it's 13 lip. Thank you for being here. Don't go away. Just got to use the restroom. We'll be right back. All right, I've returned. Sorry about that. I am human, after all. I do have to use the restroom sometimes. All right, cool. I got the notification for your follow, Lip. Appreciate the follow. I really do. Every little bit helps. The dream is to do this full time, and it's been a little slow lately. But I appreciate you being here. Oh, all right. So, next we are going to talk about fear.
My pleasure. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't interesting.
Thank you. That means so much. Been doing this for a year. Today is the 1 year anniversary of the podcast, and so few people come through and say that what we do is interesting. I usually have two others with me, and they're both taking a leave of absence. They've got some personal things going on. Usually, it's a little more interesting. There's a little more of a banter going on. So I've been solo riding for a couple months now, and not gonna lie, I've been in a little bit of a rut. It's hard to do this when you're podcasting to yourself, but it makes the stream so much better when somebody is in chat and interacting. But thank you. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. There you go. Okay. But yeah, today is our 1 year anniversary. 1 year ago today, we released season 1, episode 1, where we talked about the Phoenix Lights, one of my very favorite episodes. I did not have to write a script for that one. I knew that episode by the back of my hand. Love me a good UFO story, especially one so heavily documented like the Phoenix Lights. All right. So, we're talking about fear now. So why children? Why not physical demons or monstrous beasts? There's something uniquely unsettling about the subversion of innocence. That is, where children are symbols of safety, vulnerability, and trust. When those same traits are twisted, when they knock at your door asking for help but radiate menace, it short circuits our emotional response. Okay. So for those of you keeping score, that's our 5th mention of a powerful emotional response to something. I'm seeing a trend and I'm starting to form an idea of what we're dealing with here. They're not just strange, they're a betrayal of what should be safe. And this theme has echoed across centuries. Here you go. Yeah, Lip, you're going to like this part. In European fairy tales, changelings, we talked about this earlier, malevolent beings who replaced real children were a common fear. So we did touch on this a little bit earlier. They would swap. People were scared to death that once they had a baby in the family, they were scared to death that fairies were going to swap their children with fairy children. These were called changelings. And it was such a prolific, common fear among people back in those times that they literally tortured their own children to prove that they were human or not. It was so bad. It's, you know the human race is doing something wrong when you look back in history and you shake your head in shame. And I am literally ashamed of some of the things that we did to our own children back in medieval times. It was bad. It was really bad. I'm not going to talk too much on it, but it was bad. Also, in Japanese folklore, being, oh my gosh, I'm not going to be able to pronounce this. Come on, Google Translate. Let's go. Because I am not going to be able to pronounce this. I'm not good with Japanese. Okay. How do we spell this? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is a horrible English translation. Oh my gosh. Let me hear what the English or the Japanese telling you. Oh wait. Come back. Come back. What did you do? That was weird. I hit the speak thing and it refreshed my entire page. I gotta type this back in. I'm sorry this is taking so long. Oh, yeah. Turn my sound up, huh?
凍れつけ女
Yeah, I didn't get any of that. Here you go. Here's what it's supposed to sound like.
凍れつけ女
One more time.
凍れつけ女
Koryotsuke ona. Literally let me read what it has to say first. This is funny. So the Koryotsuke ona appears as a helpless or beautiful woman only to reveal disfigured otherworldly features once it's too late. To give you okay. The English translation of the word is sit mouth woman. How's it?
凍れつけ女
Yeah, that's Koryotsuke. It's a demon. I remember this word from one of many anime that I watch. But face sit woman, is that what it said? Face sit woman? Sit mouth woman. So no, slit mouth woman. I'm sorry. Shame on me. I'm sorry. Like I said, I watch too much anime. Slit mouth woman appears as a helpless or beautiful woman, only to reveal disfigured otherworldly features once it's too late. So there was a movie made a number of years ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago, where they specifically about this Japanese demon, and she would look normal, and then once you got close enough, her head would fall back and her mouth would be huge, and she would just swallow the person. Yeah, it's horrible. And the corners of her mouth were cut back clean to the pivot of the jaw. I think the folklore was about vanity. Like the woman was pursuing perfection, and in her frustration of not being able to obtain perfection, she used a knife to cut the corners of her mouth back and horribly disfigured herself. Yeah, and turned herself into a demon in the process. So this is an echoing of the theme. The black-eyed children are the modern changeling, a wolf in a hoodie, as opposed to
There's
a wolf in
something
sheep's
like where
clothing.
She asked people if she was beautiful. Rings a bell.
Yes, that's precisely it. That is precisely it. Kudos on you. You know your stuff. Kudos. That is precisely what it is. Yes, she would approach people at night, and I think canonically speaking, she would have like a hood up, and she would approach people and ask if she was beautiful. Am I beautiful? And then if you said, like, I think if you said no is when she would attack. But if you said yes, she would try to go home with you, and then she would attack. Something along those lines. But yeah, you're right on the money with that one. That's precisely what it was. Yes. Another podcast that I listened to, one of many that I listened to, talked about it. Horrifying Japanese folklore. Absolutely horrifying. Japanese folklore is not for the faint of heart. So, folklorists like Dr. Elizabeth Tucker of Birmingham University argue that modern technology doesn't kill folklore, it transforms it. Urban legends used to travel by word of mouth. Now they travel by Reddit threads, TikTok clips, and podcasts like this one. The black-eyed children now thrive in this new ecosystem. They are short-form, horror-ready, perfect for forums, campfire stories, reels, and easily repeatable and regurgitatable. Regurgitatable? Regurgitatable. You know what? I'm going to have another little bit of this drink. Hold on. Yep. Repeatable and regurgitate worthy. Let's use that. Same core structure, but with personal
I think
variations.
I first came across them in some creepypasta, so that tracks.
Yes, and that's I think it's where I came across mine too. Creepypastas are the new form. Well, I say new form. They're at this point they're a little dated. I wouldn't say, antique by today's standards, but creepypastas were the bridge between forums from the early 90s and quick and easily digestible reels and TikToks. But in a horror format. So I telling my age, I was not super into the creepypasta thing. I started off on the internet in the 90s. So my thing was IRC Chan, which was 4chan before 4chan was 4chan. I went on forums. I went on, straight up message boards and forums to talk with other people about similar things. Which is where creepypastas came from. So, I think I'm pretty sure the first time I heard about black-eyed children was a creepypasta. I didn't get into them until maybe 5 or 6 years ago, but I did troll the early forums, and I do want to say that I remember hearing something about it earlier. It's hard to say. I would really like to find dude's thread, like what he was on, that made him go back or made him post to, I would like to know what he posted on. What am I on? Page 8 of 14. Let me see. It doesn't precisely say where he posted his the first guy, Brian, the journalist. It doesn't say precisely where he posted, but it does say that he posted. Oh my god. You did not have to sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. You are our Jesus Christ. You're my first sub in like 3 years. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are the best. You are the best. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That helps a lot. That really boosted the confidence. Thank you. But yeah, I was there for the early IRC Chan, and there we talked about a lot of this stuff, and I feel like majority of the stuff that was on those forums were later translated into creepy pastas, and people would take the concepts from what was on the forums, and it was later embellished because there were some great writers out there. Um, they would take the the bare bones of the concepts of the things being told, and then they would twist it, and they would write a little story about it. I love creepypastas; they're great. Um, between me and you, creepypastas are what got me into podcasting. The original concept for the podcast was I was gonna read creepypastas. Uh, there's a guy, I can't remember his name, but he only reads stories from uh state park forest rangers, but only like paranormal stuff. And he went on for like years, like 3-4 years, and only told firsthand accounts. And it it got a hold of me so deep, like it put its hooks in me so deep that I was like, man, I could do this. You know, how can I make stories like this more easily?
The history of paranormal internet stuff itself is fascinating. From the BBS boards to forums to chans to YouTube, etc.
Oh, precisely, yeah. And that's where I feel like there was a little bit of a loss in translation when the original forums came out to creepypastas. Um, not everybody knew what creepypastas were. And I spent like a year just reading creepypastas, finding people that would just read creepypastas on YouTube. And I was like, this is horribly interesting. And I was like, I could do this. But then when I sat down and started really putting pen to paper and deciding what I wanted to do, I was like, well, everybody's reading creepypastas now. So what else can I do? And I've been a paranormal junkie since day one, as long as I can remember. You know, 7, 8 years old, camping out in my backyard, listening to Coast AM. Uh, I was always all about the paranormal. And I'm like, well, what? I was like, I want a podcast. I want to sit down and I want to talk. And I want to inform people about things they don't know about or it's never been on their radar. How can I do that? And paranormal came up. I was like, this is great. This is precisely what I think I can do. So creepypastas were my segue into podcasting. And I tried I had a podcast before this that did not take off. Where I just collected stories from people. And the original concept was I wanted to collect horror stories from people. But realistically, there was only like 3 people I knew that had horror stories. So, one being myself. And I was like, well, let's do deep dives into paranormal. And so this happened. So you're right. Creepypastas is where a lot of these things get their start. I went on a little personal tangent there, but yeah, the internet does a phenomenal job of connecting people with information that they're not usually privy to. But I think the disconnect is a lot of people don't know how to get that information. You see what I'm saying? So I think this is my way personally of connecting individuals from stories being told that rattle you to the bones to, we're going to bridge a little gap between what could be real and something easily digestible today. So here we are, Beyond the Shadows podcast. A little rabbit hole for you. Thank you. Oh, geez, I lost complete track where I was at. The black-eyed children thrive in this new ecosystem of short-form horror-ready formats, repeatable, the same core structure with personal variations, and also culturally flexible. They've been spotted in Appalachia, England, Canada, Australia, and even Japan. The fact that their stories often involve direct contact, a knock, a conversation, and a decision whether to let them in or not makes them personal and interactive in a way every listener is forced to answer. Would you let them in? So, we're getting into more of the psychological part of this, where some psychologists suggest that the phenomenon is tied to three things. One of which is a sleep paralysis episode where shadowy beings are often reported. So we touched on sleep paralysis a handful of episodes back where we talked about shadow people and the Hat Man. I do believe in sleep paralysis. I know it happens. It has happened to me. My experience was not as extreme as some of them could be, but I do believe that sleep paralysis is a thing. Hypnagogic hallucinations, experiences that are taking place between waking and sleep. This is very, very similar to sleep paralysis. Hypnagogic hallucinations are some of my favorite when it comes to paranormal, because you're dealing with your body is asleep but your brain is awake, or vice versa, and your brain is in the sleep state, but your body is asleep. So your brain is producing the chemicals to create a sleep pattern, a dream cycle, but your body is awake, or your brain, it could go either way. So when you go to sleep, your body is paralyzed and your brain naturally produces chemicals to induce paralysis. Otherwise, you're going to act out your dreams. This is why I've seen personally. It's a horrible story, and I hate that this happened to me. But 12, 13 years old, I remember my dad drinking a bunch of beer and smoking a bunch of weed, and he had crazy nightmares. And he gets up and starts fighting the tent while we're camping, like knocking holes in the side of the tent with his bare fist. And he tore the tent down. We had to leave camping day one because his reaction. But that's because the intake of chemicals he put into his body changed the way his brain interacted with his body. So now his brain went into the sleep state, but it was unable to produce those chemicals that made his body go into the sleep state. So he was physically acting out what he was dreaming. We talked at length about that for many, many years. We still talk about that. Like he visited me last year and we talked about it. Like he's like, "You really remember that?" I say, "Yeah. How could I forget that? It scared the fucking hell out of me." And the last thing psychologists suggest the phenomenon is tied to is mass hysteria. Boo, we don't like that one. We don't like mass hysteria at all. No, thank you. Mass hysteria is very, very rarely recorded. And it's a blanket excuse when it comes to things that science cannot understand or explain. We'll just put it that way. So for hundreds of years, the people that for the dancing plague, they thought that it was, they would say that it was the demons or ghosts or what have you. And, now it's mass hysteria. But then it was like the last handful of years, they've discovered it was not mass hysteria. It was, in fact, LSD, naturally occurring LSD in their wheat. So mass hysteria is science's way of putting an answer on something that they can't explain. They're always looking for the scientific explanation. I'm sorry. It's not always a scientific explanation. So, the black-eyed children may also represent something bigger. a modern myth for a postmodern world. Think about it. Strangers knocking at your
Through
door.
Periods where I get hypnagogia, a lot spiders on the ceiling and floating lights, etc. I never had one where I get up, walk to the front door, and have a conversation with a kid during one though.
Right? Yeah. So this is why I don't think hypnagogic state is an explanation for the black-eyed children. Very rarely do we deal with people in, you know, I forget the technical term for sleepwalking, but very rarely do we deal with sleepwalkers go up and interact with something that isn't there. It's usually them going through the motions of something that they usually do. It's a repetition. And, Freud talked about this, where dreams are just an amalgamation, a smattering of memories from the day running through your brain, and you can see this proven through sleepwalkers, somnambulists. I know there's a word for this. I forget what the word is. Let me look it up. What's the psychological term for sleepwalkers? Yes, there we go. I cannot pronounce this word. Oh my gosh. Okay, I copied it.
Something between somnia and ambulation.
Yes. Oh, geez. Come on, Google Translate. I use Google Translate a lot to give me the pronunciation of things.
Somnambulism.
Somnambulism. Wow, that is not how our
Somnambulism.
somnambulism. Wow, somnambulism. Well, now that I see it, yeah, somnambulism. That's the technical psychological term for sleepwalkers. So you don't see sleepwalkers going up and interacting with things that aren't there. Somnambulists, that's the word I wanted to use earlier. They would go through their motions like they would be during their day. So somnambulists would be standing at the stove in the kitchen, moving a pan back and forth like they're frying an egg. Or they would be standing in the living room pacing with their phone to their ear like they're on a phone call. And Freud said that dreams are a way of the brain purging what happened through the day. So it's taking all that data, all that information that you collected through the day, and it's pushing it out. And the only way to flush it out of the brain is to dream. And it makes great sense. It really does. Like, go and watch 15 horror movies in a row and then go to sleep. You're going to dream about horror movies. Go and watch 15 movies about race cars and go drive a race car. Go to sleep, you're going to dream about racing cars. There's sound science behind it. And you're right. I like hypnagogia, like speech chat picked it up. Hypnagogia, yeah, I see. There's been a few times where I've been laying in bed, completely paralyzed, and acting out my dreams, or my eyes would be open and I see things physically in the space around me from my dreams, but I'm not getting up and talking to strange children with antiquated clothes at the door. I'm sorry. Psychologists, try all you want. That's not what's happening here. It is not. It is not. So as our trust in institutions, neighbors, and media fractures, These children become the ultimate metaphor, the danger that asks to be let in. Whether real, imagined, or something in between, black-eyed children reflect something deep inside us. Our fear of the unknown, our guilt about ignoring those in need, or our suspicion that some doors once opened cannot be closed. They are the knock that we don't want to answer, the eyes we don't want to meet, the questions we are too afraid to ask. But what happens if we say yes? It's late now. The lights are low. Maybe you're listening to this in your car, on a walk, lying in bed, only the hum of the night around you, but something lingers, doesn't it? A feeling, a question, a knock at the edge of your mind. You've heard the stories from Brian Brethel's 1996 encounter in Abilene, Texas, to the pale children standing outside that farmhouse in Adelaide, in Australia, to the ghost girl giggling through the trees in Cannock Chase in Japan. They show up with the same ask, the same voice, the same eyes that shouldn't be. And always that same question: will you let us in? Most stories stop at the threshold. The witness runs, the children vanish, the damage is done, but the line is not crossed. And why? Maybe it's instinct, maybe it's luck, or maybe we're only hearing from the ones who said no. Those who say yes don't come back with stories. No one knows what happens after the invitation, only that it's irreversible. The air gets heavy, technology dies, pets hide, illness creeps in, misfortune sticks like tar. And just like that, the children are gone. The phenomenon is still alive today. Search the forums, the subreddits, the confessionals buried in paranormal YouTube comments. 2022, a man in Ontario refuses to open his cabin door during a snowstorm. He sees two figures on a security camera, small, still, and staring. 2023, a teenage girl in rural Iowa reports two children standing outside her bedroom window at 3 a.m., smiling and not blinking. 2024, a retired couple in Oregon reports their doorbell camera recording no one, but their audio picks up a child's voice saying, quote, "Let me in, please." The names change, the towns change, but the knock always returns. They are eternal strangers, trapped between folklore and reality. Feeding, maybe, on attention or something darker. So what do we make of it? Are the black-eyed children demons, aliens, government experiments, folkloric echoes born from modern fears, or are they something created? A psychic wound, a living story, a ghost that grows stronger every time it's told. Maybe that's the thing about legends. When you believe in them, you keep them alive. When you tell someone else, you open the door just a little wider. So now, dear listener, if you ever hear a knock at your door after midnight, if you open the curtain and see two children standing there, motionless, their face is just a little too pale, and their eyes complete black, you know what not to do. Don't open the door. Don't answer their questions. Don't make eye contact. And above all, don't say yes. Oh, that was a good week for script writing. Wow. Came out a little more poetic than I expected. Awesome. Awesome. Great. So we've come to the end. We've come to the end, folks. We've hit, oh my gosh, we hit our 2-hour mark on the nail. 1 hour and 59 minutes live. So let's talk about it. What do we think about black-eyed children? Let me throw this. Here you go.
I'm not saying it's space aliens, right? But it goes without saying it's fucking space aliens.
No, I don't think it's space aliens.
Just as midnight strikes for me. Very well timed.
Midnight? Where are you at? Are you I've got some friends in Australia, but I think they're morning. I have no clue where you could be. Midnight. You not the UK. Just curious. Just curious. So yeah, midnight over there. If you hear a knock at the door tonight and there's some kids standing out there, do not answer it. Or better yet, if you've got a gun, open the door, just blow them away, close the door. No, don't do that. There's too much turmoil in the
Yes,
world.
UK.
UK, good guess. Awesome. Thanks for being here. I appreciate that. Midnight, gosh, geez. I'm 40. I couldn't stay up till midnight if I wanted to. But yeah, so let's talk about what we think the black-eyed children are. We've talked about demons. We've talked about aliens. We've talked about government projects. Are they the psychic humans sent to observe us normal humans, or are they vampires, or are they fairies? So I said earlier that I was caught between the Fae and vampires. So I'm going to lean towards vampires. But let me break it down. So we think about vampires in the traditional sense, that they're bloodsuckers, they bite the neck, they do this, they Bela Lugosi, bite the neck, curly claws. I don't think that's inherently true. I do believe personally that vampires come in more than one form. Sure, I do think there are vampires that bite the neck, do the Bela Lugosi thing, and turn into bats and all this other stuff. But I feel like we also have what are called psychic vampires. And psychic vampires, much like the show What We Do Beyond the Shadows, or what we do in the shadows. Yes, that's it. Great show. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. There is one vampire in their group that is a psychic vampire, and it is psychic vampires have always been my favorite because they are at the least amount of risk. They are the vampire that all they got to do is talk to you to feed off your energy. Psychic vampires feed off of energy inherently. So I feel like what we're dealing with when it comes to black-eyed children, that they are psychic vampires. Because what we're dealing with is they can't cross the threshold, be it a car, a house, whatever you're in, there's a threshold. Vampires cannot cross that threshold without being invited. So you would think if a standard cookie cutter vampire were to be let in, exanuation would happen. I love that word. They were to be blood drinking, murder, dead people, whatever. And maybe these are the ones that we don't hear about because they are the ones that were let in. So let's say I'm a psychic vampire and I have a blood drinking vampire as a companion. I'm going to be a psychic vampire and I'm going to knock on your door but make myself look like a child. So as that psychic vampire looking like a child, I'm immediately causing psychological distress and emotional distress because of my appearance. And a psychic vampire would immediately feed off of that energy. But what if you let them in, you
The
say?
more I think about it, the more it seems vampires, but also the more it makes vampires seem fake. The etiquette, the trickery, the use of children to lure, the mesmerism.
Right. Yes, I agree. I agree with the Fae part of it. But I think it's vampires. So I'm a psychic vampire. I'm going to knock on your door, middle of the night. Ta 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 ta. Please, will you let me in? I need to make a call. I need to wait for my parents. Here's the kicker. Here's the trick. I need to wait for my parents, right? So you're going to let me in. I'm going to feed off your psychic energy while the physical blood-sucking vampire shows up. And once the child psychic vampire leaves, the physical blood-drinking vampire shows up, drains the person, and that's why you don't hear about people that let them in. That's it. I figured it out. However, the etiquette, the dated clothing, we also see this with vampires. We do. I feel like it was a really, really close race between Fae and vampires here. And I feel like vampires just took it, an extra mile more because there's more than one type of vampire and the type of feeding that they use. It seems like the stories of black-eyed children are few and far between, but also, wouldn't you consider the pairing of a psychic and a physical vampire to be a pairing that is few and far between? Is that so far-fetched? Would you say at the rate these stories are being told? That's my theory. So I'm going to say that this is indeed paranormal, that we are indeed dealing with something paranormal here, and I do believe what we're dealing with is vampires. Let's look back on even the Bela Lugosi vampire. I'm gonna find a picture. I say Bela Lugosi. I don't think was it Bela Lugosi as Dracula? Yes, Bela Lugosi played Dracula. So who played Nosferatu? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, let's look at Nosferatu. But I had a specific, memory with the original Nosferatu having black eyes. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But here's the kicker. Maybe they got the movies wrong. Because Nosferatu was able to enter the house without being asked inside. Think about that. Interesting indeed. But I'm going to say, black-eyed children, what we're dealing with is vampires. I feel like
Sure. I guess what I'm saying is, are vampires actually a type of fae? The parallels between the two are striking even without the black-eyed children part.
fantastic fantastic collection of information. We're gonna get to that. Hold on 2 seconds. My wife is calling my name. I gotta step away for just 2 seconds. Hold on. Okay. Sorry about that. I do have a family. And when they call, I have to answer. All right. So you says, sure, I guess what I'm saying is, are vampires actually a type of fae? The parallels between the two are striking even without the black-eyed children part. Yes, this is very, very good, astute observation. So let's look at the traditional description of a vampire. So the let me go back to the screen. What we're looking at here is the first visual representation in film of a vampire. I'm curious, what is the first description? First recorded. What is the first recorded use of when pigs fly? I did not type that, I promise you. What is the first recorded description of vampires. The first recorded description of a creature resembling a modern vampire is believed to be from 1047. That is old. An old Russian text which mentions Uper. The word vampire itself appears in English language in 1732 in a news report about vampire, quote, epidemics in Eastern Europe, which is what we talked about earlier. The tales of the creature with vampiric characteristics, like those who attack people in their sleep, drain their bodily fluids, found in Greece. Largely rooted in Eastern European folklore, the Balkans, cited as a potential early example of a person described as a vampire in historical records, though he was referred to as a strijon, a local term for something resembling a vampire and a warlock. So I'm not seeing like descriptions. My hope was to see what was the earliest description of a vampire, because I want to see what they think it looks like. I think originally it was thought of as a devil. Just like a pale human, so humanoid but pale. Okay, so we're checking the box for black-eyed children, but we're also checking the box for the Fae. So it makes me wonder. Let's cross-reference. Let's do a little bit of due diligence here. Could the Fae sprout wings? Yes, Fae creatures, especially fairies, are often depicted with wings, and in some folklores, they sprout wings as they mature. The wings are vary in appearance, but often resemble insect wings, those of butterflies, and some traditional wings are a sign of their connection to nature. So let's say the description of the vampire was brought upon by some sort of physical interaction of the Fae, but they assumed the Fae were some type of devil, and through colloquialisms and through word of mouth, some creature who was associated as a devil but had wings turned into what we see as a vampire today. Because traditionally speaking, the Fae also did a lot of the things that a psychic vampire would do. Old world tales of the Fae would talk about how when they would meet the Fae in the woods, they would feel physically drained, right? So I think you're right. Are we dealing with vampires explicitly? Or vampires some type of branch off of the Fae tree? That's a great question. That it really is. I'm gonna research this a little bit more. It's hard to say. It really is. You know what? Let's Google it. Let's Google it. Let's see what happens when we Google it. No, are vampires really Fae, or are Fae really vampires? Let's see. Are vampires really Fae? Ooh,
It's all
no.
speculation at the end of the day, but it's fun to speculate.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. There's a lot of it makes me wonder, like humans, uh if you believe in creationism, or if you follow Darwinism, the theory of evolution, if you follow Darwinism like I do, the humans came from monkeys. Sure, so let's say that there was a branch, you know, Neanderthals, humans. Who's not to say that there was, some predecessor of the Fae and vampires, and they split. They're relatives, but they're on that same tree. Google says no, vampires and Fae are generally distinct creatures in folklore and fiction. While there can be overlaps and variations, vampires are typically defined as undead beings who feed on human blood, whereas Fae creatures are magical beings associated with nature, often inhabiting the other world. Okay, so they're very polar opposite of each other. So which is
There are also banshees which seem to straddle the line between the two.
yes. Yes, absolutely. It's funny that vampires and fae are what we came down on. They seem to be so similar, but when you look at it in literal aspects, they are the polar opposites of each other, right? Vampires are undead. They feed off of the living humans, whereas fae are very much alive. They're very natural. So like undead, the inverse of undead would be a natural life. I mean, everything works in, symmetry, right? So are vampires the natural inversion of fae? Did we figure something out tonight? Did we? I don't know. It's a really interesting concept. I would love to pick my other co-host brain on this one. Um, and so my other two co-hosts, one is Aeon. He's a very factual based person, whereas I'm the conspiratorial guy. And Paul he's a lawyer and also a Catholic priest. Um, he is our grounding unit. He keeps us very much
There's
in the world
also
of the
the
human.
stuff about the Seelie and unseelie quartz. Kinda like the good Fae vs evil Fae.
Right. Yes. But I don't feel like they are as much of a branch as the vampire and the fae are. I feel like I really do feel like after our conversation tonight that the vampire and the fae are related in some way. Um, I don't know. I haven't been able to really formulate my perception about what could have caused the split, because my brain goes to natural selection. So there is something in the environment that causes them to deviate. So what if humans are the deviation factor?
Maybe
What
combos
if?
both. I don't know, just throwing out ideas.
No, you're right. I think you're right. Corrupted Fae, hear me out. Maybe humans are the factor in their environment that caused them to deviate. So you could say vampires are the type of fae that wanted to be seen by humans and interact with humans. And the fae are the ones that did not want to interact with humans and wanted to stick to their natural roots. So, like, one became a perversion of the other. My brain is drawing parallels with like Neanderthals and humans, where one died out or one went away and one became prolific. I think vampires are more prolific than fairy. So who's to say that trend couldn't translate over? I'm grasping at straws. Sure, I'm grasping at straws right now. But I don't know. It feels like a parallel. It really does. It really does. I'm glad for you. I'm glad you're here tonight. What a great conversation. It's good to have somebody back on the show tonight. It's been a couple months by myself, so it's great to have conversation with somebody. So I'm going to say that
So vampires
definitively
are
for me,
basically Neanderthal fae. Cool idea.
yeah. Do you see what I'm getting at? I'm glad I'm glad I'm not just rambling, that it translated okay. I do have a habit of when I'm drinking, I ramble. It usually doesn't make sense, but you know, I'm glad it made sense. But no, this was a great school of thought. You know, it's a good thought experiment to have, because what if, geez, like even thinking about it now, like the powers that vampires have, the fae have the same powers, right? Geez, it's almost a little scary. There's a lot of similarities there. It really is. It's interesting. It is really interesting. It's very interesting. So we're going to say, or I'm going to say, that the black-eyed children are a form of vampire. I'm going to say that the black-eyed children are psychic vampires. And the reason the people that interact with them but don't let them in survive is because once you let them in, they call to the physical vampires and they come and drain their blood. And that's why you never hear stories about those who let them in. And those who do let them in get sick and die. Yeah, here you go.
Who are you calling a cootie queen, you lint liquor?
Yeah. The that's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Black-eyed children are psychic vampires. And even if you don't let them in, they can still feed off of you because they're causing emotional distress, which is what they feed off of. And once you let them in, they call to the physical vampires who then drain them, cause them sickness and death, inevitably. Solved. Yeah, we did that. It was good. That was good. That was good. So I can say personally that we've figured out what's going on with the black-eyed children tonight.
Yep, case.
Case closed. Stamp of approval. I need a big animation. Stamp. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. This podcast is only a year old. We're getting there. So thank you, Liv, for being here tonight. I appreciate that. I will say, for those of you listening on Spotify, Apple Podcast, later on YouTube, if you have any questions, comments, any stories you want to tell about anything we talk about, feel free to reach out to us You can email us at. Hold on, let me get the email address because I always get this wrong.
It was a lot of fun.
It was fun. Thank you so much for being here. You can email us up. Email us up at beyondtheshadowspodcast@gmail.com. You're welcome to question, comments, whatever. We are on Spotify, Apple Podcast, YouTube, and we are live every Sunday evening, United States Eastern Standard Time, 5 p.m. So, Lip, if you're here next weekend, we will be here next weekend. I don't know what we're going to talk about, but we did. What did we do last week? Let me see what we did last week. I think we did UFOs last week. We did Skinwalker Ranch last week, so that was cryptid. And then we did Black Eyed Children this week, so we're up for either a UFO or a good ghost story. You know what, Lip? Go ahead and you pick. Which one do you want, UFOs or ghosts? And we will talk about it next week. So thank you again to everybody listening. This has been the 1 year anniversary of Beyond the Shadows podcast. 1 year ago today.
Any kind of Fortiana and I'm in.
All right, cool. We will be here next week and we will talk about it. This is what we do every week. So 1 year ago today, we dropped our first episode, and I'm glad that we've made it. We're doing good. We get people like Lip, and I see Thermore popped in. Thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate every single person that's watched or listened. You might not seem like you're doing much to help us, but I promise you, every single person that watches, every single person that streams, likes, and follows makes a huge difference for us over here. I do everything here by myself. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 monitors in front of me right now. I do so much, and I'm grateful for every single person that's listened to this podcast in the last year. And you know, one day at a time, everybody that listens is making my dream a reality, and I'm eternally grateful that I could sit here and talk about something that I'm passionate about, and continue to create something that's informative and entertaining for folks. So I'm going to get out of here, but before we go, we have a little closer that I want to put out there. Let me get some ambient music going. Here we go. So it begins with a knock.
Happy anniversary. Have a good one.
Thanks, Lip. Thanks for being here. Hopefully I'll see you next weekend. It begins with a knock. A knock at the door at strange hours of the night. Nobody you know is coming. Who could it be? You peek through the curtains and you see 2, 3 children, dated clothing, knocking. And you open the door, and the children are standing there. Let us in, they say. Let us in. We're waiting for our parents. Can we use the phone? They'll give any excuse to get in. But you hesitate. Something isn't right. Something about them is unsettling. Something is wrong. It's their eyes. Their eyes are wrong. They're off. Something not human about them. Let me in, they say. But you don't. You close that door. And you close that door to turn around and follow the shadows. But whatever you do, make sure you follow us. Beyond the shadows. Good night, everybody.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
he's not.
Alright. Intro video started, by the way.
Okay. She said he's not. It's not an issue. She said also, he's old. He's old enough now for anything you might have read about being negative effects from getting a dog neutered too early are all over with. She's like, let's neuter him. I was like, all right, yeah, let's do that.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
So that's why I always say, that's why they call him a spade pancake and not a neutered hot dog. You know, so it makes sense, right? You see what I mean?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, no, I got it. That's good.
We weren't actually talking about anything in particular. That was just that's my inner 80s comedy shtick coming out because I didn't know how to transition. Because usually we're mid-sentence when we transition into the scene. Oh wait, we have no we've got no picture. Hold on. We got audio. This one? Is it this one? No, it's not this one.
Uh-oh.
Hold please. We have audio, we don't have picture. Oh geez, and I didn't switch back to oh geez, I didn't even bring the server back up. We had some more technical difficulties this week. This is just a consistent issue. Jeez. Show non-video participants. There we go. Nope. Stop that. Go to grid view. Tap there. Tab over. Test. Yeah, we got audio.
Yes.
This one. Is this one gonna work? Oh, there we go. That'll work. That'll work.
Hello, everyone.
Wow, jeez. Yeah, that's just crazy today. Absolutely crazy today. I don't know what the deal is. Hello, welcome. Season 2, Episode 9, Beyond the Shadows podcast. We are your intrepid paranormal hosts. I am Victus.
I'm Aeon.
And we yes, welcome. Sorry for last week. So last weekend, completely my fault. Internet issues at my end. I sat on my bed all day playing video games, and 5 minutes after we started, getting together on Discord before we started streaming, the internet went out, and it was out until like 4 the next morning.
Completely out.
Yeah, so we recorded the episode from my hotspot.
Yes, hooked his phone into his computer, and we recorded that way.
And by the grace of Buddha, we got it done, and we uploaded. And incidentally, it is one of our best episodes on YouTube. Just
super crazy.
Still just blown away with it.
Stripped away all of our fun stuff, and it still was a
yeah.
Still did well. Which says it really were the fun part.
Yes,
really
yes,
were the fun part.
So we're back. The penguin is back.
Oh, nice. We
find it. It made its way to the kitchen somehow.
You were wanting to have something St. Patrick's themed for the beginning. I don't have, a fun fact about St. Patrick's Day, but I did always wonder, like, so, in the church, he's, or I guess in popular culture, he's known as, the guy who got rid of all the snakes out of Ireland, right?
Yeah.
Drove all the snakes out of Ireland. That's not what he's known for in the church. It's a completely different set of things that is the reason he is a saint. But I don't know if there's any real historical evidence of Ireland having a big issue with snakes to begin with?
No, I actually have some factoids in front of me about St.
Do you?
Patrick's Day.
Okay, because
And
I
one-
figured that was like euphemistic for,
Yeah,
running out elements of.
It actually
culture.
says that it's a myth. So the popular story depicts St. Patrick driving snakes into the sea, symbolizing his role in bringing Christianity to Ireland and converting the pagan population. However, it is a myth.
Oh,
So-
okay, that makes more sense. I was gonna say,
Another-
I don't think they historically had a big problem with the
Yeah.
serpents.
I think it's more metaphorical.
Okay,
um,
that makes more
it-
sense.
Like Adam and Eve, the serpent is the symbol of evil. So we're gonna push the
Right.
pagans out of Ireland. We're forcing the snakes
Right.
off, into the sea, which is ironically where the quote unquote pagans went after they were drove out of Ireland.
The sea.
Yeah, they jumped in their little boats, their boots, and floated away. I'm sailing away.
I can't not think of South Park and Cartman. Every time somebody does that, I love watching the sections where he sings it really fast to get it done with, and then he's sweating.
Yeah. So I'm gonna rattle off a few little factoids about St. Patrick's Day because it's tomorrow, right?
I don't know. You said
think
we
it's
needed
pretty
St. Patrick's Day facts.
I'm
I'm
pretty sure.
trusting you on it.
Hey Google, when is St. Patrick's Day? Yep, it's tomorrow.
Oh, good.
Yep.
See, we know
Monday.
what's going on, or well,
Yeah,
one of
it's-
us knows what's going on.
My G word assistant shows it says St. Patrick's Day, and then it shows a picture of a green beer, a shamrock, and another beer behind it.
And another beer behind it. Green beer and regular beer,
Yeah.
both acceptable.
Yeah, so happy St. Patrick's Day. My wife is she's a ginger, so my guys at work were like, "Are you gonna come down to St. Patrick's Day, the big St. Patrick's Day parade downtown yesterday?" He's like, "Y'all gonna come down to St. Patrick's Day?" I'm like, "Nope." "Well, what are you gonna do?" "Sit with my feet up, preferably." And that's what we did. We got groceries and then sat the rest of the
Really?
day. Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, the end. There's my life. I'm very boring. I'm a very boring adult. But yeah, let me throw some quick St. Patty's factoids at you. Aside from the snake myth, historians and scholars suggested that the snakes represent the pagan beliefs and practices of the time, and St. Patrick's actions symbolize the triumph of Christianity over them. Like we said, Ireland has never had a native snake population due to the cold climate and geographical barriers.
See, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought.
He's the patron saint of Ireland. Some interpret the story as more literal representation of St. Patrick's actions, with the snakes representing evil forces that he banished. At the age of 16, he was kidnapped and sold into slavery in Ireland. That's interesting. And according to the Catholic extension, he returned to Ireland as a missionary after escaping slavery. He's believed to be the first person in human history to openly condemn the evil of slavery. Did not know that.
Neither did I.
Apparently, they've never seen Les Miserables. Jean Valjean.
I think he came a little while later.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, bad example. But Patrick affirmed the humanity of the Celts, who were not even considered to be humans by Patrick's contemporaries. Interesting.
Well, yeah, so,
They were considered like
Roman
wild
Empire.
men.
Yeah, the Roman Empire. That's they considered them to be subhuman.
Yeah.
When they tried to invade like Britain and Ireland, they considered everybody, off the coast over there. They considered a country of like wild beasts and tribal peoples, which I guess they were in a way, but they had like towns and small cities.
They just
So I don't know.
I think because they don't read the Bible that they must be heathens and animals that feast and crawl on all fours, bellies on the ground, right?
Well, that was the mistake, the Romans made when they tried to invade Britain, right? They just assumed that because they didn't have the same sort of customs as the Romans,
Right.
that they were somehow, also they assumed they'd be easy to conquer. And, that didn't go well.
So
Went
nice
so
school-
badly, they spent, a nation's worth of money building Hadrian's Wall. you know,
Yeah.
just to try to slow him down.
So, through the story of King Arthur, originally Merlin was Celtic.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, he was Celtic. He was a Celtic druid, historically and canonically. Yeah.
Old ass hedge wizard.
Yeah, with a staff with a deer skull on the end of it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Conversed with trees, this is where we get the expression "knock on wood" from. Is when the druids would pray, they would knock on oak trees before they prayed.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. There's a reinterpretation of King Arthur. I don't remember what movie it was. You and I watched it, but it had you know, the Brits fighting the Romans, and Arthur and Merlin are in it.
Yeah.
But Merlin's like all in like gross looking furs.
Yeah.
And his face
huge
like
beard.
Yeah, and his face,
Like
you know,
face paint and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And he has like rattly stuff on the end of a staff with like a something dead on the end of it. Yeah.
It was cool.
I was like,
it was a good one.
I feel like that's more what it was like.
Yeah.
Because you know, it's always like
assumed.
Yeah, well, you know, they always picture him with like plate armor and all this stuff. You know, nobody had even invented plate armor yet.
No.
That wasn't even a thing yet. That was like
I remember his
Twitter period stuff. You know.
Yeah, I remember his beard in that movie being so long and gross. It had like moss growing in it.
Yeah, it had
So
things, and he also kept things in it, which was equally gross. He would, like,
Yeah. Which
pull
is what
out
I
an
do.
apple. Yeah, pull an apple out of it.
Before I cut, 3 inches off a month ago, that's what I would do with mine. Stash some Fritos in it before I went to work. And it would keep people away, and I had a snack for later. So there's that.
Gross.
So
I
we've
used to
got
stick a lighter in my man bun when I still had one. You know,
I was speaking of man buds. I was listening to Eminem's diss track about Machine Gun Kelly, and
oh yeah, I've heard it.
I've only listened to it like once or twice, but it's been long enough I forgot most of it. And one of the first lines is how you going to name yourself after a gun when you're walking around with a man bun?
Yeah.
I was like, golly, I need to go tell my wife. And I scampered in the other room and told her about it. And she was all like, yeah. So, yeah, I'm far more into rap than she is. She surprises me sometimes. Like, I remember when she first got her new car, we went to the grocery store and we were trying to figure out how to get her phone hooked up. We get her phone hooked up. Spotify kicks in. "Oh, Dirty Bastard" comes up, and I'm like, really? She's like, yeah. Let me skip this. It goes to Notorious B.I.G. and she's like, hold on, skip.
She's dipping way back into the crates for that stuff. Now, dang.
Yeah, I was like, we're not so different, you and I.
I think there's common ground here.
There is, yeah. Surprised me.
funny.
Honestly, it did. Yeah, I've been back in this 80s rap is tickling my fancy lately.
A weird guilty pleasure of mine, and it's not as small of a genre as it sounds like, but it's harder to find here because Spotify likes to sort of regionalize stuff.
Yeah.
Just like YouTube and stuff like that. Like if you're in Britain and look up stuff on YouTube, you're going to get a bunch of British guys before you get other people, right? So a genre that I really like is British guys with Cockney accents rapping.
Yeah.
Right? Usually over like some dance beat sort of stuff or some really grimy tech house stuff. I just every time something like that comes on, I'm like, oh yeah, this is dope. Gives you like the bass face.
What's the trying to think of this couple of dudes, older guys, something in Baz.
If you look up a track called "Woman Wine," it's one of my favorites.
All right, I'll check it out.
It's one of my favorites. If you can find it, it's really good. It's really good. Like the dude on it, his lyrics are great. His lyrics are great, and he delivers them well. And there's something about using that Cockney accent. You can twist stuff to make it match up different. Words that would not match in, if you're an American stuff, It's very funny. I like it.
Yeah, Pete and Baz. I can't play too much of this, but I will show you. Yeah, we're gonna mute that. We don't do ads. We don't do ads. We'll watch it for just a few seconds. A couple old dudes. This is gonna.
Oh yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I've heard of them.
Come bang this clip, and if you want to test us, I let the raptor rip. Wrapped up, get bagging, the slacks ain't sagging, the suits stay pressed while the boys go grabbing. The clock keep ticking, the block keep trapping. This one phone call if I want to toe tag him. I'm a bag flipper, sipping the jack liquor. Big black jacket on my back, chinchilla.
Okay, so I used to think
Dang.
this wasn't. I didn't think this was real, and so I looked them up on Spotify.
Mm-hmm.
They've got full albums.
Dude,
And they
that's
perform
funny.
live, and they're actually pretty good.
That's really good. That's
And
really
they-
good.
It's like they pull up into studios and like shows. They got huge gold chains on, and every finger's got 2 rings on it. But they both have canes.
Well, you know,
It's good
the truth is, all the rappers from the '90s look like that now. Look
Yeah.
at Flavor Flav. Like he looks like that.
Oh yeah,
I mean, I'm just saying, if any
Yeah.
of them had stuck around, you know, they all look like that. If Big was still around, he'd be old, like
He'd be
really
gray.
old. Yeah,
well,
he'd be great.
No, he shaved his head, so
But you know what I'm saying? I mean, he'd be an old dude. I mean, look at Jay-Z. Jay-Z is an old man now. When you see him, like he's not out doing a whole lot anymore, but he's an old man.
No.
Look at Snoop Dogg.
oh geez, he's withering away. He's,
Yeah,
he's
dude,
turn-
it's so
he's,
old.
he's turning into the rap version of Willie Nelson. So
Or another great one, Ice-T.
yeah,
Like there's a
yeah.
reason he works as an old crotchety detective on
he's
whatever.
because he's got
Yeah,
the
he
face
looks
for
like
it.
Yeah, he look because he's fucking old. Yeah, he looks like it. Yeah, so I'm not surprised that those guys probably in the '90s look like they were probably in their late 30s, early 40s maybe.
Yeah.
And maybe they didn't age well. Who knows? But they sound good. I like that.
Yeah, you should check out just a couple of their videos. They're quite provocative. I'll just say that.
I believe
So-
that.
Without further ado, let me do a couple sound clips here. This one first. What shirt are you wearing today?
Hang on, I gotta get past my headphones
All right, go ahead.
first.
Okay,
All right, there.
I wore
There,
a special
now I'm
one
ready.
just for today. You ready?
Yeah, I could. My zip up was in the wash. What you got?
You wanted me to do mine first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I was just getting ready.
Okay. Here we go. I'm gonna take this off because I don't plan on wearing this all night.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's timely. That's timely. I like that.
I've held
like
onto this
that.
one for like a month now. I've been waiting to wear this shirt.
That's funny.
I was burning up in that thing. Jeez, turtleneck. I am not scared to wear Hello Kitty. This is my jam.
Well, I've started wearing them now because I'm finding them. I don't have to go look very far. to
I have
find 'em.
I have a stack of them that I haven't worn yet, and then I have the bottom half of the stack. So as I wear it, I wash it, comes out of the laundry, I fold it up and put it in the recycle pile. So it'll take me a few months to get back through the entire. And every week I'm adding more and more. So.
Well, I have to go t-shirt shopping because this is my last new one for the
Oh
moment.
jeez. Oh jeez.
Not the funniest one, but
I'm very good at doing absolutely nothing. Yes.
hooray!
Um.
I think it's more indicative of cats than me, but but it works.
I don't. Do I have like a? Dang, that's what I meant to do. Like the rim shot that I. Yeah. I added a bunch of sounds, but I didn't add the one we needed. Anywho, so shirts are out of the way. St. Patrick's Day shirt. I had to do it. It was because tomorrow's St. Patrick's.
I guess I had a Lucky Charm shirt. I seriously, until you said something about St. Patrick's Day, didn't realize it was tomorrow. So
I thought it was over. I thought it was like Friday or something. That's why they were doing the parade here yesterday. Just whatever. Nobody's pinching me. My hair is green.
I have one with Lucky, the leprechaun that likes to lure kids into the woods after his Lucky Charms. Dude, the things that were on commercials.
Oh my gosh. The Sandy Hook commercial.
Is
the
it
the one I sent to you on Instagram?
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
So that's
Oh
an
my
actual,
God.
That's a PSA, bro. That's a PSA.
I thought it was fake till it got to the end. I was like, yeah, I wouldn't have taken that tact.
Yeah, but
I don't know where they released it, but I wouldn't have gone that way with it.
It had been on TV. If you're curious, listeners, just Google Sandy Hook back to school commercial. Have fun. Be ready. Be ready. Hope you haven't lived through any real trauma in your life, because this isn't going to work out real well.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like the Target pants commercial, like it was going to be something funny, like the one that I yeah, I thought it was going to be like that.
Yeah,
but no.
Yeah. Did you see the video I sent you earlier this afternoon? The author and what was his name? Jeez, I keep forgetting his name, and I sent it to you so I don't forget his name. I will play this video on stream just so you could see it. Author and Punisher. Yes, I'll bring it up right now so you can see it. It is crazy. This is that DJ I was telling you about. We're gonna search author and Punisher. Yeah, you're gonna love this dude. Do you reels? This is the guy I was telling you about. He does the slide is the base, and then there's triggers on the controller.
Yeah, I see that.
And I didn't know that there were other ones. So this is one of his microphone mods. You know, not a good one. Let me scroll down a little bit. There's one where he was showing off the microphone.
It's a weird
mod.
microphone too, though. That curved thing he's got in front of his face.
It's 6 microphones built into one.
Oh, okay.
And each one, so he can like move around
to get a different effect.
Yeah.
Baby dinosaur.
Dang.
Kind of gives me a false sense of power.
Dude is a madman.
Wow, yeah, he makes cool contraptions.
Yeah, he was an electrical engineer that turned into a DJ.
Oh, okay.
So basically, for this, I can map these 3 knobs to any parameter in software that I want. And I've got a filter hooked up to this one, which goes from low to high frequencies. This is a delay, so I can just make it all like, you know,
such an
very
unassuming character.
long. I don't have to play it; it'll just keep repeating. So. And then I can just turn the filter over and just make it warble bass. You know, you have good ball bearings in there and things like that. It allows you to like use the instrument more as an instrument like you would a guitar. Lastly, this is probably like the newest. I've never built one of these before. I call this one the ingot. It's basically it's a disc, and I wanted to have a single piece of metal that you could spin and also slide.
Yeah.
Look at his face when he's doing it.
He's doing the stink face.
Yeah, he's doing the stink face.
This was probably the hardest one for me to make just because of the technical ability to put 2 encoders on it, one for lengthwise and one for the spinning.
He's a madman.
he's also got somebody in a CNC machine shop making all kinds of crazy stuff for him, like that.
Busy.
The face mask, the face mask thing, and his thumper.
Awesome. Yeah.
And even the back of the mic thing, dude. He's got somebody on a CNC making cool stuff for him.
Is this the one where he shows off all the mics? Yeah.
He's into some darkness, isn't he? Jeez.
Yeah, it's straight industrial music, man, but it's good.
Yeah,
it is.
That
it
is like
insane. His
Industrial's
live,
darker machine heart.
yeah, his live sets are just
Pretty
insanity.
much just said, hey, what other ways can I control every aspect of the sound manually, live? You know, if I'm not touching something, you're not hearing something.
That's the way
And
DJ
from
should
there, I
be.
just started building all these instruments, very physical. This one's called Gridiron. It's got 8 buttons on it. It's got a grid of different textures and a stylus that basically can ride over different grooves and has an encoder that will trigger those positions. So it's almost like when you drag your hand against a fence that has rings on it and you this instrument is the second revision. It's a pitch controller, and basically what that is just takes a synthesizer or a software synth, and I change the pitch. You know, a lot of times you got a little pitch bend, but you're not going to be playing that very accurately. But this one I can go. So that's something that I feel is pretty valuable to, especially making heavy music, is finding those places in between and crossing over pitches. So the combination of these two things together, right hand, left hand, you know, pretty much just.
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Dude is.
That's wild.
I hope we don't get muted for that, but that was great. That was just that entire, all of his stuff is just incredible.
That's nuts, dude. Well, since we're into the darkness,
Yes.
that's a great segue into our episode tonight. Why don't you
Yes.
why don't you tell us our headline?
Sorry. Yeah, we didn't get this preliminary hangout last week, and you can tell. But yeah, so this
Dude, that's
week
cool.
yeah,
So dark.
I knew you were gonna
so
like
dark.
that guy.
I'm normally not into dark stuff that much, but I really am into the musicality of producers, and like he has put in a ridiculous amount of work in making his entire music
Yes.
process about live. And for me, at least, I changed everything about how I paint in the studio so that I could replicate it live.
Yes.
Like I changed the medium, I changed what I'm doing, I changed how I do background, like I changed all of that because I was like, man, I really want to do this, but I want people to see me do it. So I really identify with that. I get that. I get that. That's really cool. And that's hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard to change to make your whole production style based around making it live and still have your album sound good, right?
Yeah.
Have the two things meet in a way that you still like. That's cool. That's cool.
But for those wondering, his name is Author and Punisher. Check him out.
The name makes
Musician-
more sense now.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The name makes more sense now. I get the line now.
So this week we are talking about the Thornton Heath poltergeist. So this story kind of runs in tangent and hand in hand with the Enfield poltergeist. Very similar time frame, very close to where the Enfield poltergeist stuff happened. We are talking about the 1970s in England. This is like the brother story of the Enfield poltergeist, which you remember the Enfield poltergeist. That was the first one we had that Ed and Lorraine Warren was in. This was the one.
Yeah, I mean they were barely in it, but yeah.
This is the one that brought Ed and Lorraine Warren to the light. historically, this is also Enfield Poltergeist was the case where it was just really traditional poltergeist stuff happening, and it was happening to the children, not so much the adults. But it is the story of the Enfield Poltergeist is what made the movie Poltergeist.
Yeah.
So
Yes, with the portals.
yes, except there were no portals in the original story.
No, unfortunately.
I think we came down that Enfield Poltergeist wasn't true, didn't we?
Yeah, we decided it was either something the kids were doing or something. We didn't think the mom was a part of it.
Yeah,
We thought she was a stressed out single mom.
which I wanted to touch on that just a little tiny bit, because I did go back and listen to some stuff about Enfield Poltergeist this week or a week before. I'm back in my podcast kick while I'm working. So there is some studies that say preteen children, specifically girls, 11, 12-year-old girls, have an innate gift for psychokinetic abilities.
Huh.
And so if we look historically back on poltergeist cases, we see an overwhelming number of these cases that have poltergeist activity centered around an 11, 12-year-old girl.
Okay.
And so this is why during the Enfield Poltergeist investigation, they brought in the Society for Psychical Research, because they had previously known about this phenomenon. And I didn't know this at the time of recording our Enfield Poltergeist episode. So there is some studies out there, and I did read a couple of them. They're very verbose, very lengthy. It's a lot of technical terminology that I didn't know, but I still was able to kind of keep pace with it. But there are recorded instances of 11, 12, 13, sometimes 14-year-old girls, specifically girls, the boys not so much, having some type of innate parapsychological abilities. The ability to move things with their minds, ability to, make the noises happen, make the doors swing open, throw objects across the room, but they don't know that they're doing it. So it's immediately classified as a poltergeist. So I think after reading up on some of that stuff about the Enfield Poltergeist and reading up about the innate abilities of young girls with their parapsychological gifts, that maybe, just maybe, the Enfield Poltergeist wasn't false. But in fact, maybe there was something parapsychological happening. Maybe the girl had some type of telekinetic abilities that she didn't know about that was manifesting. Because what it is usually these girls are stressed. They're in an environment that they're uncomfortable, or in a situation they're not comfortable with, and then plus it's puberty. That's a lot to deal with when you're 11 or 12.
So and it's a carry situation.
Yeah, but they don't know that they're doing it, and you'll find that in a lot of these cases, once the girl gets to like 15, 16, it just stops. Because they're getting close to adulthood. They're understanding more about themselves, their body, what's happening. And they're starting to get more into the swing, because that's, 16, 17, 18, you get more into the swing of what you are as an adult, right?
Right.
So,
well, as I remember, though, about the Enfield Poltergeist, one of the things that turned us off the most were the photos that they chose to use as some of their most substantial evidence, which was really bad. It was really hokey. Bad. Yeah. Like, I would,
girls
those are
being
if those
grown.
If those are the pictures I captured, I'd be like, we can't use this. It doesn't show anything. So I felt it felt like the researchers wanted that. As we went through it, it felt like the researchers jumped onto it and weren't being very objective.
Yeah.
Which
there were
my main issue with it.
There were other photos that I wasn't able to find, but I remember back when we were living together, I went to the library a lot, and one of the books I read about was the Enfield Poltergeist, and this book was like this thick, tons of pictures in it, and it showed every single picture taken that showed any slight inclination of paranormal activity. And one of them I was not able to find, but I remember seeing it in the book. But the girl, one of the photos shows her being dragged upward by her foot.
Oh, up off the bed?
Yes. And it was such a weird angle. Like, at first I was like, oh, she's trying breakdance moves. But I'm like, wait, it's the 70s in England. Right. This girl doesn't know what breakdancing is. And if she was able to push herself up Like she was pulling on the blankets and her foot was up in the air. She was almost completely off the bed. Only her hands were touching.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And then all of the subsequent photos are her jumping. So there was some stuff going on, I think. They just didn't research it well. So I think
there were a lot of problems with the research. That was our big thing.
Yeah. So that's my introductory caveat. So we're going to talk about the Thornton Heath poltergeist. I'm not 100% sure where Thornton Heath is. Let me.
It's a place, not a guy.
It's a place. Yes.
Okay.
Let's see if we can find it. I was hoping, just hoping, that we would see Enfield. Okay, so here's Thornton Heath. I was wondering if it was close to Enfield. So in 823. Ah, okay. So here's Enfield up here, north. Thornton Heath is down here. So we're looking at like 100 miles away. It's probably not. If it made the news, I don't see it making much of a connection. Yeah, because Thornton Heath looks kind of empty. Lots of residential areas, but I don't see much of anything else.
Okay.
You know, like McDonald's, lots of bus stops, a gym. Lots of parks. Kudos in the UK. All these parks. Lots of green. Any hoots. So, without further ado, almost an hour later. I'm sorry, man. Ghost stories and paranormal encounters have fascinated humanity for centuries, with countless reports of unexplained activity surfacing across the globe. While some are easily debunked, others remain shrouded in mystery, leaving the most skeptical minds questioning the unknown. One such case is the Thornton Heath poltergeist, a chilling series of supernatural events that disturbed a suburban family and captured the attention of paranormal investigators. The Thornton Heath poltergeist is one of the most infamous cases of supernatural activity reported in England, and is one of the most infamous cases. Wow, they gave me this same sentence twice. Cool. Taking place in the 1970s suburban town of Thornton Heath, Surrey. This haunting involved a series of terrifying disturbances that tormented a local family. The case is often compared to other famous poltergeist hauntings, such as the Enfield poltergeist, due to the violent and prolonged nature of activity. And to this day, it remains a chilling example of paranormal phenomena. So there we go. We cracked our introductory paragraph. Chilling. You see why
the soundboard's back.
Soundboard?
Yeah, yes. Soundboard's back. We like the soundboard.
All right, so we're going to start off with the beginnings of the haunting. The family at the center of this terrifying ordeal was the Johnsons, consisting of Peter and Sarah Johnson and their teenage son, Matthew. Peter Johnson. Yeah.
Sorry, guy.
Peter Johnson. I've got another one I don't think I've let you hear yet.
We're not above adolescent humor here.
No, we're not. So already we're setting a par different from the Enfield poltergeist, which kind of a different tangent from Enfield, which I wanted to make the correlation between the young preteen daughter having parapsychological abilities. This family only has a son.
Okay.
So this would be a nice stray from the norm, and we're going to see precisely what's going on. So the haunting reportedly began in August of 1971 when Peter first noticed strange tapping noises at night, followed by the sudden malfunctioning of electrical appliances. So already we're kind of neck and neck with the Enfield poltergeist. This is how Enfield poltergeist started with tapping. We know this.
Yeah, except knocking on the wall.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is UK. Tapping is the knocking. Tapping is.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. There's some reports called it rapping.
Rapping.
Yeah, we're not Kendrick Lamar and we're not Edgar Allan Poe, so we're not rapping on anything. Sorry, I'm a Kendrick fan.
Rapping.
Yes, forevermore. You like that? See what I did there?
Yeah, I did. That's where I was going.
I am a comedian in my spare time. So, also, I want to say that the Enfield poltergeist started off, it was light tapping on the walls, but the daughter was trying to communicate with it, asking questions, and the tapping would respond. So there was initial instigation. The letting in is what I like to call it, because you're inviting whatever's happening in. So they first noticed strange tapping noises at night, followed by sudden malfunctioning electronic appliances. Sarah soon encountered an icy cold spot in the hallway, which persisted despite efforts to warm the area. Matthew reported his belongings mysteriously shifting around the room, with books flying off the shelf in full view of his parents. The first sign of trouble occurred one night when the bedside radio inexplicably switched off by itself.
HENLOS.
Hello, Soya's here, everybody. Hello, Soya. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome. We're talking about the Thornton Heath poltergeist tonight. It switched off by itself, blaring a foreign language station. So, how it switched off and blared a foreign language station, I don't know. Mysteries.
TCS still on. Ooh.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I shortened that audio.
You really zooped up the old soundboard there.
I work on the audio board every week to make it better.
That's good.
So that was like a 15-second audio clip, and it was too much.
Mm-hmm.
So the family, unable to identify the language, found the experience deeply unsettling.
SPOOPIES.
Spoopies.
I think it's funny that it spells it out when it doesn't know what it is.
Yeah, she's doing all caps.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, maybe the TTS just doesn't know it's spoopies. I mean, we know what it is.
Yeah, I don't think that text to speech is up on all go.
No, it is not. It's not fluent to colloquialisms. Thank you, TTS. It added to the growing sense of eerie and unexplainable presence in their home. Initially, the family dismissed the incident as a simple technical glitch, which I've taken apart enough radios to know that is not a technical glitch. You remember when we were living together, how many radios I have taken apart?
Many.
many, and I still fiddle with radios. So many. I still have my MP3 player, by the way.
The soldering was the fun part.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. However, the disturbances escalated quickly. Soon after the radio incident, a lampshade in the master bedroom was knocked over by an unseen force. This was followed by a series of unexplained, loud bangs and furniture moving on its own. The family, increasingly unnerved, found objects disappearing and reappearing in different places. On several occasions...
I'd just like to say, I think we should all be thankful to all the poltergeists that they all agreed that a cold spot should be the symptom of their remnants, as opposed to, like, say, a wet spot.
Gross.
We should all be really thankful that the cold spot is synonymous with ghost activity, as opposed to random wet spots.
Since we're talking about ghost activity, I did.
You're going to say since we're talking about wet spots.
Since we're talking about wet spots.
Gross.
There's this trend going on Instagram.
HAHAHAH damn ghost spot.
Ghost spotting.
There's a trend going on Instagram where it's like ghosts wouldn't be that spooky if you could see what they're doing, and it showed like a guy just standing there, swinging the door back and forth.
Make it a
And then-
cold spot. Oh, you mean stuff floating around?
Yeah, like they wouldn't be as scary if you could see them.
Yeah,
they're just
that's
like
funny.
door, cabinet.
Ha ha
This
ha.
is this is floating. Yeah, not as scary.
No.
Yeah. Chroma key me. My shirt is green. Yeah, I would be a floating head and arms because my hair wouldn't catch. My shirt wouldn't catch.
Ghost lightly bats curtains.
Yes.
Yeah. Like a cat.
I'm scaring you. You humans are so afraid right now. Yeah, it's a hilarious trend, and it's one of my favorite trends so far. But yeah, they wouldn't be scary if you could see him, right? Right?
No.
Door. Like it showed him moving a door, and the guy doing it is just
Bored.
yeah. Come on, see me. So, where were we? On several occasions, they even witnessed furniture being violently thrown across the room without any logical explanation. So already, we are neck and neck with the Enfield poltergeist. This is precisely how everything started. Well, no, I think it started off a little more slowly with the Enfield poltergeist.
Yeah, they had a lot of like objects dropping onto the counter from
the ceiling.
Nowhere. Yeah,
Like-
and they had
Like
all
pebbles
the
and coins.
yeah, and like all the
I
furniture.
love the trend
they-
where ladies get the ghost talker apps and talk to the ghosts like they're friends, giving them gossip.
Oh yes, I play with that one, but I don't play with it in the house because I'm afraid I'm gonna get something intelligible through it, and I'm just gonna be like, nope, we're selling the house. Nope.
No, it'd be good to have a poltergeist house, man. Keeps it interesting.
Yeah, they better start paying rent. Got bills.
I mean, payment comes in all kinds of forms. I mean, Yeah.
All right, if you're gonna
Like,
move a
hey,
door,
Yeah, be like, hey, do something funny. I have friends
Okay.
coming over. Just do some funny stuff.
Sell tickets.
yes, there we go. Yeah, like, hey, David's coming. Dude is so scared of everything. Just touch him on the neck a bunch of times.
Pennies
Yeah.
down the back of the sofa.
Yeah, make squeaky noises. Under the chair that he's sitting
What was
on.
that?
Like
What was that? What was that? I'll play it up if you just scare him.
getting your ghost applications. Like, so can you do?
Could be the spiders paying rent or the ghosts.
Can you do
Both.
spooky
Or the
noises?
ghosts
No,
of the
no spooky
spiders.
noises. Okay. Do you do strange smells? Oh, you do. Oh, wonderful. That's a bonus.
Oh, that's a good one.
We're
Yes.
interested in that. Yes.
I'll set out
Do
some.
you do
ghost
cold
if you
spots?
do that.
Oh, you're a wet spot ghost. Yeah, nobody ever hires those. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that wasn't the sound I was anticipating.
I can.
I was...
I can pee your pants for you. Wait, what? No, why would I want that?
So, we're moving forward. We're moving forward. So
My
yeah,
favorite
we're
line from Drunk Uncle.
We'll be
did you
in
see
touch
that?
for the second
Did you see
round
that?
of interviewing if you do well.
Did you see that? Somebody just pissed my pants.
So, what was that line from Tommy Boy? Oh, I just spilled a bowl of chocolate pudding in my pants. No, that's what it was. He gets hit with a fridge. And he's like, oh, I'm covered in chocolate pudding now. And he's like, dude, there was no chocolate pudding in there.
H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A ghost who pisses your pants. I don't know,
Yeah.
man. It's just something I can do.
Yeah, exactly. I
Sorry.
don't know. We don't get to pick this stuff.
It's on my resume. I mean,
Yeah, it's just
I have.
they just spin a wheel when you die. And those are the things you get. I don't know.
So, what superpowers do you want as a ghost?
If I were a ghost who could piss someone else's pants, you couldn't stop me.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. You just go.
Yeah.
It never get old. And
So-
you get a pair of piss pants, and you get a pair
You
of
get
piss
a pair of
pants,
piss
and
pants?
you get a pair of piss pants.
Oh my gosh, I'm cycling through all the scenarios where I would piss somebody's pants for them. Or what's worse is you could piss their pants but don't relieve their bladder.
Ha
So
ha
they
ha,
st-
piss Oprah.
So they still gotta go after you piss their pants. Yeah.
That's terrible. Are we bad people? That
We
sounds
are.
like a more fun afterlife than whatever it is other ghosts are doing.
No, we're not. If anything, we're better people for it.
That guy that always likes to honk the horn behind people, like before the lights even really turned all the way green. Like as soon as he thinks it's
Whose
gonna
pants would you piss first is the question.
I'd be like,
Who's-
sir, you just earned yourself a pair of pissed pants. Honking at that old lady.
I'm taking your license plate down, and when I die, I'm coming back.
We're
to
not
piss
bad
your
people.
Pants.
We're gonna be horrible ghosts, though.
So Sawyer says, whose pants would you piss first? Is the question.
Oh, Well, at first it would just be random people. Wherever you like appeared, you'd be like, huh, I wonder if that's really a thing. Oh, it works. And at first you just do it to like everybody, right? Yeah, because it wouldn't be so funny. Yeah. But then eventually you get pickier. Eventually.
Yeah, I
To
would.
make it funnier. You just
have a
stalk people just for the most opportune moment to piss their pants.
I have a specific person in mind. I'm not going to use his name. But on my way to him, everybody would be peeing.
And it would be like a
there would be
epidemic.
a line. You could plot it out on a map. A line of pissed pants.
H pacing the laughs. Good plan.
There would be a line if you plotted it on a map. There'd be
You
a
could
line
see where you
across
had
the
gone.
country.
Ha ha ha! A
Yeah,
piss
Get
trail.
to the guy.
There'd be a line, and then it would end right there, and then it would be everywhere, random.
National epidemic of pants.
Yeah.
peeing.
Tom Cruise, the president. Oprah, just for gigs.
Tom Cruise. That's terrible.
Yeah, I'd find you. So if I go first and you piss your pants,
I'll know there's an afterlife.
And everyone
Yeah.
would know who to blame.
yes,
Yeah, I'll know
that's
there's
true.
an afterlife. This is
Yeah.
a good plan.
Please,
like
if
that.
you do it to me, just make sure I'm not at work or something. No, wait.
No,
No,
I'm gonna
no,
do it in a
make
moment
sure-
when I'm gonna do it right after you've just gone to pee.
Ha
That way
ha
you'll
ha,
know
Ollie,
for
that's
sure.
somehow wholesome.
Yeah, I'll do it that way. You'll know for sure. Like you have just gone. Like you had
Oh,
to pee so bad. You went. You feel really good, and then like a 30 count. Piss your pants.
just button my pants, turn around, flip off the light switch. Gush.
Yeah, like down to your leg. One of those. So like you can't even be like, oh, maybe there's a little dribble left. It'll just be like, yeah, you'd be like, where did he even come from?
And then, as a favor to me, do it while I'm at work so I can go home.
See,
Yeah.
boss, I peed myself. I have to leave.
We were actually just talking about this at work this week. It's
H. Okay, so I guess you can't die before then.
no.
Yeah, I'm
but
probably gonna live like forever. So it's okay.
it's a
Good as he's
surefire.
leaving work.
As I'm leaving, no, as I get there, so I have to go home. But we were talking about how it's a surefire way to get out of work the rest of the day is shit your pants.
Yes, I've heard that. Though I've never actually tried to.
I've never done it.
I've never tried to do that.
No, I don't plan on it. But if I need a day, like you need it, I am not above shitting my pants. Just saying. Anyway.
Ha ha ha! Standing there, straining, trying to shit your pants.
Really? You're right? Yeah.
Screaming, I need it.
And my boss is looking at me like, you okay? Yeah, give me a minute.
I will be.
Don't look at me. Don't
Real
look
soon.
at me.
Stop looking at me. You're only making this harder.
I gotta go. What? You just got here. Do you want to see?
I have to go to the doctor.
I'll be so okay, man.
Yeah.
H.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool. We got plans for the afterlife. And
Rock
like
solid.
clockwork, I need to use the bathroom.
Because now we sat here and
Dropping
talk about
hot
pee
logs.
for like 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Sawyer said dropping hot logs.
Gross. Gross.
Yeah. Now I need to use the bathroom for realsies. We will be back
Yes.
Give me just a minute. We're adults. We're middle-aged adults. BRB.
And now we're on to poo.
Yes. Here we are. The little baby puppy was demanding my attention. The wife said he was sitting in there whining. So, here he is. He wanted to come in here and be small. There you go, buddy. I got you. Say hello to the world.
Papa.
My little buddy. Any hoots. So, forgot to tell you, we were watching. So we were watching this YouTube channel. There's this couple of dudes that do paranormal investigations.
Mm-hmm.
And BuzzFeed Unsolved. You ever watched it?
No.
No. Well, you get bored, check out BuzzFeed Unsolved on YouTube, and there's a couple of dudes that do like ghost hunts and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one dude, like a little Asian dude. He's perpetually just scared of everything. and then there's a tall white guy, and he is like not scared of any of it, doesn't believe in ghosts at all, and they're doing. So we started watching their live feed today on YouTube, and they're in a room doing EVP session. So they got the voice box or the spirit box going, and it says random words, right? And that's how you communicate with the ghost. And they're like, all right, so we got this machine going. So if you want to say anything, just come out and say it through this thing here. It'll tell us words, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, so the white dude just constantly talks shit. He's like, come on, you're a bitch ass. You ain't gonna come across here and scratch me in the eyes or nothing like that. Blah, blah, blah. He's always talking shit. And they're talking to the spirit box and said, all right, well, we're about to shut this off. So if you got anything you want to say, go on and say it. And it comes through the spirit box. Fuck you guys.
The first thing I'd say is, oi ghost, your mum. EC, that's the British way.
Yeah. But it was so funny because they do this entire episode to get a single EVP, and then they're running the spirit box. So you got one last chance to say what you want to say.
Ha 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 ha, that's amazing clap.
Fuck you guys. So it said. Then it went quiet. It was good stuff. Oh, quit your yawning. You're not scared. You weren't right where you want to be. Also, your package is in Oklahoma, and it should be there sometime next week. Yes.
Nice.
It's a couple shirts, and I hope they fit.
Sweet. I'm sure they will.
You see what I got to deal with constantly? I'm holding him up.
A Whittle astronaut.
I'm a size 10-year-old.
Well, the shirts we got are one is smaller than the other, so the smaller one's for you. I picked that one, and the bigger one's for Paul. They do have a tendency to shrink pretty badly, so I got you a size bigger.
Okay.
So it can shrink, and if not, then you'll just get a nice baggy shirt. Oh, jeez, this is what I have to live with constantly. This is only once. Want a small dog now, friend? So we are on to the investigation and the theories of the you ready to go now? Now that we're talking
Papa
about ghosts?
STAND.
Yes. He's a big boy. Ready to go? We go see Mom? You can come back anytime you want. I'll be right here, buddy. Tally ho. All right, so we are on the investigation theories. So, desperate for help, the family sought assistance from
Even bigger
paranormal
with your height
investigators.
added.
That's right. He's almost taller than me when he was standing on me.
Very smart.
One of the first to visit the house was renowned psychic investigator Harold Fisher, who conducted a series of seances in an attempt to communicate with the entity. So I have heard the name Harold Fisher a few times before. I couldn't put a finger on like one major incident that made him like famous, but he's kind of been here and there. Something
I haven't heard of him.
Like the Iggy Pop of paranormal investigation. We've all heard his name, but we probably couldn't name one of his songs.
I was like, that's a weird reference, but now it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody does know who Iggy Pop is. Many would have trouble naming a song.
I couldn't. No, absolutely not. And I think I have one of his albums on vinyl.
I don't think any of them are super.
He's a cutting fairies out and photographing them guy.
Yeah, maybe. He strikes me as the type of individual that would stoop to that.
I know what Iggy Pop looks like.
See? Yeah. See, you know what he looks like, but you couldn't name one of his songs. So we're dealing with the Iggy Pop of paranormal investigations here.
I couldn't tell you a single song.
Yeah.
See? Yeah.
So now I'm curious. Now I gotta know. Because his band was just his name, right?
No. He was in the Stooges.
Oh, yeah. So his top song is
the
called
Stooges.
Top song is called The Passenger. I just want to hear a little bit of it. Let me see.
They're not good. Unless you like the Stooges, in which case I'm sorry.
No.
No.
This is not good.
No.
It's like
I'm not
rockabilly.
Yeah, I'm not into it.
It reminds me of.
I think they called it punkabilly, but yeah.
Yeah. That's about what it sounds like. It sounds like punk rock trying to be rockabilly.
Pop punk, punkabilly.
There he is, young. Gross.
Not an improvement.
Nope. He got worse as he aged. Sorry, buddy. So.
It's like everyone in the Rolling Stones.
Right? Yeah, geez. Their mouths get bigger, but they just keep aging.
He has eyes like he enjoys speedballs and crack, despite being able to afford more expensive drugs.
This is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's his kind of class. Yeah.
Yeah,
because
he
pretty much can.
I think he's like 20 years sober, but he used to be hardcore into heroin.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he's always kind of he's
a little twitchy, little skinny,
geared for the rest of his life.
Can't sit still, always itchy.
Yeah, there was actually some new footage of him like a week or two ago from the Grammys? Question mark. And
that's how you know the Grammys are having trouble.
When they invited
He definitely has a heroin look.
No, that they even filmed it.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing was, he looked like he was like tweaking hard on the red carpet, bro. Like, dude showed up with I don't think he was even wearing a shirt underneath, like a jacket, like a suit jacket.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he never wears a shirt anyway.
Ha ha ha! When they invite Iggy Pop.
Yeah. He's his own organic perpetual motion machine.
Yeah. Absolutely.
He doesn't know what still is.
Yeah, he's got the.
I'd be shocked if he wasn't tweaking.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he's a no-shirt guy.
He's definitely got the meth vibe going, but he's not like Ozempic face or nothing. But he's definitely got the.
That we live in a culture where the Ozempic face is a relevant.
It's a thing
term.
now. Yeah, it's sad.
Relevant term. Yeah, I see it a lot around here. I'm like, you're on the thing, aren't you?
Really? Where you're at?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
It's very popular for folks because you know I know a lot of the business community, and you can just tell, you know, that stuff's not been out long, and people who have been historically overweight, I don't see them for a couple of months, and then all of a sudden.
They're looking like Skeletor.
They look a certain way, and you're like,
yeah,
you're on the thing.
You're on
the thing.
I mean, why the heck can you just get Ozempic like that? It's wild.
Because you can get all kinds of things that are not scheduled. As it's just that insurance won't pay for it. It's like $400 or $500 a shot.
Yeah, but apparently it works.
I mean, that's what I see. Looks like it does what they say it does.
I just need one to get rid of like 50 pounds and I'll be good. No, or like 30.
I just, you know, I went the, you know, the masochist way and decided to do 90 classes of yoga in 90 days. That was I just like the punishment, I guess.
Yeah, every now and again, I get in the conversation with people and I'm like, oh yeah, I used to do yoga, but I don't register in my brain that it's been almost 10 years since I've done a single pose. And then I'm like, cool, I can still do this. Shoot. And I go to do the fold behind my back.
Yeah.
I can still do it. But damn it, it
but
hurts.
even without insurance, it boggles my mind.
Yeah, I mean,
if you got money, you can get anything.
If things aren't scheduled, there's a whole, you know, if it has an off-label use for weight loss, I mean, the vast majority of Americans...
I'm like that with martial arts.
The vast majority
you feel
of people...
it right, H-A-H-A-H.
The vast majority of people in the United States qualify as overweight, so, you know, that's a registered use for it. Insurance just won't cover it, but it's a recognized use for it. So yeah, you can get it.
It's funny. Soya, you said it's funny. Soya said something about martial arts because I did. It was called Tung Sudo. I did it in middle school, and at the time I was like 12, and I was so flexible I could, you know, scratch my back with my foot. So 12, right? And you know, every now and again I get this. Yeah, I get this wild hair. I was like, yeah, I used to do martial arts, and I go do a kick, and I drop myself because I have no flexibility.
Pulls your back leg out from underneath you.
The foot goes up, but the rest of my body follows, and then I'm down. Yes, I've done it enough to embarrass myself to know not to do it anymore. Yeah, no more. I'm not as flexible as I used to be. 10 years I've really
How
dropped
about
off.
making your junk food shit and real ingredients affordable? How about that American government?
Yeah.
Oh, you know.
It's I'm
You know.
slowly breaking my way out of that cycle. It's early spring here, so the garden went in this weekend. So hopefully soon we'll be getting some fresh vegetables. Yeah, we had a
That's what
pretty
I
big
like.
garden. Pretty
That's
big
how
garden
it's
last
done in
year.
Europe.
I like pulling stuff out of the random vegetables out of the garden, then figuring out something to make that uses them all.
Yeah, I like the.
That's what I
I've
used to
had
do because you
American
never know
fast
what's
food.
ready.
It's so delicious.
It's designed that way.
So the vegetables
French
I grow.
fast food, disgusting.
Oh yes, I've heard Mick Royale with cheese. We've all seen Pulp Fiction. But the stuff we grow in the garden is stuff we use to complement food. So we'll be like, well, let's make chicken. What are we going to put with it? Well, I'm growing basil, and I got tomatoes, and I got a bell pepper. Chop it all up, mix it together. It's phenomenal.
British fast food, it's fine.
It's
It's fine.
It's fine. The three
Fine.
dots at the end of it. It's fine. ...
I
But
used to plant everything in the produce aisle except for
Oh my gosh, garden clap.
except for onions and leafy like greens. I used to plant
We-
everything except for the bulbs and the leafy stuff, only because
Ha ha ha.
it takes so long to grow.
Yeah,
I plant onions the season before, and the leafy stuff. More often than not, I got eaten by bugs because I wouldn't use any pesticide stuff.
Yeah.
All the lettuce got eaten, like almost, and cabbage. It all got eaten without remorse.
So we planted tomatoes, bell peppers, basil, broccoli, and I have 2 lemon trees and 2 strawberry plants from last year. And I'm gonna wait and see if my grapes
That's
come
why
back.
you get chickens.
Oh yeah,
geez.
old yard chickens.
Yeah, we would like chickens, but we don't have enough yard space for chickens. That's the problem. That we're in the middle of town.
Yeah.
And then when the chickens become a problem, you get foxes.
True.
Yeah, I'm far enough away from everything that I'm sure. Like I've seen. Well, no, I say that. I don't know, because most evenings when I'm coming home from work, there's an old soybean field like a quarter mile from my house here, like 25, 30 turkeys in the middle of the field, which is wild to me because back when I lived in Arkansas, you never saw that. Because as soon as anybody saw turkeys in Arkansas, they get shot.
It's horrendous if you have a neighbor with a cockerel.
Oh yes.
Soybeans.
We've got quite a lot of wildlife up on the
I grow in your state.
mountain that we live on, and so we have a ton of deer. We have 2 foxes, a big old fat groundhog, or woodchuck.
God.
Sorry, woodchuck. Big old fat woodchuck. A whole family of skunks, many a raccoon.
I haven't seen any
And,
skunks or raccoons here yet.
But no predators. So that's why we have so much wildlife. No predators, and everybody in Fayetteville leaves them alone.
OMG, you got some sounds going on. H-A-H-A-H-H-A.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right in the middle of town.
They don't call it the natural state for nothing.
No, they don't.
Deer and foxes yelling, woof.
Yes. Gus likes it a lot.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard foxes here yet, which is weird because when I lived in Arkansas, you heard them everywhere, even in town. Foxes all over the place. But here, lots of birds. Birds are like crazy, but I'm really close to the ocean here, so I don't think it's the right area for them.
We've also got a pack of coyotes in town.
In
town. You can hear them at night. Yep.
No way. They're too creepy.
Keep your cats inside.
Yeah, there's too many wild cats around here to be anything majorly predatorial around here.
Yeah, keep your cats inside. All right.
Sorry.
The ghosts.
So, let's get back to the investigation.
If you hear sounds like someone getting murdered for ages, that's probably a fox.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've heard them.
Yes.
It's not fun when you're taking the dog out in the middle of the night and that's all you hear in the pitch black. All right, so we were up to Harold Fisher. He claimed to have made contact with the spirit of a former resident The psychic medium who visited the house also corroborated this, stating that the disturbances were caused by the spirit of a
They
man.
scream right next to my window on the ground floor.
Nope. Nope. Wait, do I have that sound? No, but I got the. Stating that the disturbances were caused by the spirit of a man who once lived there and was enraged by the presence of the new occupants. In addition to psychic investigators, a team of parapsychologists from a local university conducted research in the house, setting up recording equipment, motion detectors, and electromagnetic field monitors. Also running parallel to Enfield poltergeist, which is what they did there.
Mm-hmm.
Over several nights, they documented unexplained cold spots, sudden spikes in electromagnetic activity, and even recorded a faint whispering sound that could not be traced to any living person, which I was not able to find that recording. Unfortunately, there is very little like real tangible evidence in this case. And I dug and tried to find that. The closest thing I could find was a movie that was made in like 2000 about this. And that was it. Yeah. On one occasion, a chair was observed moving on its own across the room, an event witnessed by both the researchers and the Johnson family. Further research into the house's history through local records and
There never is tangible evidence. Very annoying.
Yeah, that's the problem we run into with a lot of these. They're heavily documented. Like, people see stuff.
Yeah.
But we don't get the good photographs, videos, audio recordings. Sure, they say they got an audio recording, but we never get it.
Yeah.
Strangely enough, that's the one thing we didn't get with the Enfield poltergeist case was audio recording. Which
they made a lot of recording, but remember they kept it. They have it all in their archives, but it's not available. None of it's available to the public. That Center for Psychical Research.
Yes,
they have it all, but they don't. They don't. It's not like they have a YouTube channel,
right?
Wait, what's the point?
I know.
Yeah.
That's my thought. If I had a Center for Psychical Research, you don't have to put it up and say this is definitely a ghost. Be like, hey, this is what.
Here's our findings. Yeah.
Yeah. Plus,
absolutely.
It's been so long. Like, just put it
I
up.
have recordings, but no one can hear them. HMPH.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's probably to the point where they have recordings, sure, but if somebody decided to try to pick it apart, there would most likely be a logical, simple explanation for it, and they didn't want to hear it.
Yeah, there's also that. There's a lot of confirmation bias with the keeping of that stuff.
That's why
I have a recording of a ghost. No, you cannot hear it.
Yes, but I have one,
and it's real.
And it's real, absolutely
It's real.
Yeah, it's been listened to by 5 investigators, so it's true. It's real.
It's real. I mean, if you heard it, you would think it's real, but you can't hear it.
Yeah. But I'll show you a video of the audio. Right? And that's what you get. And that's what'll be released to the news.
It's real, I promise.
I promise.
Yeah, surely you'll take my word for it. I'm a paranormal investigator. Everything I say is true. Surely you must be joking.
Don't call me Shirley.
Fun fact. I think it was like the 25th anniversary of Airplane.
It's on my iTunes.
There you go. Yeah, because they were using iTunes in the 70s.
Yes.
It's like the 20 or 25th year anniversary of Airplane. They pushed out a special edition DVD, and it was called the Don't Call Me Shirley edition.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course it was.
Just saying. I grew up on this stuff. That's my stuff. That's my shit. So, further research into the house's history through local records and accounts from former neighbors revealed that a previous resident had indeed been a violent and angry man who alleged had a history of domestic abuse. Some theorists suggest that his lingering negative energy might have contributed to the poltergeist activity, which is interesting. So this is a very common thing among, I don't want to use the word explicitly, just paranormal investigations or poltergeist activities. But it's starting to strike me as a residual haunting.
There are a lot of angry old British pensioners.
Yeah.
In these cases that formerly lived at the residence.
Yeah, so residual hauntings is the most popular theory for poltergeist activity because it's not explicitly a negative entity that's causing what's happening in the house. It's residual because this person has a history of being
H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. There are so many angry old British pensioners.
I see. That's what I'm saying. That's how that's how it factors in. It's just there's a critical mass in Britain of angry old pensioners.
Yeah,
that's the problem. Yeah.
And so historically speaking, when it comes to residual hauntings,
they don't leave you alone even when they're dead.
Yes. So it's like limestone. I think it's limestone that stores psychic energy. So if there's a powerful event that happens, that psychic energy is stored in the limestone and causes a recording effect, which creates
limestone.
I don't know, but there is consistent historical references that have to do with limestone and some major traumatic event, i.e., the Civil War. That entire field, the battlefield of the Civil War, the one in Gettysburg, it's a major limestone bed. And they're saying that's why
I've heard about the natural storing of energies in natural stones theory.
Right. So limestone naturally stores psychic energy. So if something bad were to happen in a place, you get what's called a residual haunting. And this is where, do you need a minute to put your hoodie on? Because I'm going to run for a minute.
I mean, I was just trying to warm up my arms. They're really the part that's cold. So
okay.
I turned up the heat, but it hasn't helped yet. So
this is, I'm a firm believer of residual hauntings. It is a thing. I do believe it's a thing because you got to think about hauntings in a ballpark figures where, say, you're in a house that's built in the 1700s, but it has been remodeled, and every night at 2 a.m.
It's like a DVD menu screen on loop.
Yes. Every night at 2 a.m., you see a lady in a white dress floating down the hallway, and she floats through the wall. All right?
Okay.
Everybody knows about the lady in white that floats through the wall. But when you go back and look at the original floor plans of the building,
there was a door there.
There was a door there. So what you're looking at is a residual haunting of maybe the lady was running from somebody who was chasing her that killed her initially. What have you.
That could never be me as a ghost. I'm not punctual like that.
Right? So you see what I mean by residual hauntings is that it looks spooky to us because this lady in white is phasing through a wall. But if you, like the movie Lucy, let's scroll the timeline back to where the house was just built. There's a doorway there, and her movements make sense. All of a sudden, it's not so creepy. It's just the energy of what happened in the incident stored in the earth. It's like a playback.
I got
and it gets stronger the closer you get to the anniversary of the event.
Okay.
So that's what I feel like is the issue with here.
Suddenly it's confirmed.
Suddenly, pineapples. Douglas Adams, anybody?
Yeah.
Am I the only Douglas Adams fan on the planet?
No, I like Douglas Adams. I like Douglas Adams.
Suddenly, pineapples. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is my shit. But I feel like that's what we might be dealing with
Pineapples
here.
nods.
That's right, pineapples. I feel like, sure, we probably had an angry pensioner that, I'm going to use pensioner because it's been brought up twice now. an angry pensioner that was grumpy
Just
and
means
he
old
was
guy in British.
yeah, old guy in British, yeah. That he was recorded as abusive, a domestic abusive kind of fella. So there's a strong psychic energy there that, I don't know. Is there a way to pull up like a topography map of the UK and see if it's on limestone? I'm just curious.
Maybe.
You want to see if we can, look it up right quick?
USGS might have that, but there's no way you're going to find it in the course of this show because their stuff is incredibly dense and difficult to parse.
Basically sitting in his armchair at home, in a knitted vest, drinking beers.
Which, it's funny you say that because that was the Enfield poltergeist. It was a grumpy previous owner of the home.
We have limestone, I think.
He died in his armchair, and that's why they kept seeing him.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's why I mentioned the old guy thing, because it seems to be a common thread.
So GWOGLE says, yes, the UK is particularly the southern half and parts of Scotland have extensive limestone deposits. So we know from the beginning of the episode that Thornton Heath is on the southern half of the UK.
Oh, okay.
So
I've seen plenty of shale, slate on the coast.
That makes sense.
It says if you look at a geological map of the British Isles, you can scarcely miss the fact
Different
that
stone, but we got stone, bro.
You can scarcely miss the fact that the Carboniferous limestone covers more of these islands than any other formation. So there you go.
Hence all the British ghosting.
Exactly. So stands to reason within, we're pretty sure at this point that this house probably
Makes
sat
sense.
on a limestone deposit. Yeah. Depending on how angry this pensioner guy was, which he's British, so he surely must be pretty angry.
Repressed and angry.
My idea of what he looks like is the old man from Courage the Cowardly Dog with his jaw sticking out.
Oh, yeah.
Let me, hold on. Wait. I gotta find it now.
Oh, those pensioners are mad.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, H-A-H-A-H-A.
There was one of him on the couch.
Oh,
There's
was
one
there?
of him on the couch. Yeah, go back. There. There you go. That's how I imagine he sat every night.
There it is.
with
There's
there, just like that.
This is what I see.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Yeah. That's really showing my age. But that's what I think
Instead of overalls, knitted vest over a shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. This is what I see when they said there's an angry previous owner that had a history of domestic violence.
That's
right
what
there.
you see.
Yep. Except he's not yelling at a dog, he's yelling at his wife and his kid. Well, I don't know if he had a kid, but he's definitely angry and he's sitting in a chair, so this is what he's doing. So picture this guy when we talk about this ghost.
Of course he had a kid. He has one that doesn't know how good he's got it. Doesn't know how hard things was back in the day.
All right. Some theorists suggest that his lingering negative energy may have contributed to the poltergeist activity. Paranormal investigators proposed that the entity was a residual haunting. Oh, there we go. With intense emotions from a past imprinting on the environment, with others suggesting it was an intelligent spirit actively reacting to the family's presence. I'm already leaning towards residual haunting on this one. Irregardless, a haunting nonetheless. It's funny because I didn't fully read through my script here before.
Victor's called it.
I did. I called it, yeah. I read the signs. Be good at reading the signs and read the signs. That's what I do. Skeptics, on the other hand, argue that the events could have been caused by psychological factors, particularly poltergeist activities being linked to human agents under extreme emotional stress. Takes us back to the beginning of the episode where we talked about the young girl in the Enfield poltergeist.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say how old his son was. I could look it up, but I'm sure at this point it's probably around the same age as the girl from the Enfield poltergeist, 12, 13, 14. Which this would be kind of an outlier. It wouldn't necessarily fall into the category, I think, of a young teen showing parapsychological abilities, unknown parapsychological abilities. But it's interesting that this is brought up. The notion of recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis, RSPK, where individuals unknowingly manifest disturbances through subconscious energy, has been proposed as a possible explanation. So should we just wrap it up now? I mean, I said it. I said it like an hour ago.
Well, let's see what else they put forward.
All right. Psychologists who reviewed the case suggested that the stress of moving into a new home, combined with personal struggles within the family, could have contributed to hallucinations or exaggerated perceptions of natural occurrences. Despite these alternative explanations, no conclusive evidence was ever found to fully debunk
Cheap
or
viewers
confirm.
on streamwoo.com, remove the space at S7TKQ6woo. Are you kidding me? Thornton Heath in Croydon. Yeah, I'd be angry and stressed if I lived in Croydon too.
Okay, hold on. I gotta ban somebody.
Is it bad? What was
OMG,
that?
you got a bot. Clap.
I got a bot. I gotta ban somebody.
Yeah, it happens.
Oh, jeez. Oh, I can do it through OBS now. Cool.
Oh, that's nice.
Sweet. You're gone. Goodbye. Banned. All right. So you said, are you kidding me? Thornton Heath in Croydon.
Croydon's a crap hole.
Yeah, I'd be angry and stressed if I lived in Croydon too. Cool. So it's good to know that we've got somebody with a little bit of demographic information about the area. I don't know much about it personally. Like, if it were here, I could tell you probably about what the living situation
London's
would be like.
car park is how I heard it referred to growing up.
Oh no!
Dang! Ouch!
That's tough.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a rough description. London's
Jeez.
car park. Wow.
Ugh.
Okay.
That's
Well.
why he was grumpy and abusive. Might as
I've
well
heard
be
people
London,
with less excuse.
right? Might as well be London's toilet at this point. So, despite these alternative explanations, no conclusive evidence was ever found to fully
Absolutely.
debunk or confirm the supernatural claims, leaving the case open to interpretation. Desperate for help, the family sought assistance from paranormal investigators and spiritualists. One psychic medium who visited the house claimed that the disturbances were caused by the spirit of a man who had once lived in the house and was enraged by the new occupants. We're getting cyclical answers here. So that's the second psychic to say the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Further research. Oh no! Wow. Yeah, I'm getting. I got a whole paragraph from.
Did double over your script?
Yeah. Wow. Sorry. That's what I get for copying and pasting. Yeah, we're getting back to the angry previous owner.
Mm-hmm.
Leaving an imprint.
Could be worse. He could have lived in East London. I'm in West London, lol.
Punch. It's like the difference between North and South Little Rock.
There's a difference.
No, you're right. You're right. There's not a
Sorry, everybody that lives in Little Rock, but I hate Little Rock, so it's deal with it, live with it. It'll be fine.
It's a shit box. I'm glad
You'll be okay. You live there, make the best of it. God, it's terrible.
You're right. We're gonna burn for that one.
Yeah. No, I won't. I mean, any listeners that live up here near me are all be like, yeah, Little Rock's terrible. Anybody that's in
If you live
Arkansas.
there, why?
So
Well,
he
I
said,
mean-
if you live there, why?
Oh, I mean, it's. I don't know.
It's
So it was the
And
first.
also his condolences.
It was the first big city in Arkansas before there was any real money in Arkansas. So it grew up kind of haphazardly. So it's a big patchwork. Infrastructure's bad. It's
So
a lot
bad.
of, a lot of.
No, I know you don't live there, lol.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, a lot of. It's just it's a rough city for a city that's not very big. It's got a lot of big.
Or do you still live there?
No, it's got a lot of big metropolis problems.
Yeah.
For a city that's nowhere near big enough to have them.
It reminded me of the Arkansas version of Detroit.
Yeah, that's a great description.
Yeah.
That's a great description. Yeah,
It reminds me of the clip of I think it was Robot Chicken, where they were spoofing
Needs a
War of the-
Batman.
Yeah,
Yes.
It needs like 5 or 6 Batmen.
yes.
They were spoofing War of the Worlds, and they're
Okay.
like, we've got live feed from, or we've got video from Detroit where there's stuff going on. And it shows the city. It shows the city burning and
Ha
like
ha
there's
ha
smoke.
needs a team of Batman.
Yeah.
It shows like the city burning and smoke blowing up and then sirens going off. And like, now here's a live footage, and it's the same
Oh, yeah.
footage. It's just got the alien tripod
Yeah.
standing in the middle. It's the
Yeah.
same. Sirens
Yeah.
going off, smoke going off, burning, or buildings burning. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a shitbox. It's not a great place. So, However-
H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A.
the notion of recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis RSPK, where individuals unknowingly manifest disturbances through subconscious energy, is the strongest and most highly
Aliens
proposed.
wouldn't land there.
No, they wouldn't. If they did, we wouldn't know about it because they would die immediately.
I mean, I won't land there, so
No,
I would hope highly intelligent beings didn't either.
But RSPK is the most.
And if they did, their ships would get stripped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever seen UFOs
Instantly.
sitting on blocks? Go to Detroit.
Yeah.
You'll find one.
Got it. Yeah, exactly.
Ha ha ha, maybe they have been landing there.
Maybe they have been. Maybe that's why we haven't seen them because they're like, oh, look, that's a big city. Let's go
Let's
there.
land there.
And they go and immediately get jacked, and then they can't leave, and then they die because there's no like, I don't know what they breathe, helium in the atmosphere.
Exactly.
Bibbidi bibbidi. Cork on flaxon. We can't
Rookie
breathe.
mistake.
Rookie mistake. Yeah. So
They get mugged.
they did, yes, and their UFO is sitting on blocks. Can you imagine a UFO sitting on cinder blocks with their grav engines removed?
Yeah, just sitting. They
With their
stripped all the
injured-
copper out of them.
with all the
And there's youths walking around getting high off of their helium suits.
yeah, that's right. So then it begs the question: are there like nitrous suits? Do they breathe like nitrous oxide? And that's why they jacked the UFOs. And there's just kids walking around in Detroit getting high off of alien suits because they landed there.
I wish somebody had said the word nitrous oxide suit when I was in my early 20s. I would have instantly had a weekend project.
Ha 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 ha, that's gotta be it.
Now we know. Now we know why UFOs have not really been substantiated because they keep getting stuck in Detroit.
I would have called 3 people and been like, I have this idea. Just now hear me out.
Yeah. Write it down.
2 words. Nitrous oxide suit.
Oh my gosh. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's
Nice.
go.
Yeah.
All right. So the haunting reportedly lasted nearly 4 years, with the activity
Wow.
peaking before gradually subsiding. After seeking religious intervention and conducting a s-
H-A-H-A-H-A-H, and you've got a plastic bag taped to your head, with a tube feeding into it, attached to a canister of nitro.
Yeah, I mean, we would have gotten a little more into it than that because once with me and the guys that I grew up with, if I had said nitrous oxide suit, they'd have been like, I mean, can we find a space helmet? I'm like, I mean, I feel like I mean, it doesn't have to work for space, but it needs to look like a space helmet. Yeah, I think we can do that.
It doesn't need
Okay,
to
a
work.
whole ass trash bag then. Then.
Oh, the TTS was great. It was like quid pro quo. The quid pro quo. that
Fishbowl,
was good.
take to a garbage bag.
Yeah, I mean, closer
Yeah.
to that. Yeah, I mean, who didn't know a buddy with a gas mask bong? Like, you know. So I mean, you know, I have like.
Oh, dropping stuff. There we go. Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
like we could take this off. It threads in. We could.
Yeah.
do all
Yeah.
sorts of
See,
stuff.
Ha ha ha, I didn't, but sure.
Yeah.
this
like,
used
I
to be.
could-
This
Okay,
used to be
now
my
I do.
master performing whenever I used to paint live and do the abstract stuff.
Now I know
Oh,
two
yeah.
guys.
I had this with, but yeah, I had this with black lights behind the eyes. Yeah. Look, if you didn't own a gas mask growing up, I didn't probably know you. If you didn't go to the Army surplus store and buy a gas mask, I didn't know you.
Yeah, this is Soviet era. This is like I shouldn't have the lid off on this, but I do. It's got asbestos in it. But
I mean, I
I
guess
don't
you
wear
don't-
this.
I mean, I guess, you know, you don't die from the mustard gas. For
That's
two
my-
reasons.
One of my crown jewels. I love that thing. I got it for like $10. At a
Yeah, because
junction.
it has asbestos in it.
Oh, nice. Mesothelioma machine.
Have I been sitting in this the whole time?
I mean,
I was
you
wondering what-
couldn't tell.
I was wondering why my chair felt weird. Anywho,
Apply the asbestos directly.
In the
Yes.
world of Grinder, we would call you a pro.
Thank you.
Have I been sitting on that?
Have I? Did I just slide down the bar stool?
Grinder notification goes off.
Oh.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Need to do some man kegels or something.
Here we go. Oh, excuse me.
Nice.
Hey man, I think I forgot something in your ass.
Where'd my watch go?
Where'd my watch go? Oh my god.
Wasn't I wearing a watch?
Wasn't I?
Wasn't I?
Wasn't I?
Wasn't I?
Wasn't I? Question mark. Oh geez. Yeah, this is the fuel this podcast runs on. Wait.
Haha, is it weird that I know that was definitely not the grinder noise?
Oh,
H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H,
Nice.
where's my arm gone?
Nice.
oh, excuse me. My phone's going off. Hold on.
Ghosts and fisting jokes. Nice clap.
Yeah, those are my favorite golf clap. Wait, do I have a... What do I got?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of limited here. I don't have...
We don't
This is a
have
very-
soundbite for that.
This is a very, very catered sound effect, and I don't have it. I'm sorry.
Who are you calling a cootie queen, you lint liquor?
There you go. That's close enough. All right. So,
Does anyone ever report a ghost fisting, or is that like enjoyable and therefore unreported?
Oh,
no,
probably
no,
unreported.
probably, yeah, absolutely
It's
unreported.
probably unreported. They don't want to scare them away.
Yeah, they're having too good of a time that they're like, if I report this, the
Clap
creature's going to
best
show
sound
up.
effects.
And thank you. I worked hard on these sound effects. Just like I worked hard on this. Or not hard at all. Second nature.
The crickets.
All right.
Yeah, preacher's gonna make it stop, which we don't want.
Yeah. So the preacher shows up, makes it go away. That's not what they want. They're definitely keeping their ghost around for that reason. So after 4 years, the house returned to normal and no further paranormal activity was reported. After moving out in late 1975, the Johnsons never experienced similar disturbances again, leading some researchers to speculate that the entity was tied specifically to the house rather than the individuals. In later interviews, the family members described a sense of relief after leaving, though they remained haunted by the memories of their
And now I'm
experience.
thinking about ghost resumes again.
Yes.
What is your ghost ability again?
It's spectral fist. Oh, is that where you punch somebody with like spectral energy? No.
No, it's like, this is you, this is me. Do you get it?
Be like Ghost Fist. That sounds like something out of Street Fighter. It's not like Street Fighter.
Nothing like Street Fighter at all.
It's not like
Ha
Street
ha ha,
Fighter.
spectral fisting.
There's a quote. Quote us on that. Apple Podcast. And to think that just today I realized that Apple Podcast gave us a clean rating. Yeah. Oh, don't spill your drink now.
That's just
Spectral
so
reach
funny.
around.
Ah,
I could go on for days.
No, it's good. Keep it going. It's good.
it says here you're a trombonist.
Oh well, that's ruined now.
Was it? Was
Is it the
was
rusty persuasion?
Is that left over from your your previous life? No, I wish that weren't one of my skills. Yeah. Can you show me? I
Your
mean,
clean
I'd
rating.
rather not. I'd rather not.
Yeah. So he says the clean rating is ruined now.
H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A.
Yes. Yeah. Not. We
Toot,
like to
toot,
make
toot.
clean, we like to make clean things dirty.
Toot toot toot. All right. I completely lost track. The rusty trombone joke threw me. In later interviews, family members described a sense of relief after leaving the house. They remained haunted by the memories of their experiences.
Anyway.
They firmly believed, yes. Any hoots. They firmly believed that whatever force had tormented them was bound to that location and had no influence over them once they relocated. The subsequent residents of the home did not report any unusual activity, further deepening the mystery. In conclusion, the Thornton Heath poltergeist remains one of the most terrifying and mysterious cases of paranormal activity in British history. Though skeptics offer alternative explanations, the sheer intensity of the events and the number of witnesses make it difficult to dismiss outright. Whether a product of supernatural forces, psychological phenomena, or an elaborate hoax, the story of the Thornton Heath poltergeist continues to fascinate paranormal researchers and skeptics alike. Proponents of the paranormal interpretation. Hold on.
We're here for you.
Thank you.
Interpolation.
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 That's what I thought it was. Interpolation.
Yeah.
Proponents of the paranormal interpretation point to the physical attacks witnessed
Reassuring Pat.
by witnessed apparitions.
Reassuring Pat.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was good. That was good. Well timed.
It was wonderful, wasn't it?
Well timed.
Proponents of the paranormal interpretation point to the physical attacks witnessed by skeptics. However, they argue that the stress-induced psychological factors or environment influences such as structural issues in the house could explain the reported events. Ultimately, the case remained unsolved, leaving room for speculation and ongoing debate. It serves as a haunting reminder of the unknown forces that may exist just beyond the veil of our understanding. There you go.
Very nice.
Thank you. How about Do a theremin?
Structural
There you
issues.
go.
They had subsidence.
Yeah, it's funny that they mentioned the structural issues of the house being a stress inducer, but they didn't tell the investigators about it, and it didn't come up in any research.
Yeah, I mean, structural issues in the house could account for sounds and weird noises. Like, houses can make a lot of sounds, more than just creaks and knocks. But
Sure.
it doesn't really account for cold spots and furniture moving. It said that the people and the investigators both saw a chair move across the room, was the description. Across the room.
Yes.
I don't think it'd have to be some pretty crazy structural problems to move the chair across the room. So I don't know. I don't know about that, but
I was hoping to find like the address of the house and pull it up.
Ha ha ha, Leaning Tower of Pisa level of subsidence would create moving furniture.
Let's see. All right, so we got a road. Let's just drop in, look at street view.
oh, okay. So it's another set of row houses, just like
Just like the
one.
infield.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Just like it.
Okay.
Post World War II stuff.
Yeah. I mean, we're looking at an ocean of concrete.
Looks
at this
like a
point.
normal road, lol.
Yeah, so I don't see. I mean,
Yeah, most of London looks like this.
Well, yeah, because
So-
it all had to be rebuilt after it was flattened.
It's only
So-
central looks different.
Yeah.
Different.
so I'm wondering, are these houses wooden structures? Where I'm seeing a lot of brick. I'm wondering
I
if a
think
lot of
they're
these
brick and
homes are.
painted brick.
I wonder if these are all brick underneath.
Those houses are 60s, 70s builds.
All right, So
Ah.
yeah, so 60s, 70s. We're talking at the most. The house is 10 years old. Why would it be having structural issues?
Yeah, I don't know about structural issues. I'm not really inclined to go with that one, but
It makes me wonder if they were thinking that was just an easy out.
yeah, I mean, if you're not open at all to having a conversation about it, you're going to come up with all sorts of things that are the reason why it can't be, why it'd be
Subsidence,
anything
dude.
other. Yeah, why it'd be anything other than, paranormal. I'm not saying that, you just have to believe it just because somebody said there was a paranormal occurrence. But if a lot of people go in there and come out and say, yeah, there's something weird going on there, I think at some point, maybe at least hear them out.
Right. I mean, so I have an idea
Okay.
of what I think happened here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want
But it's
to
the law
say?
to believe in paranormal activity here.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to say what you think you believe first?
Sure.
And in the meantime, Soya, do you want to type up what you think? Because I'm curious what you think. Go ahead, Aeon. Let's hear what you think.
So this feels like, given the length of time, right? Enfield was pretty short.
Yeah.
Right? The length of time we're talking about for the investigation is pretty short.
I think it was 18 months.
Yeah. This was 4 years.
Yeah.
Right? 4 years of this stuff going on.
I think
And-
Harold likes money.
And it it seems like it doesn't seem like it certainly didn't get the worldwide fame that the Enfield poltergeist did, right? Like
Yeah.
it went through British media and that went across Europe and even the couple, that couple, the paranormal couple,
Yeah.
Ed and Lorraine, they heard about it and flew there to check it out. Like, so it got a lot of publicity really quickly. This really didn't. And to keep it going for 4 years over just publicity, I mean, it didn't seem like it got that much. At least based on this, but there was a whole lot more investigation than Enfield.
Yeah.
I think now I'm not going to speculate as to what kind of
Flop.
as to what kind of
Yeah.
activity they had. right? Like, was it from the kid? Was it from residual? Was it from a spirit? I don't know, because I think we're missing enough stuff for us to like guess on that. But I do feel like something was going on here. I feel like there was a lot more sketchy stuff from the investigators in the other one. Here, I think we have a lot of people saying, claiming they saw some very real things that would be hard to fake. To fake out the researchers. Not saying it can't be done, but I mean, I think it's plausible. I think it's plausible that it was some sort of some kind of haunting or some kind of disturbance. I guess disturbance would be the right word for it.
Okay. I'm gonna say,
I think it's plausible.
I see that Paul has joined the stream. I see you, Paul. Hello. I saw you joined. I see we have 2 viewers. I'm watching you. So, my idea is we are dealing with a compound of 2
Paul
things.
Waves.
Paul Waves. Yeah, that was Sawyer. That was not Paul. We're dealing with a compound of 2 things. We could very possibly be dealing with a residual haunting.
Mm-hmm.
And what do they call it? The RSPK, the recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis. Oh, there's Paul. Hello, Paul. We're dealing with RSPK and residual haunting here. I think, as a whole, the people of UK were probably tired and done with the paranormal stuff, which is why you didn't see a lot of this in the news. Because this, I have a feeling this came after the Enfield poltergeist stuff, because it lasted 4 years. So, I think we're dealing with residual and RSPK. We don't get an age on the sun. However, there are recorded instances where the sun, I say the sun. Statistically, we get RSPK from younger girls of the family. However, we do know that there was a young boy in the household, and we do know that after 4 years, the haunting seemed to stop.
So you're thinking he aged up?
So I'm thinking, let's say it started at 12, 13. So there's going to be 16, 17, 18 years old. RSPK would have dropped off.
Okay.
Plus, it's compounding with the residual haunting from this previous owner. This guy right here. So RSPK compounded with the grumpy guy from Kurt's Cowardly Dog. I think we're seeing something that's building at an exponential rate. So maybe it's, one is playing off of the other. You see what I'm saying? So like one by itself is good, or one is okay. It's doable. But if you put the 2 together...
H-A-H-A-H-A-H, angry pensioner.
Angry pensioner.
Yes, angry pensioner.
So put an angry pensioner residual haunting with a child with RSPK, and you get a crazy haunting that's going to last 4 years. And but on the flip side of that, I do see, why don't we have any photograph, video evidence? Let us hear the audio clip. But I don't know. It's hard to say if the evidence presented tonight was enough. But in my heart of hearts, I do feel like that there was something legitimately paranormal going on here.
When was this haunting, by the way?
This was the 1970s. We're guessing, or I'm guessing, this was shortly after the Enfield poltergeist incident in early 1971. So I think at the beginning we said 1971 is when it started. Yes, August of 1971. So I think it was it February of 1971 when the Enfield stuff started? Or March?
I definitely don't remember.
I want to say that the Enfield poltergeist stuff started in 1970 and progressed into 71, but stopped pretty, I think we were like a year and a half.
Okay.
So right about the time the Enfield poltergeist stuff stopped, this stuff started. I'm not saying they're connected. I'm saying that it's not reported on because people were tired of the Enfield poltergeist stuff, and they're like, "Oh, well, it's just another poltergeist that nobody wants to talk about." See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like if you keep hearing about explosions happening, after a while, the explosions happening become kind of boring.
Right. Media saturation.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So, I think there was something paranormal here. And I do believe it was a compounding of a residual haunting with the RSPK. So I want to say...
Well, recording equipment would have been pricey then.
Yes.
Yeah. And good recording equipment was not a thing.
Yeah, absolutely. We this is something we touched on last week. The Amityville house was...
Yeah.
This was the same time frame, within 5 or 6 years. And... they were using infrared film, and it would have cost upward of $1,000 a roll of film. So
$1,000 for the camera, $50 a roll.
Oh, right.
If it caught anything, and if you didn't have a problem developing it.
Right. Yes, because
very
it was
very touchy stuff to do. Yeah.
So
woof back then.
Right. So I'm gonna say that this was legitimately paranormal. Because mostly, let's look at our first rule about anything that we investigate. Who's making money off of it? And this is something I didn't bring up intentionally until the end, is they did not make a movie until 2010. And it was like
a no book.
It wasn't even like an A or B movie. It was like a C movie. Like the budget
somebody scratching for something they didn't have to buy the rights for.
Yeah, it was. I think the budget for the movie in 2010 was like $150,000. So, yeah,
that's like equipment and editing.
Exactly. Yeah. So I don't see that.
Want their name on something.
Obviously, the only one probably alive.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, probably the only person alive at this point would be the son, and he's in his 50s.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't see anybody making money directly, and I have already looked up on Google Maps Thornton Heath poltergeist. We couldn't even find the address. So,
I think it's. I think there was something weird going on. I think it's a plausible haunting. I think we're kind of lacking some stuff to be like, yeah, definitely. But I think there was probably something weird going on. I think his family was going through something. So, and I think it was paranormal. So you can give it a ding.
Let's give it a ding.
Give her a ding. Yeah.
You got a ding. Let's give it another ding. Have another one. One more. There you go. We got a ding. So that one. So it's funny that we think this one is real, as opposed to the Enfield, because the Enfield had more evidence.
Yeah, but it was really bad.
It was really bad.
They were pushing really hard to be like, this makes it real, and it was bad. It was just bad, and so them pushing it like that made it seem like they were making a fame grab.
Yeah.
For like we discovered the first poltergeist. I think that was what turned me off of it. Was that they just pushed a lot of nothing photos forward as like, this is definitive proof, and it wasn't proof of anything.
Yeah.
So it seemed like they just had a real confirmation bias over, and trying to get famous is what it seemed like. So
yeah,
it defeated the first. They ran right up against the first rule.
So let me run to the bathroom right quick, and we'll do our closing statements. Oh, sorry, I gotta go. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm back. My liquid containment system has been purged. Oh, all right. So, we agree that something truly paranormal happened here. And this makes me happy because this was...
Clap.
I feel better about this one than I do the Enfield.
Yeah.
Piss
Not
decanted.
Yes, that's right. Not explicitly because the photographic evidence from Enfield was flimsy at best, but we're not checking that box, the who's making money box. That they didn't make a movie about this until 15 years ago, from the 70s. So, yeah, we gave it a ding. This is yeah, it's just it sucks because I've looked up research about this. I couldn't even find pictures of the house, couldn't find the address. It's helpful for us even if we see the house today. Like we said, and the Amityville house was true, right? We gave it a ding last week, didn't we?
Yeah, we gave it the ding.
Yeah, because one of the contributing factors was the fact that we looked it up on Google Maps, and it was blurred out, which means they don't want people around. And we looked up
a lot of time to make it disappear.
Yeah, and it's not quick and easy. It's a very time-consuming process. You could also say that about this case because we tried to find the address, we couldn't find it. Give me a few hours, I could probably find it. I don't know that it's worth digging it up, to be honest. And
I think it just never had a whole lot of fame, and so nobody's really marked it
right
as as an important site. I mean, it barely made it into the legends and lores of paranormal activity. Mostly, I think, like you said, because of timing.
Right. Yeah. So to say we get a tsunami tomorrow,
and it sounds like too nobody called the media and tried to make it a thing. Right.
Yeah.
Whereas they spent a lot of time calling the newspaper and getting the newspaper to come and watch and all that at Enfield. They spent a lot of time publicizing it in the midst of the investigation, which immediately taints the investigation.
Yes.
Right. The fact that that's also your focus. Yeah. I immediately think you're running a con.
So on the flip side of that coin is, maybe they did contact the press, but the press was like, you know what, we've already dealt with this.
The more fuss, the less plausible.
Yeah, exactly. The more fuss, the less possible.
Yeah.
They may have contacted the press and said, hey, we've got a thing going on, and they probably said, we dealt with that with the Enfield. We're okay. We don't need to cover it.
Maybe.
And they told him to shove off.
Hard to really know. Yeah, it's hard to really know.
Exactly. So it's like I couldn't find newspaper clippings of this. Nothing. Very, very few legitimate sources, but there's tons of stuff. Like books were written about this through the perspective of investigators or people later researching what investigators wrote about. The movie, I couldn't even find the full version of the movie because my plan was to watch the movie today, and I couldn't even find the movie. It was so obscure. I think it did a 13% on Rotten Tomatoes, which is bad. Really bad. Yeah. So, a budget of $150,000. How good could it be?
Blair Witch bad.
You say that. I like the Blair Witch.
No, I mean budget-wise.
Oh, right. Well, yeah. I mean, Blair Witch is going for low budget. That was the thing.
Yeah.
But it's a piece of me that feels like what would have happened if they had reached out and got somebody from the press to pick up the story. would it have turned into an Enfield situation?
No way to know.
Yeah. Like, I don't think Ed and Lorraine Warren would have come back to England so shortly after, the Enfield situation. But it's hard to say, but I feel better about this than I do the Enfield poltergeist situation. And it is interesting and affirming because the research came up with the RSPK stuff on its own. Yeah. As opposed to me having to try to piece it together like I did with the Enfield stuff.
Right.
So I think this was good. This was a good one. I feel good about this week. This week was a good one. Yeah. So, what are you thinking for next week?
For next week, well, we can either do a UFO one, or you have a. I know you have another one prepared. Don't
I think this was my last one that I had already prepared. Let me look.
Just a moment.
Oh no. He's left us. Welcome back.
Right.
Oh, no, we have already done Bentwater. That was the first episode of season 2. Nope, that's the Nightcrawler. No, I don't have anything extra. All my backup episodes have been burned at this point.
Okay, then we probably need to do a UFO one, I think.
Okay. What's the date? 16. So we will get one more episode before Rapid Fire. So we're gonna shoot for UFO. Hey, it's Paul. Hey. Where do we go? Hey, Paul.
Hey there.
Hello, greetings.
Waving.
So he's here. Glad to see you. How are you, friend?
I'm good. I had to get ready for a trial.
Ha ha
you
ha,
good?
klaxons.
Klaxons. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. I saw your chats earlier. I called you out.
I know, I heard you. Sort of.
So we did the Thornton Heath poltergeist. You missed it, and you missed our lack of evidence. But
All
we still,
working.
yeah. But we still came down on a definitive, unanimous yes that this was a true poltergeist incident, as opposed to the Enfield poltergeist incident, which was, I think, what did we say, within a year of. So the Enfield poltergeist happened in early 1970.
Paul, ghosts, yes or no?
So Enfield poltergeist happened.
I'd
Yeah.
like to believe it.
Paul never believes.
I don't
No.
know.
Paul never believes. Paul doesn't think anything paranormal ever happened.
Tonight was a good one. I think tonight was a good one. I feel like its lack of evidence played into the fact that it was more truly paranormal than the Enfield poltergeist.
H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A non-believer.
Yeah, a true lack of evidence really played in the favor of this poltergeist case as opposed to Enfield, because it happened so close within a time frame and location of the Enfield poltergeist that we can't help but draw the correlation. But I think we came down unanimously that this one was truly paranormal, but because it was so close to the proximity of the Enfield poltergeist that it kind of got what's the figure of speech when something happens after a major event? It's I keep wanting to say Enfield Poltergeist was in the limelight, but this one was in like the background.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Also, I think people kept expecting something big in the media because they kept inviting him over to Enfield. Then just there was never anything. So
yes, definitely. By the time this one
Boy
happened,
Who Cried Wolf kind of situation.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah.
Overshadowed.
That's
There
the
you
word.
go.
Yes, yes. This one was definitely overshadowed by the Enfield Poltergeist. That by the time the Enfield Poltergeist case came and went, everybody was tired and done with it. And when the same thing started happening to somebody in the southern part of England, they were just done with it. So, but we did agree that this is what an angry pensioner in England looks like. So.
So I guess we haven't done a UFO one in a while, so we probably need to do something UFO.
Yeah. We'll do a UFO next week.
Yeah, there were probably so many news reports post popular ghost story.
Right.
Yeah, I think so.
So next week we'll do UFO, and week after will be rapid fire, which I've been sending them.
Have you?
I've been sending them. Yeah. It's ridiculous. As soon as I send to the podcast account, as soon as I click send, I get a notification, and the next thing you know, I've got 25 notifications stacked, ready to go.
The UFOS landing in Detroit getting mugged.
Yes. Next week we will cover the UFOs landing and getting stuck on blocks in Detroit next week. That'll be next week's episode. So, well, Paul came just in time to hear our closing statements. Aeon, do you want to carry us out with?
Have you guys ever
amazing-
discussed personal paranormal experiences?
Ooh, yes, we have.
We have.
You
They're
have
sprinkled in through the other episodes. Yeah.
You've
I
missed
talked
the-
about some of the stuff we had in our house, like when we first got Gus, him barking at corners of the house, and and we've heard stuff. We've heard stuff before, weird stuff. Never enough to be like, oh my god, there's somebody. But you know, Paul's gotten up to like look around the house before because he thought he heard someone talking or footsteps upstairs. It was footsteps, wasn't it? Yeah, and the it's me, him, and the dog. So, and we're all in the bedroom. Yeah. You know, so yeah, we've had some stuff. And it's gotten sprinkled in through other episodes.
Have I ever told you guys the scratch story?
Yes, you showed us pictures. Yes, it was in one of the other episodes as well.
Yeah, did I tell you about my neighbor passing afterwards?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You told us the story. Yep.
Dang.
Yeah.
I'm running out of good ones.
Well, most people are lucky to have a single one in their life, let alone, a library of them.
Yeah, I don't want to say I've got a library, but I've got a few.
So we've covered a lot of important things tonight, a lot of new concepts. We covered RSPK, which is not something that we've talked about a whole lot, as a possible explanation for some paranormal occurrences, which I guess is parapsychological,
right?
But still, perceived like a haunting. And we haven't really covered a lot residual hauntings before. We covered trans paranormal sexual orientations and
mysterious objects in the chair.
Mysterious objects in the chair. But we hit on something really important tonight that I think we skimmed past. That I think is a really great business opportunity. So So this could be a service you might
Ghostly
add
grinder
to say,
notifications go off.
this is something you could add to maybe funeral homes have a thing that they call afterlife care. Isn't that what they call it? Death care. I thought they called it something more elegant than death care. Anyway, And it's about, picking out your casket ahead of time and making sure that
Pre-need.
pre-need. See, I knew they didn't
Oh,
call it death care. Yeah, anyway, pre-need. So it's where you pick out your casket and you have it paid for. You have a payment plan or whatever, so your loved ones don't have
Afterlife
to
care.
do. Yeah, afterlife care. So, so now we're coming on to my business plan,
Oh,
which is afterlife care. So, have you ever sat around and made plans for should you become a haunting? Have you made plans for
Death
what
choices.
what your ghostly manifestations will be? If you haven't thought about it now is a great time to think about it. Are you a cold spots and voices in the other room kind of haunting? Or do you want to be a
Please
telekinesis?
send in your ghost resumes.
Right. Do you want to be a telekinesis and like winds with no doors open kind of haunting? Like, what's your flavor? Because if you haven't thought about it, they're gonna pick it for you. So now is a great time to consider what sort of haunting do you want to be in the afterlife. If it happens, it might not happen, but you got to plan for everything.
I want to be the pissing pants ghost.
Right. So these are the hard questions that we tackle here on this show. And if you want some more great
Ghost
ideas,
resume writer service.
if you want some more great ideas for how to be your most effective paranormal self, your true paranormal self, you should follow us.
Beyond the shadows. Did I go cross-eyed? Oh, geez.
Little.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everybody, to this week's episode of Beyond the Shadows podcast. We are your intrepid paranormal investigators. I myself am Victus.
I'm Aeon.
And I'm Paul.
And we are here to talk about something amazing tonight.
This is a good one. I can't believe we didn't think of this before.
Yeah, I thought about, I got an idea what I want to do for the next episode while I was researching this one.
Good.
And piece of me thinks that Paul's going to have some input on this. I don't know why, but like my intuition is telling me that Paul's going to have input.
On the next one?
Yeah. Do you want to know now or do you want to wait to the end? You want to know?
Now.
Okay.
We want to know now.
And you want to know now? We're going to do, next week will be MK Ultra.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My jam.
Paul's shaking his head. What do you know about MK Ultra, Paul?
Well, listen, ancient alien theorists suggest that.
Jeez.
I'm going to get my hair all crazy. It's going to be amazing.
I need to, you know what? I wonder if I have time to quickly find an audio clip of dude saying ancient astronaut theorists suggest. Let me just see if I can find it right quick. How was your weeks? Tell me about your week while I look this up.
It was all right. I finished a whole lot of stuff on that painting I'm working on. I finished some big areas, and now I'm making a model of the rings, the big power rings, so I can get the lighting right on them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I was doing today, was straightening out clear and non-clear tubing to make it look like those sections are floating around the non-existent core. So.
Okay, well,
we had to get Paul a new car.
Oh yeah, yeah. How you like the new car?
It's okay.
Just okay.
It'll do. Quite sufficient.
Every day is like, man, this car's so nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but it was like to have a nice car.
My wife, her car. So for those that don't know, my wife's last car was a 2008 Volkswagen Beetle, and the engine control module went out, which it's $1,000, and as crappily as the vehicle ran, like, well, think maybe it's time to upgrade. So she got a 2022 Chevy Trax, and this is her first vehicle with a smart entertainment system. And she was telling me one day, she's like, I don't know what happened. I plugged in my phone and a map came up, and all. I was like, that's Apple CarPlay. That's what it does.
That is Apple CarPlay. That's funny.
I said, welcome to the world.
Well, I thought I was turning on the turn signal the other day, and the car suddenly became possessed to the devil and sped up. But turns out it was really just the cruise control. I was almost going to call Andrew and say the car's possessed to the devil.
And then he realized it was the wrong of one of the 4 stalks around the steering wheel.
There's one of my coworkers, his wife got a new car, and he said that he could keep it in cruise control, and that has sensors in the front of the vehicle that when he gets close to another car, it'll keep pace with that car.
Yeah.
And that's the first time I'd heard about that. I thought that was pretty cool. Technology these days, man. My car's from 2013, so it doesn't do all this fancy stuff. I'm lucky that it beeps when I back up and get too close to something.
I was say my 07, the newest thing in it is the stereo. Everything else is still from 07.
Yeah. I recently learned that my car, I mean, y'all have seen my car, has a factory 6-inch subwoofer in it. I did not know. I couldn't figure out why the speaker sounded so good. I was like, why? I was like, okay, I want to put a little speaker in the back.
To cover up all the bad mechanical noise.
It's my mom called my car a sewing machine because that's what it sounds like when it's idling. Really loud lifters on that thing all the time. That's just the way they are.
I did have a kid back up to me in a parking lot, back into the front of my car in a parking lot.
Oh no!
Yeah, it was fine. His was not.
That's what it was like when I drove my Lincoln. So I had an '87 town car. That was my first car, and y'all seen the Lincoln Lawyer?
Yeah,
that's the car I drove. That was the car that he drives around in is the car that I had, and it is a solid steel monstrosity. And I had a brand new Chevy Silverado back into it. It practically totaled his Chevy. Like tailgate fell off, all sorts of stuff, crushed the whole back end of his truck. There wasn't a scratch on my car. He was like, "How is your car in such good shape?" I was like, "It's a solid steel car. You just ran into a 3-inch thick piece of steel on the front that just happens to be chrome plated."
Yeah, it's still a body on frame car then. Like it was, wasn't even unibody yet.
Yeah,
yeah.
It
So
was...
he backed into that giant steel bumper I made on the front, and it's high enough that he ran into the bumper, but it crushed his whole.
No.
It was a 4Runner, so it crushed the whole taillight and the steel around it. And I was man, I guess it sits a little higher than I thought because those aren't low.
I see 4Runners all the time, and I'm like, "Oh, wait, that's what you got." No, you have an Xterra?
Yeah, I have an Xterra. We also have a 4Runner. We have a 05 4Runner, and I've got an 07 Xterra.
I see Xterras all the time, and I'm like, okay. Yep. Those aren't too bad of vehicles. Not really.
They're fun. They're fun. They're fun. If you like a simple car that doesn't tell you what to do, that's what I like about it. Like a whole bunch of lights can be on the dash, and it still is going to let you drive and do whatever. Just like, hey, we just don't have any assistance, so just just FYI, do whatever you want. But we checked out, so just so you're aware. Same with the 4Runner. It doesn't care. The other day, it said like traction control and 4-wheel drive, like all kinds of stuff was the lights were on from like a battery voltage thing. Changed nothing about it driving.
The snake like, chafing the car light came on, and
the two, yeah.
Yeah, I have to decipher Paul's descriptions of car warning lights.
I do have one.
Sometimes it's very difficult for me to think of the most absurd thing I can imagine.
The flying saucer one, that took me a while to figure out. It was the brake sensor warning light.
Oh,
it's a circle with little
that
dash
was the
circles
dinner
around
table.
It. The what? The dinner table. Okay, the dinner table. It's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
And he's always so exasperated. Go ahead.
I have one quick dad joke.
Excellent.
And I may or may not have told on this one or not. I don't remember, but it is a good one and I like it. What has 5 toes and isn't your foot?
I don't know.
My
What
foot.
is
The dad joke the other day, and he wouldn't even laugh.
That's so terrible.
Yeah.
My foot.
There you go.
That's
My
so
foot.
terrible.
Write that one down.
Oh.
Put that one in your Rolodex. All right. So we promised it, and we're coming back. We're talking about it this week. This week we are covering the Philadelphia experiment. So Paul doesn't know anything about this. I really hope you didn't Google anything this week.
I didn't.
I tried to keep him as honest as I could.
Okay. So I have like broad stroke story with so I'm kind of bummed out because I remember there being firsthand accounts in the stories that I heard. However, if you directly search firsthand accounts, the Philadelphia experiment, you get the same thing every single time. There are no real firsthand accounts. No official firsthand accounts.
Okay. What about unofficial?
Unofficial, we're going to cover those.
Okay, good. Good. Because as I say, they made a whole hour-long program about it on History Channel once upon a time. So
Yeah.
there's got to be
if
some...
it was on History Channel, it has to
yeah,
be
there's
true.
got to be some stuff.
Absolutely.
They can only make so many dramatic recreations.
And besides, what channel is Ancient Aliens on?
I mean,
History Channel.
Right.
It's
so we know
definitely
it's-
gone downhill. I agree. The History Channel's gone to the Legends Channel.
The Legends Channel.
Yeah. The Hearsay Channel.
Oh no. Let me restart this docker right quick.
Yeah, I
Just
wish
think
it happened channel. Wouldn't it be cool if channel? Well, you know, now they do like, what is it, Mystery of Oak Island and all that kind of stuff now. And I'm like, I really wanted the Mystery of Oak Island show to pan out to be something.
Oh my gosh, right?
It's just
And they just stretched it out, found some things, didn't really find some things, and finally just quit.
They just recently they found a coin, a Spanish coin.
I mean, that's good, but considering all the stuff that in the beginning of like all these like tiers of like, you know, construction and stuff they expected to find, I'm like, dude, just dig the hole. Just dig the hole. They kept like messing around with the hole that was there and the hole. I was like, dude, you guys have a whole show with like a bunch of money. Just dig the hole.
Dig the hole.
And let's find out. Like, you know, the dude doing it before with his steam operated crane and stuff messed it up, but like, now you have all this stuff and all this money and all these investors, and we all want to know. Just get an excavator out there and pull it all up.
Yeah,
pull it all up.
The amount of money that they spent. You know, if there were but the ocean's coming in. Get 6 generators out there big enough to pump 5 million gallons an hour. Put them in that hole and turn it on. The ocean's not that strong. It's going through the ground.
I think they just wanted to stretch it out. I think they're afraid they might actually find something, then that'd be it.
Yeah, the end of the show.
No more mystery. Just be called the Oak Island.
Yeah, the Oak Island. So how do we start this? How do we break this to Paul gently? You want me to just roll with my research and see where that takes us?
You can. I could start with why I like this one.
Yeah, please.
So, I like this one because it's a convergence of several things that come up a lot in our weirdness stories. U.S. government, secret research, and right around the time of the invention of nuclear weapons. Right. And, you know, the U.S.'s military involvement and all that stuff. So,
sounds like the hallmark red flag's a fraud to me.
It's funny because it's true.
I mean,
because anytime you have something like this, U.S. government, secret research at some university in Russia no one's ever heard of, you already know.
No, I mean, like, so all the UFO encounters, or the spike in UFO sightings comes after the advent of nuclear weapons.
Well, except that one that crashed in Texas in the 1800s, and they buried the alien in the
True enough, but I mean the spike in it.
Yeah.
The U.S. Involvement, or at least denying of UAPs altogether, right? And even stories of weirdness altogether. They're just like, yeah, there's nothing to substantiate that. Everybody don't watch what the right hand's doing, kind of thing. And it's a mix of that kind of stuff again. So,
yeah, this is a really very interesting story. I will say that what is energy saber?
Also a much bigger object in this case.
A much what?
Much bigger object than usual in this case.
Oh,
I might know what this is actually.
Hold on, my laptop's not plugged in for some reason. I need to figure out what's going on.
About to have a dead laptop.
Yeah, we are. Oh, come on. You cuss. It's always something. Always something. Wait, let's see if this one's plugged in. Because that'll tell me if I accidentally shut off. Oh, I may have actually shut off the surge protector. Oh, yeah, there we go. I accidentally shut it off. My bad, y'all.
All right,
Close
we're
save.
back.
Battery status 6% available and plugged in. Okay, jeez, we got close. Good thing I noticed. So, let's just start with what I got written down, and if you want to interject and throw some concepts out there, because here's the problem with this one. It's not one story, and this is what everybody believes. It's 1,000 spaghetti noodles, and I picked the most prevalent one. Which, I mean, this is something we kind of run into a lot, but we're going to do our best here. So, the Philadelphia experiment is a conspiracy theory and urban legend that has captivated imagination since the mid-20th century. It alleges a secret United States Navy experiment conducted during World War II at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. The story involves attempts to make a warship invisible to radar and possibly teleport it through space and time. So I got a little bit of background here. The experiment reportedly aimed to develop the technique to make ships invisible to enemy radar using electromagnetic fields. Some versions of the story also claim that the experiment was related to ideas from Einstein's unified field theory, a theoretical framework attempting to unify general relativity and electromagnetism. The U.S. Navy destroyer escort USS Eldridge is said to have been the focal point of the experiment and was supposedly codenamed Project Rainbow. So,
didn't they make a movie out of about this?
They did. I haven't seen the movie.
I saw it a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah, if you saw the movie, you got the broad strokes. Probably what we're going to follow today. So the story suggests that it takes place in 1943. Equipment installed in the USS Eldridge generated a powerful electromagnetic field, and two events were typically described. One of them was radar invisibility. The initial test made the ship invisible to radar, and this outcome, while seemingly successful, is less controversial than what allegedly happened next. And the second outcome was complete disappearance and teleportation of the entire ship. In the second test, the ship reportedly vanished entirely from the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. Witnesses claimed the USS Eldridge was briefly observed hundreds of miles away in Norfolk, Virginia, before reappearing in Philadelphia. Some versions of the legend even describe time travel elements, with the ship being teleported to either the past or the future. So, that's the broadest stroke I can give you of what the Philadelphia experiment is. Are we kind of on track of what you understand so far?
Yeah, that's how I understood it. Was that, they were attempting with some sort of device to disturb. I mean, I'm not sure how you're going to use a magnetic field to disturb visible light, and not affect other things adversely, right? You can bend light with magnetism. They've shown it with, with lasers and things like that, showing that you can bend the course, but the amount you would need to obscure an entire ship and bend light all the way around it, the ship is steel,
right?
So there's some issues there. Some of the things that people report having happened, though, are not explained. There's some of the adverse effects are not explained by even incredibly strong magnetism, which I'm guessing.
We're gonna get into that.
We're gonna get into. It gets super weird then.
It gets really weird.
And I don't doubt, that part doesn't seem far-fetched to me, that they were trying something, right? Trying to make them invisible either to radar or to whatever, right? It's when we get into the teleportation and or time slippage thing that it starts to get weird. And I don't remember how the account of it being in Virginia comes about, but I seem to remember that as well.
Yeah. So that was part of it. Let's see. What is next in here? The consequences. This next section is labeled horrifying consequences, not just consequences.
Yes. Yeah.
So there were 2 tests. Here's, we're getting into the gray area here, because this was probably like a black site project. So if there are official government documentation of this, I think we're still like 10 or 15 years away from declassification. So, wait, no. We should have already been declassified. This is 43.
Unless it's still considered a national security risk. They don't. Nothing ever necessarily has to be declassified. It's still considered pertinent.
Yeah, because I know that there was some stories from World War II that have come out recently within the last few years that were declassified. Some really interesting stuff.
Yeah, that movie, the League of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
I haven't seen it.
So it's just about the beginnings of the British Special Forces and how it sort of started to come about. It was a group of 5 guys that were sent in to steal a supply ship, or really they were sent to destroy a supply ship, a Nazi supply ship that was resupplying U-boats, and they realized they couldn't blow it up, so they stole it, the whole ship. 5 guys, yeah, they stole it. So, but it was part of Churchill's classified personal writings from during the war, and so it was declassified probably a while back, because now they've written a whole movie and everything with some pretty big name actors in it. And so, yeah, stuff gets declassified, but there's nothing in that that's going to be pertinent now, other than, that it was done.
But if you can teleport and make a whole ship disappear, that's probably still needs to be a secret.
It's never not going to be. Yeah, it's never. Never not going to be national secret stuff. Even if you could cloak an entire battleship, make it invisible. I mean, that's if you ask common science, everybody's going to say no, you can't do that. So if they could, they're definitely not gonna make that available.
Right.
So I'm not surprised. I mean,
one of my favorite declassified stories from World War II was what they ended up doing was they wanted to feed Hitler misinformation, and they had tried a bunch of different ways before, and they couldn't find an effective way for him to find the information surreptitiously and him believe that it's true information. So this was like a what's the word I'm looking for? A Hail Mary move, and it happened to work. They dropped a previously dead United States Army guy from a plane with misinformation in his pocket.
Oh.
And intentionally strapped him to a failed parachute.
Oh.
And dropped him in Germany.
Oh.
So it looks like he was dropped in, doing James Bond stuff, and eventually they found his body, and the information was passed along to Hitler, and it ended up that one dead body changed Hitler's entire course for invasion and made him go to Normandy instead, which changed the entire course of World War II.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so it was really interesting. For those interested, I will plug another podcast right quick. It's called The World's Greatest Con. This guy used to be a magician, and now he studies, he does a podcast about cons, how people get conned, and I'm pretty sure that was season 1.
Oh, that's cool. They also had all the giant blow-up toys.
Yeah, the inflatable tanks and stuff.
All the inflatable tanks, inflatable Jeeps and stuff. I remember seeing a video of them, declassified footage of them moving them. You just have one guy on either side, just lifting up the canvas, blow-up tank, and positioning them, setting them in rows. I was like, that's so good. That's such a good idea.
It worked.
Yeah, it worked.
Well, I'm not mad. So, I do have. Give me just a second. I have pictures. So, of what we're about to talk about.
Oh, good. The disappeared ship.
No,
Worse.
a little different. Where did this episode go to? Oh no, did I not transfer it? Hold on. Bear with me, folks. I thought
Probably
I
the most believable part about this whole story is the idea that the U.S. Navy was attempting to find a way to make a ship disappear.
Yes.
Seems like something that would be worth researching, given how many U-boats the Germans had and how many of our boats they were sinking with them, with pretty reliable accuracy and regularity. So it would only be natural that we would want them to not be seen. So probably they really were researching that. How they were trying to do it, I don't know.
So I want to get into some of the quote unquote horrifying consequences.
Yeah, let's do that.
The experiment allegedly had devastating effects on the crew. According to reports, some crew members became fused to the ship's metal as if they were melded with the structure. Others were said to have experienced severe disorientation, madness, or spontaneous combustion. A few reportedly disappeared permanently or became stuck in time, fading in and out of existence.
Ah, yes, that was my favorite one. Yeah, almost like ghosts.
It
Yeah,
reminded me
appear
of,
and disappear.
yes, like 5 or 6 quote unquote firsthand accounts said that these dudes were there, and then as the second experiment was running, they started fading in and out. I think the words they used were like saying like a projection movie, but the light bulb was fading. But I did find some artist recreations of the soldiers fused to the metal.
Oh, based on
these were really difficult. The quote unquote first-hand accounts. These were really difficult to find. I only found 2 of them.
Okay.
I did a reverse Google search to try to figure out where they came from, and it just took me back to the website I got them from.
Okay.
I will say one of the images may or may not have come from New York Times.
Really?
I cannot legally say because I may or may not have legally asked to use the photos.
Could have come from anywhere.
Could have come from anywhere. It may or may not have come from New York Times. They have an extensive photo collection from World War II, and they offer like reprints of like newspaper clippings from World War II. And this was in that thread of World War II stuff. So let me grace you with this first one.
Oh,
that's an artist recreation, right?
Yes.
That is?
Yes. Quote unquote an artist recreation.
Because that looks like a photograph.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it was some type of installation where people were explaining, and these were supposed to be dummies, but they look very, very human, don't they?
Yeah.
So it makes you wonder. So it's in the back of my mind, I was like, "This is cool. These are artist installations, and this is actually how they worded on these websites was artist installation with heavy air quotes."
Huh.
So take it for what it's worth.
And that's the Eldridge?
This is the Eldridge. This is the ship that may or may not have disappeared. So
because Eldridge is very close to Eldritch.
I don't follow.
You don't follow? Paul, can you give us a definition for Eldritch?
Oh no.
So it's always I always hear it used in conjunction in H.P. Lovecraft novels about the elder gods, the eldritch power of like Cthulhu and all that ancient, arcane eldritch powers.
Yeah. I have one more picture. Do you want to see it?
Yep.
Ooh! Check that madness out.
Huh.
And what's great is this is exactly what I was thinking. This is exactly what I was figuring it was going to look like.
Yeah. I think I've seen those pictures before.
I have not. But this is wonderful representation. This is about what I was experiencing, or about what I was expecting. Yeah, like the foot sticking through. That's kind of great.
All burn up.
Yeah. So these were the reports. There was lots of unofficial firsthand accounts of this happening. People stuck through the wall like this. This is the one that I heard the most, was the face sticking through. Like he was walking and the boat shifted, but he stayed in the same position.
Yeah.
And when the boat settled, he was stuck where he was. Yeah. Lots of reports of people holding their hands while they expired.
Oh, the people in the wall.
Yeah.
Holding the hands of the people in the walls.
Yeah. Yeah, it was apparently horrifying. But, I mean...
Because how do you get somebody unstuck when they're fused with steel?
Right. So it makes you wonder, is it like solid steel through them? Is it just steel around them?
Well, that brings up an interesting question. So, our bodies are predominantly a whole lot of space. Like in between in the insides of molecules and in between the molecules is a shocking amount of empty space, right? Held back by the strong and weak atomic forces, right? But I don't know that just because there's space there that means you can shove something else in there, because you'd be applying new atomic forces between individual molecules. So yeah, the question would be, is it like a weird sort of honeycomb amalgamation of flesh and steel and they're stuck? Or did it just straight up slice them off, but then why is the arm stuck there? Why wouldn't it just like fall off?
Yeah, because like these pictures here, the arm sticking through, if that was a perfectly sized hole for my arm, pull it back.
Right. Yeah, no, I think they were stuck. Stuck, but I don't know whether or not it was because they were fused with it, or like you said, they were just sort of guillotined as it re-solidified.
Right. Yeah, I feel like probably something fused.
Yeah. So then the question is, where did the rest of the metal go? And the flesh, both.
Yeah.
Both. Or what if there's some weird cheese wheel out there of steel in person.
Yeah.
A little plug out there floating in space-time.
A bisection of a person's face.
Yeah. Face and steel kind of honeycomb thing going along. Just floating out there in the ether.
So it makes me wonder. So we know that electromagnetism can produce heat.
Right.
So what if my brain says this contraption was bolted to the ship, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
So my science fiction brain tells me whatever the contraption is attached to would be affected by the contraption. So let's say maybe the ship became superheated, and when it bisected these people, it instantly like vaporized parts of their blood, and that's what filled in with steel.
Well, I guess my question though is, if it was that hot, how did the whole ship maintain integrity? But I hear what you're saying, because if you're trying to make a giant electromagnet, a giant steel ship is a great conduit.
Yeah.
To do that, right? It can be a big conductor. But I'm not even sure that I understand how, in what way that, because electromagnetism comes in a lot of, it's a force in itself, but the way you generate it and the frequency in which you use to oscillate it, it's just a huge spread of approaches and outcomes. So, not knowing what exactly they were trying to achieve or what they thought it would do makes it hard to know what
you know,
Right.
what kind of effects he'd have. But the heat would also explain why so many people seem to have been caught on fire or burnt
Yeah.
or whatever.
The spontaneous combustion, yeah. There was
And there has been evidence that super strong electromagnetic fields applied to the brain can cause very altered states of consciousness to the point of brain damage and or, you know, hallucination, insanity, things like that. Think of an MRI cranked way past what it was ever designed for. You know, bring it up by like 10, 20 fold and put somebody in it. Very different result.
Oh yeah. So I remember hearing reports from the people that didn't become fused, or what have you. They were looking out towards sea when it happened, and there were reports of a shimmering light coming down and enveloping the ship.
Ooh.
So my brain goes to like, what was that? Was it Helen Hunt Sphere?
You
where
mean
where she gets the contact? That's it. Yes.
Contact. Yeah.
So remember when the sphere thing is spinning up and there's like waves of light coming down?
Yeah.
That's what I'm picturing when they said like shimmering translucent light coming down around the ship. That's what I picture. It's
I was always wondering what they were trying to depict with that.
Right. Yeah, because that was, I believe there was some electromagnetism involved.
Yeah, and I was wondering if they were trying to depict gravitational waves, even though you wouldn't be able to see them. If they were trying to depict that for like a movie setting,
right?
Because there's a thought that probably if we could harness gravitation more than say like, you know, the strong and weak nuclear forces, if we could figure out what gravitation is and actually use and produce gravitation, that would be your answer to all these you know, instantaneous travel questions and you know, splitting or bridging of space-time. And that's what the Einstein-Rosen bridge is. It's a big gravitational well, you know, that causes a, you know, at least mathematically causes a mathematics to go haywire at its center. You know, things go to, you know, full zero, which shouldn't be possible. As things compress down, you shouldn't actually be able to get down to a zero, and it does. And so that's where a lot of the theories about what black holes could be on the inside come from, because it's a whole, it sends all of our known understanding of physics out the window if you try to calculate it from the outside, and there's no way to measure it from the inside.
Okay, so here's the Philadelphia Naval Yard.
Okay.
I was assuming it was on the coast. It is not.
Oh, it's inland. That makes sense.
I mean,
well, it's
sure.
along a navigable waterway.
Yeah, so they probably came out here somewhere. And I know where this naval yard is. Right down here.
The Virginia one?
Yeah, this is actually really close to me. It's like an hour away from me. So they made it, so supposedly, they teleported from way up here down to here.
And they may have done it at the shipyard. I mean, it's not... I mean, the reason shipyards are usually inland or in an inland section of water is you don't want a ship that's not operable out and available for attack and sabotage.
Right. I wonder how wide
somewhere slightly inland. Probably pretty freaking big. Is that a tanker there in the picture?
Oh, geez. Yeah, that's a...
Yeah, there's an aircraft carrier. That should give you an idea how big it is. That's a whole aircraft carrier. So big. Really big.
Trying to get a street view. I don't think.
And you can see some of the other slips where they, like, the other direction, over on the end.
This way.
Keep going. Yeah, look. There's a slip. There's a whole slip for a giant ship. That's probably able to be blocked off, the water drained, and then you can dry dock the ship.
Okay, so this is pretty big channel.
It's big.
Big. Okay, so they theoretically could have done their testing right here.
Mm-hmm.
However, I feel like there would have been more witnesses.
Right.
Then again,
I
if
don't
they're
know, it's hard to witness an invisible ship.
Dun dun dun. All right, so I would guess they could have done it right here, but I guess they probably came out to sea. It doesn't really say.
Yeah.
It just says at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. So let's touch on the origins of the legends, shall we?
Shall we?
So numerous investigations and analysis have debunked the Philadelphia experiment as a hoax or a misunderstanding. Scientific impossibilities. Experts in physics argued that technologies described in the legend, such as large-scale invisibility or teleportation, were far beyond the scientific capabilities of the 1940s. Einstein's unified field theory, cited as the experiment's basis, was incomplete and speculative. Yeah, Einstein was still alive back then.
Yeah.
So he was still working on it. The USS Eldridge logbooks do not show any unusual events or presence at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard during the alleged time. The ship's movements during 1943 align with standard naval operations. No credible evidence supports its sudden disappearance or teleportation. The legends likely arose from misunderstandings of degaussing, a naval technique used to reduce a ship's magnetic field and protect it from magnetic mines. While this could be confused with invisibility, it has no connection to radar or visual stealth. The story's persistence owes much to the Cold War era fascination with government conspiracy, secret technologies, and paranormal phenomena. I disagree.
Degaussing, that's an interesting way to point. Because, I mean, if you're a fan of Fallout, you know the Gauss gun is the rail gun in the game, right? The magnetic rail rifle. But degaussing, so essentially they're trying to add a polarized magnetic field to the boat so it doesn't pull in magnetized mines as easily. That's interesting.
It seems to me
that, first of all.
Yeah, I didn't know they were doing it either.
I didn't know they were even doing that in World War II, but
it seems to me like a really broad stroke government excuse. No, we weren't playing with electromagnets. We were degaussing.
Also, I agree that officially we didn't have that sort of technology then, but we also, officially have been using, for instance, satellite vaporizing lasers for much longer than we ever started to talk about it. Even my dad, when he was in the military, when he was in Germany, he was talking to some guys who were naval guys that were there on leave for some reason. Anyway, they told him all about this giant railgun they had on their ship in the 80s. A railgun, a functioning railgun. But now you see all this stuff from Lockheed Martin about the railgun they're testing. Right? All the videos on YouTube of the big slag of, metal being shot out in the casing. But he's like, yeah, they had that in the 80s. He's like, they told me about it. He's like, it's not like I was fishing for it. It's just guys drinking at the bar.
Yeah.
And they told me about, this thing that they, been freshly trained on and learned to load and, just servicemen talking. So, I agree. Yeah, sure. Of course, no one was looking into that officially.
You said that was in Germany?
He was stationed in Germany. Yeah.
My parents were stationed in Germany. My parents were stationed in Germany.
Yeah, he was at Nuremberg. He was stationed in Nuremberg.
My parents refused to talk about their time in Germany.
Really?
To this day, they will not talk about it. I don't know why. I just assumed
Interesting.
that's where my mom met my dad. I just assumed that's part of why my mom doesn't want to talk about it, why my dad doesn't want to talk about it. But now that you bring that up,
That's what he said.
it's kind of interesting.
That was he told me about that when I was like 10. Like forever ago. Because we were talking, he and I always like to talk tech stuff, and he had brought up the concept of a railgun. I was like, what is that? He's like, well, it's a theory of using a magnet to push, another magnetic object down a rail and fire it as a projectile. I was like, is that something we could make? He's like, no, not like here at the house, no. And that's how it got into it.
Oh, okay.
I was like, how do you know about that? He's like, well, it's been a thing, a theoretical thing for a long time. He's like, but I know that the U.S. Navy's already using it, and that's how I came about. And this is a guy that is not into tall tales or conspiracies. Like, he's a very, very down to earth dude. He would find all this stuff that we do here on the show interesting, but not credible. Probably. Right. He'd be like, show me the thing. But, for him, another sailor telling about, recently being trained on it, and it being in service on their ship, was convincing to him. So
the only thing I was ever able to get out of my dad from what he did in the Army, and he never told me, but I was able to piece it together. So I have, a matter of fact, just yesterday, I had his old Army jacket in my hand, and I looked at it. There's a logo on the shoulder. I remember him explaining to me what that was. He worked in communications in the Army, but it seems really weird that he would never talk about it, because he knew I was interested in electronics.
Mm-hmm.
And, I even dabbled in some CB radio when I was a kid, and he never once was like, yeah, hey, this is what I learned in the Army. Check this out. And then to this day, I still don't know what my mom did when she was in the Army, but I know they were both stationed in Germany, and I'm assuming probably Nuremberg. I don't know where all the bases are over there, but I'm sure that was the big base back then. I'm sure your parents are about the same.
Yeah, I was in Germany at the time in the 80s. Would have been a forward listening post for Russia. Paul? No?
I had a friend in law school that spent a bunch of time monitoring Russian communications off a ship off somewhere.
I wonder if I can squeeze some information out of my dad. Maybe get him on the show.
Would be amazing.
That'd be great.
It would be great, because I haven't spoken to him face to face in over 10 years. So.
Oh well.
It would be fun. It would be interesting. He did a paranormal podcast too for a little while, ironically enough. I think he only made like 5 episodes, but he did pretty good for himself for doing it 20 years ago. I think he did pretty good. His production quality was quite excellent. Studio quality, microphones all around, but no cameras like we do. But still. Yeah, I may squeeze him for a little information. It'd be, a miracle if I can get him to even talk to me, but maybe this will be the thread to pull to get him to come around. I don't know. Might be. It might be. Jingle jangle.
I can't hear him anymore.
No.
Too far away.
Jingle jangle. So, I had something else. I don't know why it didn't. I don't know why I didn't save. What the fornication?
What led to people thinking that they saw it in Virginia?
There were witnesses, unofficial witnesses, at the military base in Norfolk.
Mm-hmm.
So the naval base in Norfolk is right on the corner, so you could see down the channel, and then you can also see straight out to sea. Almost, I think it's like 240 degrees. You could see out to sea, almost completely around. And over there, back in the 40s, people were always looking at the sea,
right?
Because we, Americans, we were afraid of submarines and Nazis. So the unofficial report was I think there was maybe 2 people that were stationed, spotted the ship through binoculars. Because let me show you, which mouse. So the ship has an identification number on it, DE173, and this is clearly mentioned in my research. I skipped over it because it seemed irrelevant at the time, but this is the only ship that's ever been in the ocean from the United States military that had this number on it.
Okay.
And it was spotted in Norfolk.
Okay. Off the coast.
Right. Just off the coast. And when those officers reported to their superior officer, they came back, the ship was gone. And so it was just like, oh, they saw a mirage, or maybe it was another ship and they misread the call sign.
Right.
I feel like I want to say that there were like CB radios were picking up distress signals from the ship at the time too.
And that's why they looked.
I feel like it. Yeah, there's so many weird reports. It's hard to really nail down what was officially seen, because I could see, if somebody sees the ship for just a brief second and they go get the superior officer, it's gone, they just brush it off. Oh no, it's no big deal. You've been up for 12 hours. So it's not going to be officially logged, which is why they went and got the superior officer, because at the time, you're not going to log any information until your superior officer logs the information. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I guess does the time travel aspect come in because of the reports of people phasing in and out? Is that where the time thing comes up?
So I want to get to that, but
Okay.
I need to use the bathroom.
Okay.
I need. Yep. Pee break. Here's our nightly pee break. We are adults and we are over 35, so we need bathroom breaks. All right. Hello, friends. All right, I went and got myself a fresh frosty beverage from my porch. We're talking about government regulations and honey. This is something interesting. So this is something I didn't know until I started making my own mead. That the government regulates honey. So for those listening that don't know, mead is a very, very traditional way of making alcohol. It's fruit and honey mixed with yeast and water, and you let it ferment, and you get a wonderful beverage. It's think of like every Viking movie you've ever seen where a horn, they say, bring me a mead. It's the mead is the magic word. They always use the word mead. Mead is the traditional word for it. Historically speaking, it was always the friars in the town that made mead because the friars also kept bees.
And kept the yeast cultures alive.
Well, here's the nice roundabout way for that is the yeast cultures that they used in medieval times came from the honeycomb.
Oh.
So what they would do is they would get a big jar, put some fruit in it, put some water in it, and put the whole honeycomb in.
Okay.
And that would start the fermentation process. So yeast breaks down sugars, turns it into alcohol, and the fruity flavors will stay behind very subtly, of course. So this is lemon raspberry mixed with ambrosia honey, which is a very specific type of honey that I use. The higher grade, or the better the quality of the honey, the better the mead's going to taste. They can't. So what I was getting at was the government regulates honey. So if you go to Walmart, say, and you get great value honey, you look on the back, the ingredients, all it says is honey.
Okay.
But if you got honey from overseas, they're not legally required to put ingredients in the back because they could corn syrup with flavoring and they'll call it honey.
Right.
So honey is the oldest anesthetic in the world. Yes. Now, you could keep honey in a jar for 100 years and it would still be good to eat. It never goes bad. It's so y'all know that I studied like survival stuff for a long while. If you get burns or deep wounds, you can pack it full of honey and cover it, and it'll keep from infection.
Some of the oldest examples of humans eating and preserving psychedelic mushrooms. The mushrooms were found in jars of honey.
Yeah, because it's
for the same reason.
Yeah, it perfectly preserves itself. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I've recently come across a thread of people that make cold and flu medicine out of honey and garlic and onions.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Sounds disgusting.
It does sound disgusting, but
I have seen that.
It works, I guess. I don't know. I'm not going to try it. The honey I use is too darn expensive.
I think what it works for is to keep people from getting very close to you after you've been using it. Keeps away the flu. Yeah. Hard to get the flu and no one will come and talk to you.
Yeah. And so, yeah, that's my little ramblings about honey. So yeah, if you ever go to the cheapest food store you could think of and look at the honey they sell, I can guarantee you if you flip it over and look at the back of the ingredients, all it's going to say is honey. It might be a lower grade, but
right. Is that what makes the flavor difference?
It's the flowers.
Oh, no. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, because you can have grade A honey from Walmart, and it just tastes like plain honey. The stuff that I use is called ambrosia honey. It comes from the mountains, and there's only one strain of bees and one strain of wildflowers up there. So the honey comes out really, really dark, almost like molasses, and phenomenal flavor. So, like I've seen people make mead, and they put like honey, then water, and then they put yeast nutrients, and then 4 different fruits, and then some spices, and then some seasonings, and all this other stuff. This was a gallon jug of raspberry lemonade, 4 pounds of honey, and 1 packet of yeast. The end.
The end.
The end. Let it sit for a month, clarify it. I've got a couple of agents that I add for clarifying, and that's it. There's a little bit of a learning curve, sure, but I make my own. It comes out around 12 to 15%. This is somewhere around 12. This batch is about 12. And this jar will do me in.
I believe that.
Yes,
Like
it's
a giant
strong. I already feel it. So like I've only drank this much, the little top, and I feel it warming me from the inside out, just like Jack Daniels would. So save yourself some money, make your own. All right. I did not find the exact portion of what I was researching earlier, but I did find another snip of the evidence and research section of one of the websites I was looking at for research. This is good old Wikipedia. Before we get into this, Ann or Paul, you got anything you want to add, put in here? What you're feeling so far?
I kind of guess I thought, given the network TV documentaries I'd seen on this, I guess I thought that there was more hard facts. Yeah, from being a kid watching the History Channel, I remembered, like I said, it was an hour-long program about this.
Right.
And there was a lot of people on there talking. It's been long enough now, I don't remember if they were like, so-and-so was on the boat. But I think there was there were harbor guys, and that sort of thing that were interviewed about it, saying
I
they
feel
saw
like
no one from the ship, no commanding officers at the time, nothing like that.
Yeah, no guy with an arm missing saying, "Yep, this is what the ship left me."
Yeah, nothing like that.
I feel like, and I hate to say this, so we're a little past the halfway point here. I hate to say it so early in the episode, but I feel like the wow factor of the story stuck with us from the first time we heard it up until this point. And now that we've put some serious thought into it and some serious research into it, it's not quite as sparkly as it was when we were younger, right?
Yeah. Right. I think I remember a movie or some docu-something about it. I just think there are too many different variations of the story. This is beginning to sound like La Llorona, right?
Right.
It's just a legend. And probably they were trying to do something to reduce a ship's radar signature. And there was some amazing results with that. And suddenly it turned to all this.
And there may have been some amazing drawbacks.
Right.
Some people may have really gotten hurt.
Right.
Even like you said, I don't know, but if the whole thing did become a giant induction coil, for instance, the ship would get really freaking hot. Maybe some people suffered some really bad burns. Like I said, electromagnetism does do weird stuff to the brain. I mean, I like the MRI example because if you actually, read a paper on people making, low-cost MRIs, the effect you're trying to achieve is to get all of the molecules to align in a certain spin direction so that there's uniformity. And within that uniformity, then you move a separate magnet and make the poles move and do this so you can detect the movement. And when you detect the movement, that's when you get an image. So if a magnet's strong enough to do that and your whole brain chemistry is electromagnetic, imagine if you cranked it up beyond, imaging, the necessity for imaging, crank it up way beyond that, what happens? And you have several molecules in your body that are very magnetic compounds, iron in your blood for one,
right?
And you can make a strong enough magnetic field to affect a puddle of blood. So if they were doing something crazy with super strong magnets, I could imagine you had people lose their shit for a little bit. But I don't know if it's as dramatic as what it's turned into.
So I just searched, when was the MRI invented? And the research for the MRI started in 1950.
Interesting.
A few years after this.
Interesting.
So it makes you wonder, maybe they played with a giant spinning electromagnet, saw this huge explosion of effect, and they thought, well, what if we turn this down a little bit? Let's scale it down and see what happens.
Right.
Because my brain went straight to, oh, we've got tons of army volunteers. Let's just pick the one with no family, and we're going to put him on this gurney and feed him in the middle of this little spinning magnet and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
And they probably killed a couple guys in the process, but so it makes you wonder, like, why did they think a spinning magnet would affect or give you an image of what's inside? Maybe this was the apex, the turning point in that process. You know what I'm saying?
It's very.
Am I talking in circles?
No. I mean, I'm with you. There a whole lot of stuff that got refined over the last, 50 decades came out of initial edge of possible research during the war, because we were trying anything that we thought could give us an edge, because it was, none of us are old enough to even have, but whatever our feeling is from the History Channel about World War II. But it was an incredibly desperate time. While it seems now like a foregone conclusion that, that we won and that we would win, and because that's sort of the story that gets told, no one felt that way at the time.
Yeah.
No one felt like it was a given. Hitler was like a steamroller that seemed unstoppable, and no one was sure how that would all turn out. Everybody was very afraid it could go either way, and some were probably even afraid that it was a foregone conclusion that he had it in the bag. So we were trying anything.
Dropping
Even
dead bodies from planes.
Right. Even some of the, that movie, I think it was called Project Mailbox was, I think, or Operation Mailbox was, I think, the one that League of Ungentlemanly Warfare was about. But, it was 5 dudes. It was a very desperate attempt. It was a very desperate attempt. It worked, but I'll bet there are a bunch of other really desperate attempts that didn't work.
Yeah.
And people just died.
Yeah.
So to imagine that they would try something that sounds as ridiculous as this, at the time there was not a lot of research to suggest that it wasn't possible. There just wasn't any research. So, if you could dream it, we could try it. Was kind of the feat. I mean, look how much money we put into the Manhattan Project, and we weren't positive. We knew that on paper, physics said we could do this.
Yeah.
That it was possible. Whether or not we could actually pull it off was not known. We were not sure.
So here's a little more food for thought. This says, in 1950, research in nuclear magnetic resonance, electromagnetics, biophysics, biochemistry, and computer engineering began. And that's what led to the beginning of the research for the MRI scan. So that feels like the Philadelphia experiment. The results from the Philadelphia experiment could have led to research in the MRI. So they probably, I'm going to put on my conspiracy theory hat. I need a hat that says conspiracy theory.
Be on tinfoil for sure.
I do. Play around, mess around. I'll wear one next week. MK Ultra is nothing to mess with. You'll see. I got some really great videos for MK Ultra. So let me put my conspiracy theory hat on. They had this giant spinning electromagnet, had these crazy things happen. These dudes fused the sides of ships. And this entails everything that they're talking about in the research from the 1950s for the MRI. Nuclear magnetic resonance, electromagnetics, biophysics, biochemistry, and computer engineering on this ship.
Right.
Cross, all of these crazy tangents cross at this point for the Philadelphia experiment. What's to say that the Philadelphia experiment wasn't the cusp of the beginning of research for the MRI? Just saying.
And the length of that ship and the size of the hold that you would have inside if you modified it right, if you got rid of most of the decks that are not engineering decks. Have you ever, I think it's called a voxel array. Have you ever seen that?
I've heard of it.
So a Vauxhall array is a way to get a circle of magnets to create a monopole magnetic field inside of it. So simple description, you have this ring of let's say we're using permanent magnets, we're not using electromagnets. It's simpler to explain that way. You have all the magnets arrayed in a ring. Let's say you make all their poles face, all their positive poles face out. You get this incredibly chaotic crap inside. There's no directionality. It's just a total mess. What would be seen as noise. Now, if you take the first magnet facing up north, and then you slowly rotate each magnet slightly to the side, so that eventually they're basically turning them inward as you go, it folds the magnetic field back around on itself. And so the way you see it is you see the pole come in, move around it, and move back up through the center. So it bends the back pole, like the south pole of it, back in the direction of the north. So you get a monopole movement of magnetism from the bottom of the ring back up to the top of the ring.
Yeah.
That's what an MRI does. So if you take these rings and you make giant multi-ring ring arrays of them and then stack them in cylinders, you can get an MRI that requires no electricity for the magnetizing part. You still need some electricity for the forget what they call it, but it's a magnet that essentially does the reading, that moves around it to get the read, to get the image. So you could do it with electromagnets and have essentially a giant tubular Vauxhall array down the middle of this ship. I don't know what that would do. That's bigger than anyone's ever built one before, except for the one that sits around the CERN super collider. That it would be the size of the one that sits inside the CERN super collider, because what it is a giant Vauxhall array that reads atoms, individual atoms, that only has an opening about big enough for a dude to fit in, except the array is like 6 stories tall.
Yeah. It's interesting. It makes you wonder, was the Philadelphia experiment the turning point for all of these major technologies that we use today? The MRI, the super collider, it's the CERN super collider. Was the Philadelphia experiment, was that technology used for that research? It's a phenomenally interesting question. But on the flip side of that, look how small this ship is. I don't see... That is a small ship, man.
Are there any guys on? Oh yeah, there's guys around the top for reference.
Yeah, so I wouldn't call this a large ship.
No, but I mean, think of how big an actual MRI is.
Right.
And it's powerful enough to polarize all the atoms inside your body, and it's a little thing. And it's set at specific voltages. You could in theory make one the size of a normal MRI that was much more powerful.
Mm-hmm.
There's just no need to for what they do, but you could make one that was probably damaging to human life tissue, would be my guess, in the same size format.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't take much, to make something very destructive on a ship, even that size.
Yeah.
But, it could also, the thing about, they were trying to, create something that bent radar or whatever, that could just be what people have assumed. Maybe they were just doing a what if experiment and they put it on the water so it wasn't on land to, where it could interfere with anything. I mean, I just have no idea. They built the first sustained nuclear reaction was built under, and it was a nuclear reactor, except to call it a nuclear reactor is a very large stretch of the term from what we call a nuclear reactor now.
Mm-hmm.
It was stacks of graphite bricks with nuclear material stuck in the middle of it, and Geiger counter probes stuck in through the cracks. Literal bricks just stacked up no like steel containment unit, none of that. There is just a stack.
Yeah.
That was high technology at the time. So, I mean,
yeah. They also thought lead-based
doing.
paint was a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, they were doing stuff. They were trying stuff. So, that seemed like, really advanced at the time.
So I want to read this little section from this website. It's labeled evidence and research.
Okay.
This is the part of what I picked out for the research. I don't know why it didn't save into my research for this episode, but let me read some of this here. It says the historian Mike Dash notes that the authors who publicized the Philadelphia experiment story after that of Jessup appeared to have conducted little or no research of their own. Through the late 70s, for example, these two researchers were often described as mysterious and difficult to locate. But it determined that their identity. They determined their identity after a few phone calls. So they were trying to hide their identity. These alleged Philadelphia experiment researchers were. Others speculate that much of the key literature emphasizes dramatic embellishment rather than pertinent research.
Mm-hmm.
The account of the story, The Philadelphia Experiment, Project Invisibility, claimed to include factual information such as transcripts of an interview with the scientist involved in the experiment, but their work has also been criticized for plagiarism. Key story elements from the novel Thin Air, which was published a year earlier. There's also the misunderstanding of documented naval experiments. Personnel at the Fort Worth Naval District have suggested that the alleged event was a misunderstanding of routine research during World War II. One theory is that the foundation of the apocryphal stories arose from degaussing experiments, which we talked about, which makes them invisible to magnetic mines. That's a direct quote from a military document.
Meaning that, the mine can't attach to them because they're magnetically invisible. That makes sense.
Another possible origin of the story is about levitation teleportation. I did not know about levitation. And effects on human crew might be attributed to experiments with the generating plant of the destroyer USS Timmerman, wherein a high-frequency generator produced corona discharges. Although none of the crew reported suffering effects from the experiment. Never heard of that.
So, I mean, corona just means like a
light.
Well, I mean, it can, but it's a ring discharge, like corona, right?
Oh, okay,
but,
yeah.
Ring discharge. But yeah, generally you equate it to like the sun.
Yeah.
Coronal discharge is when you have those big loops that everybody loves videos of from the sun.
Yeah.
Coronal mass ejections is a big electromagnetic ejection that generally can, affect electronics here on Earth, even with our ionosphere as a big shield. So that's interesting. They had a power plant that was actually emitting electromagnetic discharge.
Yeah.
That seems like something that got skipped over real quick.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
If it's emitting big electromagnetic discharges, radial discharges around it, man, that's kind of a thing. I could see how you'd draw some things from that.
Right. Yeah, maybe the lines from the two have been crossed.
Yeah, maybe so.
I could see, yeah. So it says observers have argued that it is inappropriate to grant credence to an unusual story promoted by one individual in the absence of corroborating evidence. It's said to have had correspondence with Jessup, the original researcher, quote-unquote researcher, who has established a history of psychiatric illness and who may have fabricated the primary history of the experiment as a result of his mental illness. He later realized that the creator of the story was a family friend and a creative, imaginative loner, sending bizarre writings and claims. Okay.
That's a whole
conspiracy. conspiracy theory hat.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like something the government would say, doesn't it? Don't believe him. He's crazy.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really broad stroke to cover something that, one researcher, quote unquote researcher, comes out and says, "Yeah, I was there. I did this. Here's what happened." And then the government says, "Oh, don't believe him. Look, he's mentally ill."
Gotcha. Another interesting thing about the them talking about people on the ship going crazy. There's been some accounts of not so much military warships, but large machinery putting off sub-audible frequencies, like so below human hearing in the 8 to 12 hertz range. And you call that infrasound. And infrasound has been there's all sorts of research pointing to adverse perception effects when you have high volume. I say high volume, high energy because you can't hear it. High energy infrasound, everything from extreme nausea, uncontrollable vomiting, to loss of control of your inner ear, so you can't balance. To full-on vivid hallucination, suggestively implemented hallucination. So you say, "Oh, hey," let's say you pointed a table full of coupon clippings, and you're like, "Man, do you see those hundreds of dollars?" And all the little square pieces of paper appear to that person as to be dollar bills. So an extreme enough hallucination brought on by suggestion in conjunction with infrasound. So it's possible the machinery was putting off, things like that. And, all these tales came out of basically everybody on the ship seeing different things. Some people seeing people half in and out of walls, some people seeing people on fire, some people, seeing shimmers of light, except maybe it was just some machinery that was bolted down to the ship too tight and creating harmonic, audible or inaudible harmonic frequencies that were messing with their heads.
So I just looked up, what would a high-powered electromagnet do to a person? And, kudos to, Google's AI overview stuff, because they really wrapped this up in a nice little package here. A high-power electromagnet, if strong enough, could potentially cause a person to experience various effects like nausea, dizziness, a metallic taste in the mouth, and even muscle contractions depending on how close they are to the magnet. Primarily due to the strong magnetic field disrupting the body's natural electrical currents. However, most everyday electromagnets are not strong enough to cause significant harm to the humans unless directly touching sensitive medical implements.
Right.
So, let's say this giant electromagnet was bolted to the ship. Back to what I was saying earlier, wouldn't it, logic says it would be considered part of the, the main structure of the electromagnet. So you would be technically standing on that sensitive medical implements. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, it could be insulated. I mean, it could be not, it could be bolted down, but on ceramic insulators or something like that. But still, they just mean being near it. In that Google synopsis there, they just mean being near it. So, like I said, it's giant an MRI that's cranked up too high.
Yeah, it's a giant boat made out of metal.
I imagine the metallic taste is your blood coming too close to the surface of your taste buds. Yeah.
The iron pulling out. Oh, that's horrifying.
I've had my heart pound hard enough to smell pennies.
Now that you mention that,
smell a metallic smell, because my heart was pounding so hard I could smell a metallic smell in my nose.
So many years before we met, I used to be an avid runner. And I wonder why. That's why after they call it a runner's high. You hit your runner's high, and you taste pennies. And I wonder if that has something to do with the blood coming to the surface, like a rush of blood to the surface or something. Interesting.
Getting pushed near capillaries in the nose, because smell is the predominant part of taste.
Right.
Right. So, and the capillaries in your nose are pretty close to the surface. That's why it's so easy to get a nosebleed.
Right.
You know, like a scratch on the inside of your nose, and you just have like, blood just running out. Or get punched in the nose. You don't have a visible cut, but you've broken enough stuff in there for it to run out. The capillaries are pretty close to inside your nose, and the smell receptors are all over the surface. So, if if your heart were pounding hard enough or the blood were pulled against it, I think you'd start to smell your own blood.
Interesting.
That's what I think that penny smell is. If I do handstands or headstands long enough in yoga, I can smell pennies.
So let's get down to legacy. The Philadelphia experiment remains a popular piece of modern folklore. It has inspired books and movies and countless speculative discussions about government secrecy, fringe science. While debunked by mainstream science and history, it continues to intrigue those who enjoy tales of mysterious military experiments and unexplained phenomena. Where are y'all sitting on this?
Paul? Completely false.
Oh, man. Oh, I can't wait till next week. I cannot wait till next week.
I think it's completely false because, it's like, I know someone who knew someone who somebody once read something in a paper that somebody once saw, and they were a first-hand person, but they can't say who they were because of whatever. There's just...
Yeah.
I just...
I get it.
There's just no evidence of it. The only evidence we have is there, in fact, was this ship. That's it. That's all the evidence we have. And then we have this really interesting apocryphal stories. And there's so many different stories about what happened. You can't even, it's like, okay, let's make sure we all know what the truth is so we can tell the same thing.
Right.
And it's pretty broad variations of what, supposedly has happened. To me, it just doesn't ring true. It has a lot of hallmarks of fraud. There are a lot of hallmarks of fraud. And, I, in part, make a living detecting lies, detecting patterns in stories, trying to determine, is somebody telling the truth? Are they recounting something they believe? Or have they themed a story? This just feels like a themed, like a lot of different themed stories, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
And there probably are some interesting stuff. It wouldn't shock me the military tried to do something like this. I don't think these are the results, and I don't. There's just no evidence. There's so little evidence of this.
Yeah.
There's more evidence of Bigfoot on Polaroids than there are this.
Well, look, I've got an artist representation of what happened right here.
Right, of course.
Obviously, it really happened.
Obviously. It's on the internet, so it's true.
Yeah, of course. And
unfortunately, I mean, I love the idea. I love the story. I loved watching the thing when I was younger on TV, but unfortunately, when you really look at it and think about it, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
For me.
Fair enough.
I guess for me, I don't doubt that we looked into all kinds of weird stuff during World War II. Had nuclear weapons not panned out, it would have been a weird story of fringe science, right?
Yeah.
Had it turned out not to work, it would have been a weird story of fringe science. Better founded than teleporting a ship at the time, physics-wise. Better founded as far as stuff we were already doing and able to do, like splitting the atom in a cyclotron, for instance. That's what set off the whole race to make the nuclear weapon, was that they could show evidence in a cyclotron, small ones that could fit in a room, of atoms splitting. We were doing it. So the question was, could you make a runaway cascade effect of that same thing? So I don't doubt that we were looking into all kinds of weird stuff. I kind of feel like the electromagnetism thing might spin out of the concept of degaussing a ship, which would have been kind of high tech for the time to try to get something to not stick magnetically to a big steel ship. Pretty futuristic at the time, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like this might have spun out of that, and maybe somebody thinking they saw something offshore they didn't. I don't think that we were probably realistically looking into teleportation of a naval ship. I don't. Given how research starts, even pretty wild research, you don't start with something giant and give it a shot.
Yeah.
Right? You just started with a dude or an object, right? To try to get it from here to there. And probably their thought would have been, hey, what if we could take this warhead and just teleport it inside of their base and blow it up? Super useful. Let's move this big warship. So if you can teleport all those people, you don't need the whole ship. Right? They're there to get people across the ocean to a place, right? With supplies and all the stuff you need to get there. If you can just move all the shit, why wouldn't you just have a big steel box and just be like, boop? So I don't think we were looking into teleportation. I don't doubt that we were looking into all kinds of stuff to disrupt radar. I mean, our whole concept of stealth technology came out of research that we were doing then. And you got to remember, radar was still pretty new. You know, the one radar installation that saw the Japanese coming into Hawaii. Yeah, Pearl Harbor. It was so new that they were looking on it, they could see the planes coming, but it was so new they're like, I think it's not working. I think there's something wrong with the system, because there's no way that a whole fleet of aircraft are headed straight into Pearl Harbor. There's something wrong with the equipment. It was that new. Now, if you saw that on radar, there's no way you'd be like, probably it's not working right.
Yeah.
You know, they'd freak out because we know radar. It was a mobile truck unit. It wasn't even like an installation. It was on a truck that was mobile that they could move along the coastline. So, you know, we started using it. I'm sure as soon as we started using it, we knew other people would use it, and we wanted to know how to make it so that they couldn't use it. So I think those elements are kind of what spawned this story. I don't think that the ship disappeared and reappeared. I don't think that it levitated or moved through time. But I do think they were probably doing some stuff with electromagnets that were pretty amazing at the time. Like the concept of degaussing. This is the first time I've heard of that. I mean, I know what I know what they mean, but I didn't know that we were doing that.
Yeah.
It's kind of genius.
I didn't know either. So
they were doing some weird stuff that we hadn't even heard of.
So I'm with you. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, so for instance, they were doing some weird stuff that was very new at the time that we hadn't even heard of until we sat here down on the show. So they were trying all kinds of crazy stuff, and some of it was even working. So I wonder if it didn't just spiral out of that.
Right. You know, I'm with you. I do believe that they were doing stuff out there. You know, maybe they were testing electromagnets. Maybe it did cause some crazy hallucinations, and that could account for these quote unquote firsthand accounts. However, like I said earlier, I feel like the first time we heard this story was 20 plus years ago.
Yeah,
on the History Channel, and we were pretty young then. And I think the amazement, the fantasticalness of the story was so incredible. And this may or may not have been the first time we heard something about some type of military experiment.
Right.
That it seemed like, oh, geez, this is real. This really happened. You know, back 20, 30 years ago, we see something on History Channel. It's the History Channel. It's not, what's that?
The Wild Theories Channel?
Yeah, what's that one?
Channel?
What's that one newspaper with Bat Boy? National Enquirer. It's not the National Enquirer.
Oh, right. Yeah. It's a show on, it's when we believed what was on cable a lot more often than we do now.
Yeah, because back in the day, we watched the History Channel in school.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, it was, you knew the day at school was going to be a chill day when the teacher rolled in that TV and we were
Right.
fixing to watch something from the History Channel. Because back
Right.
then, it felt like the History Channel was a legitimate source of information.
Right.
And, it's not the National Enquirer. That was growing up for me was I would be going to the grocery store with my parents, and of course you're stuck in line with them because self-checkout doesn't exist, so you're stuck in line. And you're going to sit there and look at all these crazy newspapers and magazines sitting up by the register. And I always looked at the National Enquirer. The Bad Boy articles were great. I wish I would have kept those because they probably worth some money today. But, that's what I would think of National Enquirer, and listening to Coast AM was the fantastical fake stuff. But History Channel was the real stuff. And I was young enough to feel like the History Channel was exactly true. And it was factual. So that's why I feel like, the story was so fantastical and amazing that I believed it, because where it came from at the time.
I have a great example. Did you ever happen to watch, you remember they did Mysteries of the Bible on the History Channel?
Yes.
Do you remember that? Did you ever watch any of them?
Yes, I've actually recently rewatched them.
So I remembered as a kid feeling like the production value was very good.
Yeah.
And I've watched them again more recently and been like, oh my God, this is terrible. This is so terrible. So that's the other side of it too. Probably the first time I watched that show, I thought, wow, this is really convincing, right? And if I watched it now, I'd be like, yeah. So yeah, you're probably right.
My plan was to rewatch that History Channel episode about this, but I couldn't nail it down, and honestly haven't been feeling too well the last couple days. But I will try my best to go and find this episode so I could rewatch it. But I think it's what it was. We were young, we were impressionable, and the ideas and concepts of what we formed about the Philadelphia experiment we were very young, and we saw this fantastical show on the History Channel, which we thought was true and factual.
Right.
And that formed our
Yeah,
it formed our opinion very early on. And if you believe something for 20 plus years, and somebody says, "Oh, the Philadelphia experiment," and you're like, "Oh yeah, I remember watching it on the History Channel. It absolutely happened."
Exactly.
Yeah, and now that we've spent, I spent a few hours researching this, and I had trouble nailing down any concrete evidence,
any solid, credible anything.
The only thing that I could nail down for sure was the name of the ship and the hull number.
Right.
That's it. The rest of it is hearsay, and it makes me sad to say, but it's probably not true.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
I don't think it is.
Much sad, such wow.
Yeah.
Let me see if I get a sad sound in the soundboard. No, I really don't. So I'll give you this.
Nope.
Who are you calling a cootie queen, you lint liquor?
Yeah. So we'll get better sounds in the soundboard. I had enough free time this morning. I almost set up a decent soundboard for the podcast, but I was like, you know what? I don't want to be that guy that's always hitting the horn button. This is gonna be funny. Yeah. So
well, I mean, it's unfortunate because it's a fun story. Much like the Hitler was designing flying saucers stories.
Yeah.
I really would like that to be true.
Yeah, and I love the place that they always cite as like the place where they were doing the experiments, because it's a circle and it has like the 3 towers coming up from it, and they're like, oh yeah, they did this because they'd hook it to it and then they'd practice their anti-gravitational flying. I'm like, I mean, except there's no documentation that says that. That's what you guys are reading from the architecture, and I think you're making it more complicated than it was. So I mean, you have to remember, at the end they were designing aircraft that couldn't land. Like, they went up with a rocket, sort of glided like a plane, and then fired off all 8 or whatever rounds out of the nose of it, and then they had to parachute out of it. They're making disposable aircraft because they were so desperate. I don't think that he was deep into UFO construction
Yeah.
and research.
Well, it comes back to what I was saying a second ago. Was growing up, we watched the Hellboy movies.
Right.
And the
Right.
foundation of that story is Nazi Germany dabbling in the occult. Sure.
research.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. He was probably grasping at straws and thought, this is a story. It's passed around. Surely there's some foundation in it. Let me see if we can dig a little deeper and see what it is. Maybe we can find some death ray or some, find a way to summon the demon from hell with a giant rock hand. I don't know.
Well, and he did seek out some weird stuff. Like he did seek out the what is the spear that pierced Jesus's side?
Oh, geez.
The Spear of Destiny, the Spear.
That's
of
it.
Yes, the Spear of Longinus. So he did seek that out, and he did get sold one, and that one's still around, but it's known to be a fake and doesn't date right to be, to be old enough. But he did seek out weird occult relics and stuff like that, which is where the whole like summoning demons thing comes from. And he had his own brand of a sort of mix of like the occult, spirituality, and masonry. Like he made his own amalgam of stuff that he liked from each thing, and pulled it into one new sort of religion that he was making.
Religion.
Yeah, well, because they claim not to be religious, right? Like that.
Right.
That was their whole thing. The only religion was the state. So he didn't call it a religion, but him and his other officers practiced this sort of occultist thing. But probably not actually seriously trying to summon a demon.
Yeah.
For frontline deployment.
Right. Yeah.
But it's brought up a bunch of stories about Hitler was trying to make zombies and summon demons.
Yeah.
Make werewolves and all that stuff. So.
Well, I know he made zombies because I've seen them in Call of Duty, so I know that it must be true.
I've spent many years fighting Nazi zombies in Call of Duty, so.
You know why we have Nazi zombies? And I've formed this opinion many years ago, and I'm sticking to it.
Why is that?
The reason why zombie Nazis are so popular in video games, because they are. It's quick and easy to make a judgment and be like, oh, those are Nazis. I can shoot them. Pew.
Oh, same with zombies.
Yeah.
So gotcha.
They're zombies.
Oh, it's a zombie. It's evil. Shoot it.
Yeah.
Right.
So if it's a zombie, but it's a person you knew, you're going to be that guy in the story that holds on to their spouse that is turned. However,
and bites them, but not the
if
Nazi.
But if they're Nazi zombies, they were Nazis. We could shoot them, right?
Yeah. Right.
Bad guys.
Right.
Bad guys. Pew pew pew.
Also, I actually think some of the zombie Nazi thing comes from the extensive use of chemical enhancement with Nazi soldiers.
Yeah.
Methamphetamines. Yeah. Lots and lots of methamphetamines for long marching orders and things like that. It was widely distributed. They had big production facilities for it. Even Hitler himself, became very addicted to it in his latter years, and accounted for a lot of his crazier ideas and paranoia late in the war. So so I could see how that guys that can march forever, they never get tired. They carry these 150-pound packs.
They can take two shots to the chest and keep going.
Yeah, because they're just out of their mind. Oh, of course they're undead, right? So I can see where some of that stuff comes from. Pretty easy to imagine.
All right, well, I think we debunked the Philadelphia experiment, as sad as that makes my heart, because that's one I've held on to for many years.
I was sitting here looking really fast. I had an uncle who my whole life I heard had disappeared during the war in the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh.
And I was just looking in Ancestry to try to remember what information I know about him. And of course, there's none. So you know how that works. When I try to find something and there's nothing, then I just keep looking, get obsessed with it. So there's probably a little
Dig it
more,
up.
probably a little more information than that seems to me. But many of the family members that even knew the story have died, so I'm gonna have to go see what I can just find.
Bermuda
But
Triangle would be a good one too.
the apocryphal family member stories are maybe not as helpful anyway.
There was just recently I saw on TikTok somebody had posted like a time lapse video of all the flight plans around the Bermuda area, and all of these planes, nice, beautiful arcs, nice, smooth trajectories. You know, about what you'd expect for an airplane today.
Mm-hmm.
And then it zoomed into the planes going through the Bermuda Triangle, and they go like, like 10, 15 of them, trajectories all over the place.
I wonder if that's weather.
I don't know.
Like, you know how they're like,
Triangle, man.
Yeah, this is your captain speaking. We're gonna drop down about 10,000 feet to avoid some turbulence. Please enjoy a ride. Everybody fasten your seatbelts. All right, have a nice time. You know, they're always like trying to get out of the turbulence. They're gonna go up,
right?
You know, another 5,000 feet, or you know, we're gonna drop down another, 3,000. They're always coming over the thing saying that when it's bad. But
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, it is a bad center for weather for sure. I wonder if that's not where the legend comes out of.
I need a small dry erase board in here so I could start making notes when these things come up, because I will forget. I will remember MK Ultra because I
forget Bermuda Triangle.
I mean, it's like the Bigfoot story. It's been done and done and done.
It has. MK Ultra though was a long program, and that's another one that comes up on, of all places, History Channel a lot.
So I did. So when I relocated from Arkansas to where I am now, I had a little trouble finding a job. So initially, what I would do is I was a handyman and a big tourist location nearby, and I was doing that during the day for like 6 hours a day, and I would come home and I would make Facebook Reels.
Mm-hmm.
And some of my best Facebook Reels were about MK Ultra, and I will gladly show them next week on the episode because they are so good, they are so convincing that I went from being a nobody on Facebook to being monetized in 6 months because so many people were watching these videos.
There's a lot of good stuff on MK Ultra. That is one that, got declassified, and there's quite a lot of actual information, even fun videos. And actually there's one clip that I hear in the genres of music that I listen to, the genres of electronic music I listen to, with this young woman is like, can't you see it? It's in the air. It's everywhere. It's all over the place. And it's someone it's a videotaped interview of somebody on LSD in one of the MK Ultra, one of the many experiments. But she has this long thing, and at the end she's like, I think I just feel sorry for you. And the guy's like, why do you feel sorry for me? He's like, because unless you experience it, I can't even explain it. I can't even tell. I can't tell you. You'll never know. And it gets sampled into music like a lot. I can think of like 5 tracks that sections of her ramble get stuck into. And they have stuff where they're giving it to artists and seeing how their sketches change progressively over the hours as they move in and then back out of the trip. It's a big body of work. There's also a lot of awful stuff that go along with MK Ultra too.
Oh yeah, I've been saying for years that Britney Spears got messed up on MK Ultra.
You think that's what it was?
Absolutely.
I thought it was pop stardom and no support for the stuff that you'd run into as a giant pop star. She was like 18 when she started. Blew up huge, and there was like no support for like how do you manage your life and still feel like a real person when you're also this thing person on TV.
I will share one of my reels with you. before next week because I love this reel. It's one of my very favorites. Oh, check this madness out. It's absolutely crazy. Can you hear the audio?
Mm-hmm.
Live TV, bro.
Huh.
So what it was is it was near Christmas time, and one of the other hosts said Holy Ghost, and the thought behind it was she says Holy Ghost, and as soon as she says it, watch him. He just turns and looks at the camera. And they say that Holy Ghost was his trigger word. And dude held this position for like a minute and a half, and then went right back to the conversation he was having before he froze.
So these aren't the things in MK Ultra that I'm thinking of. The stuff that I'm thinking of are them giving it to, like there's a black and white video, field video of them giving it to British soldiers, out on a field training exercise.
Uh-huh.
And they give it to one of the groups and tell, they have them navigate from, point A to exfil. And they can't read the map, they can't figure it out. Some of them are like climbing trees, trying to like pet the squirrels. Like it's just total disarray, and they just completely collapse as far as a unit before they're even like a couple hours into it. And I think eventually at one point they're all just sitting down on the ground, like fucking with leaves and playing with the dirt. Like they've completely, they've lost their fake firearms, but they've lost their firearms along the way. Some have lost some of their clothing. Like they just complete and total collapse of, they forgot completely they were on a training mission. Like the whole thing just completely fell apart.
I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah. Is that the one where they dropped him in the jungle?
It's a forested area. I don't know if it's a jungle or not. It's hard to tell from the black and white.
I think I know what you're talking about. We'll touch on this next week. It's going to be.
They start out good, and then just total collapse, which was funny because I was like, so what you need to do, I guess, then is instead of spraying the trees with Agent Orange, you just need to aerosolize LSD across the enemy lines, and you're like golden.
See if you can find that video and send me the link, and we'll watch it next week. It's going to be a good one. I am passionate about MK Ultra because I'm convinced they're still using it to this day. Absolutely.
Also, in my own personal past experience, I don't know that I would consider LSD a great vehicle for implanting ideas into somebody's mind. I think there's many other very effective chemicals out there that would work very well for that. I don't think that tryptamine-based psychedelics are one of them, personally.
Right. Yeah, so LSD is the foundation of the MK Ultra program, but it's not necessarily what's being used. We'll talk about that next week.
I mean, they were researching mind control, but yeah, that's where it starts, is with, trying to use these psychedelics as a way to change somebody's thought patterns, and it turns out you can change their thought patterns, you just can't change them predictably.
right What was
they're certainly changed, but you don't get any sort of predictable result, or maybe anything that you actually wanted.
What was the movie?
Manchurian Candidate?
That's it. Yes. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a really good one. Mm-hmm. That was a really good one. I think
there's some great forms of hypnosis that that are multisensory hypnosis techniques that came out of MK Ultra that are really effective at suppressing a memory, like altogether, like erasing it from somebody's mind. I don't know about implanting.
Right.
I don't know
Well-
what their effectiveness is for implanting, but
Well, this will be our initial test because we've spoken the the unspeakable words MK Ultra, and we'll see if the government decides to take our videos down before next week. We'll see what happens. We're on multiple platforms, try to keep up, United States. But you know, I hate to say it, but Philadelphia experiment's a bust. I think we debunked it. It's a great
nope.
story, but it's a no. It's a no. Hold on, wait. I got a sound for that. Wait. It's a big fat
Nope.
Yep. So, Ann, you want to take us out with some closing thoughts, good sir?
Sure. So, once upon a time, when the U.S. fought wars, it was pretty straightforward, right? Our great invention in war, for the U.S. at least, when we were fending off the British, was the British came in ranks, and we were like, "Hey, that's really great when you just got a lot of bodies to throw at it. We don't have as many bodies. How about we have rifled barrels and shoot at you from the trees where you can't see us?" Guerrilla warfare. And it saved the day. Yeah, and it saved the day for us. You know, total out of the box thinking at the time for weaponry. Now you'd be like, well, yeah, duh. Why would you not hide behind cover?
Yeah. Which turned us into a quote unquote great nation.
Right. You know, but it was that sort of out of the box thinking that sort of led to, you can think of that as the first, revolutionary idea that led to the, military superpower that covers the entire world currently. And before World War II, and even in World War One, we still had commissioned ships that were not steel. Think of that.
Yeah.
When ships were wood and men were steel,
Yeah.
we still had, and even today, they still train people on the sextant. Should we lose GPS? Should we lose all the stuff?
Yeah.
In the 70s, GPS was still buggy, and
Yeah.
their radius for pinpointing something was within a couple of miles. Right now, it's within a yard.
Yeah.
To give you an idea. So, through the years, we've had incredible advancements, mostly through deciding the thing that we needed, and we would try to research that. Is that a possibility? The Manhattan Project, nuclear-powered ships, space lasers, railguns, UAVs, all that. But in between all the stuff that we know about and the stuff that was successful, there's bound to be some even weirder stuff that we just tried, kind of like throwing spaghetti against the wall just to see what would happen. Because there was money and there was motivation and there was a need.
Right.
Some of it was bogus. Some of it didn't happen. Some of it did happen and led to wilder stories about what happened versus what probably really happened. And in all this muck and mire of steel men and wooden ships, space lasers, and Nazi UFOs, there's a middle path. And that middle path is what's more likely to be the truth of Occam's razor. And if you would like to step out of the muck and mire of the what might be and what could have been, you should follow us.
Beyond the shadows.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead. I put 4 bullets into him.
Why, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
4 bullets into him.
Why, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
So usually we will start this episode with witty banter and back and forth, usually a joke. However, I can't tell a joke to myself. So, if you're noticing, this week we are short 2 people. Aeon and Paul are taking the weekend off. They have personal stuff going on. So, I was gonna try to do rapid fire this weekend. Probably not gonna be as fun as having both of us here, but you know what? We're gonna make the best of this situation. I want to give a quick shout out to everybody that's been sticking with the show. Numbers are looking good every single week. You know, thank you to everybody that sticks with the show. Thanks you, everyone that continue to support us. I know we are not the best at what we do, however, we are trying. We're having fun, and that's all that really matters. But we appreciate you nonetheless. How's it going? My name is Victus, and this is Beyond the Shadows podcast. So like I said, we're going to do rapid fire tonight. The plan was to do the Betty and Barney Hill UFO abduction, or alien abduction incident. However, there was a little bit of a scheduling conflict. So, Aeon and Paul are occupied, and I don't think they're going to show tonight, because this is usually the time where they would show up. So, you know, I haven't heard much of anything, which is fine. It's okay. We'll survive. So we're going to run rapid fire. We got lucky because Aeon's been sending me videos all week. However, I have been trying to do this just for spooky season. You know, spooky season's on us. So we're going to start each week's episode with factoids about spooky season. So last week we talked about jack-o'-lanterns, and this week I want to talk about how Halloween started in America. So the celebration of Halloween was extremely limited in colonial New England because of the rigid Protestant belief systems there. Halloween was much more common in Maryland and the southern colonies, as the beliefs and customs of different European ethnic groups and the American Indians meshed. A distinctly American version of Halloween began to emerge. The first celebrations including play parties, air quotes there, which were public events held to celebrate the harvest. Neighbors would share stories of the dead, tell each other fortunes, and dance and sing. Colonial Halloween festivities also featured the telling of ghost stories and mischief-making of all kinds. By the middle of the 19th century, annual autumn festivities were common, but Halloween was not yet celebrated everywhere in the country. In the second half of the 19th century, America was flooded with new immigrants. These new immigrants, especially the millions of Irish fleeing the Irish potato famine, helped popularize the celebration of Halloween nationally. So, it goes way back. Let's see, where did it start? It dates back to the ancient Celtic festival of, Samhain. I'm no good with Celtic words. I think it's Samhain. Samhain. The Celts who lived 2,000 years ago, mostly in the area that is now Ireland, the United Kingdom and northern France celebrated the New Year at November 1st. This day marked the end of summer and the harvest, and the beginning of the dark, cold winter, the time of year that was often associated with human death. Celts believed that the night before the New Year, the boundary between the worlds of the living and the dead were blurred. On the night of October 31st, they celebrated Samhain, when it was believed that the ghosts of the dead returned to Earth. In addition to causing trouble and damaging crops, Celts thought that the presence of the otherworldly spirits made it easier for the Druids or Celtic priests to make predictions about the future. For people entirely dependent on the volatile natural world, these prophecies were an important source of comfort during the long dark winter. So, it started with the Celts. And then eventually, it made its way to America because of the the Irish immigrants coming to America because of the potato famine, and we popularized it. From there, it just took off. I think we had some. It was let's see. Borrowing European traditions, Americans began to dress up in costumes and go house to house asking for food or money, a practice that eventually became today's trick-or-treat tradition. Young women believed that on Halloween they could divine the name or appearance of their future husbands by doing tricks with yarn, apple parings, or mirrors. So, there's that. In the late 1800s, there was a move in America to mold Halloween into a holiday more about community and neighborly get-togethers than about ghost pranks and witchcraft. At the turn of the century, Halloween parties for both children and adults became the most common way to celebrate the day. Parties focused on games, food, and of the season and festive costumes. Wow. Cool, I'm glad you guys didn't hear that. We just got a political ad pop up. Thanks, Wikipedia, you rock. Anyway, so tonight we're doing rapid fire. Just gonna be me. Deal with it. You know, I'm hoping that this episode's gonna be okay. Rapid fire episode seems to be kind of a crowd favorite. So I'm hoping, I haven't looked at any of these. I looked at like the first 30 seconds of this video here, just for sound check. So some of the audio might be a little hot, but we're gonna go with it. So all of these, other than this first one, I've only seen 30 seconds of it. These are all new to me, and I'm excited to see what's going on. This is UFO Lore 3 on TikTok. It says multiple reports of a strange crash in DC, October 13, 2024. Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, I do not know what's going on right now. I heard a noise. I come outside. There's sirens blaring, and I see this huge trail in the sky.
Yes? I can't believe no police. Man. Everywhere, what's going on?
Okay, it's weird how those cop cars are just sitting
waiting
there.
for something.
It's midnight right now, and there's this huge trail.
Okay, I want to speak on that. So I see these a lot. These are common in my area because I live coastal, and there's a very popular tourist attraction that's on an island nearby, and people will often report or will look up to see flight patterns of strange planes that they see flying, because there is military bases here and NASA's nearby. So people will post locally these videos of these flybys. So these are flight patterns. You can go online and you can find the flight patterns of these hospitals. You can find the flight patterns of anything that's in the sky, and this is what you will see when you look online. So that's what you're looking at here. It's interesting that it just circles. That's interesting.
It's midnight right now, and there's this huge trail like something crash landed. What the heck is that? What is this?
Expecting something. Preparing for something. Look over here. Let's walk over here. Come on, come on. Let's walk over here.
Whoa, they are quiet. That's just weird.
You got all this? What's going on here? Let's go. Let's turn around. Look at that again, man. Turn around. Look at that. Let them see it. What's going on here?
Oh, and then it goes somewhere else. Circles. Wow.
What's going on here?
Okay. You've got me interested. That's pretty good. So gonna be lots of dead space in the air tonight. I'm by myself. No witty banter. Let's move on to the next one. So this is Ledrack.vfx on TikTok. I've seen snips of this. I haven't seen a 7-minute and 27-second video of it, so let's see what it does.
Is it a cross? Heck no, it's not a cross. What is that? Like a... Let me see it.
Oh my goodness. It's like
Dude, it looks like a dude in a suit.
It's like an astronaut.
It looks like Iron Man. What the heck? Jonathan, what in the world?
That is wild. It's almost like a hologram, but it's way up in the sky.
Maldakians.
I don't know nothing about no Maldakians.
You don't know when you guys see them.
That is wild.
Martin.
Yeah, we just got 7.5 minutes of them looking at this. Look how far up it is in the sky. Jeez, you can barely even see it when they're zoomed out.
Actually, I don't know.
God, I can't even see it. What the hell's wrong with
No,
it?
it's straight up and down. No, it has something on the side, Robert. Yeah, I got a picture. Oh.
Yeah?
It's like a one-legged astronaut. That's weird.
You know. Yeah, it looks like a person almost. Oh, yeah.
Does he do it? Does he just take off? Does he stay there?
So that's kind of perfect. You got him? You're recording and everything. Okay, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Oh my god, I gotta get this guy.
He's rotating. That is weird. That is really weird. Like a one-legged astronaut floating in the sky. Get a still of that. That's just bizarre, man. Bizarre. I mean, it just looks like a person. Way up there in the sky. Cool. All right, moving on to the next one.
It must be about 3.
This is UAP World on TikTok. There's 2 of the most infamous UAPs ever recorded.
1,000 feet up now, I'd say. Wow, look at that. It must be about 3,000 feet up now, I'd say. It must be about 3,000 feet up now, I'd say. Wow, look at that.
Wow, they love looping, don't they?
It must be about 3,000 feet up now, I'd say.
Because these are 2 I've never seen before.
Look at that.
Wow.
It must be about 3,000 feet up now,
huh?
I'd say.
Wow. Okay, so the first one's cool. I'm not sure how I feel about it, because the light's twinkling on it. It's just too smooth. But if you look right there, His shadow cast through the vapor in the sky. That's not something you would get unless you were actually in the sky. I've seen very few special effects where that shadow is there. And the second one I thought was kind of real looking, but you know, zooming out and seeing it feels kind of AI. I mean, not the best quality video. I mean, at this point we should be recording in 4K if they were real UFOs, right? So, all right, let's move on to the next one.
In March,
this is a UFO video STK on TikTok. A massive UFO absorbing plasma from the sun.
2012, astronomers reported an unusual sighting of a UFO larger than Jupiter hovering near the sun for 24 hours straight, absorbing plasma. Despite initial skepticism, images from NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory confirmed the event. Scientists were baffled by the object's massive size and ability to withstand the intense heat and radiation of the sun. Some speculated that it could be an alien spacecraft or a natural phenomenon yet to be discovered. What do you think? Leave a comment. In March 2012,
okay, so that's interesting. It looks good, but towards the end, you get a sense of depth here. So here, it looks like it's just one stream of plasma coming from the sun. But right before it takes off, see, it stretches out. It becomes linear right here. I mean, if this is a craft, it would have to be absolutely massive. But also, you should keep in mind that solar flares are circular. See, look here, we have sweeping curves. These are just shapes that kind of happen. So I could see how it could be one of these curved flares, maybe further around the edge of the curve. And
we're baffled by the object's mass.
Yeah, like I could see how this could be a sweep of curve, and then, jeez, I don't know. That's just a weird shape, and then it just takes off. Very clear stream coming out of the sun, though. Well, no, it couldn't be on the backside because you can see it's pulling from right here. Huh. Yeah, that's definitely strange. You know, I don't know what to make of that. I really don't. Let's see the next one. This is UFO Talks on TikTok. At UFO Talks, right there in the middle of the screen. Here we go. Leaked footage, triangular UFOs shooting down rockets over Israel. Let me know what you think in the comments, like and share. Here we go. Okay, so this does not look like UFOs shooting down rockets. I see a shape. There's definitely a shape here. But, you know, I hate to be this guy, but I feel like, look, it's just a cluster of them at the beginning. And as things blow up, it becomes a line. So I feel like that could be something like flares. I'm sure they have something that they can deploy into the sky that kind of hovers, that triggers the explosions in missiles. I wouldn't call it a UFO, but I mean, I just don't know. This could be fireworks for all I know. It's really out of context. You know, film explosions blowing up in the sky, and Say it's in Israel. What are you gonna do? Who's gonna argue with you about it? Okay, next one. This is UFO Talks again. It's a USA Navy warship fires missiles at UFO.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Okay. This looks to me like a training exercise. Look here. 1, 2, 3 in the sky. Very even formation. Not perfect, so it seems human. There's definitely a bank right there at the end. Watch this. Watch the bank. Whoop. Bank, bank. Yeah, it seems like if this were a UFO, they definitely would zoom in on that, wouldn't they? Again, this just feels like it's something taken out of context. It feels like a training exercise. That's all it feels like to me. All right, let's check this next one out. This is UFOs and Crazy People. UFOs _ crazy and people on TikTok. This is, okay, so I've seen pieces of something like this before. It says, alien warns of AI half a century ago. 1964 EBE-3. So there are deep, deep tales of the government having what are called EBEs. Extraterrestrial biological entities. And I think the root of the story came from somewhere around the crash of Roswell. EBE was never really used militarily speaking, but it's kind of a, you know, somebody was like, oh, well, I used to work for the government and this is what we called them. So we've never gotten like a military document saying EBE. This is something that's just in the last like 15 years has been picked up. So I don't feel like EBE-3 would be the name of whatever it was in 1964, but you know, that's just me playing devil's advocate tonight. So let's watch this. Let's see what this guy says.
Okay, finally, tell me, what is this other threat? This artificial superintelligence
I'm gonna stop it right there. This is a fake. So usually I would be like, cool, I dig these videos that are, you know, declassified, whatever. But just because you can make a video of something that looks like an alien and overlay the audio of a projector with film running on it does not mean that it's from 1964. So, for starters, everything looks good. Yeah, like he looks great. His slow blink, the reflection of the light in the eyes, everything looks great. However, we're getting B's and P's. B, huh. In order for us to form those sounds, our lips have to touch. Pa, pa, buh. Watch the mouth with the B's and P's, and you will see what I mean. See? He says pain, he just says no pain, but instead of saying pain with his mouth, he goes no pain. Yeah. Come on. You put this much work into it. Animate the mouth just a little bit better, but it looks good. Kudos to whoever made it. I'm impressed. It looks good. You know, animate the mouth a little bit better. You might get some people interested. And, you know, we had talked about in the past being able to identify these, how we do it. So, let me see. I'm gonna have to actually move this asset around my screen here. This one here. See it? Look, I'm gonna pull this up. See right here underneath the subtitles. This is called artifacting. So if this truly was, you know, 8mm footage from the 60s, you would not have artifacting. This is artifacting in its truest form. Artifacting is pixelation. You know, I can see it very, very clearly on my screen because I have a huge 40-something inch ultra wide screen in front of me. However, you might not be able to on your screens, but this is very, very obviously artifacting. And just, I've got a decent amount of experience with cameras, and I know that in low light, 8mm footage from the 60s would not be able to capture anything at this clarity. Hands down. Hands down. To give you an idea, so Polaroid film, you know, the instant, you know, you snap a picture, the little film pops out, and you shake it. Well, you're not supposed to shake it, but you shake it and you wait for it to develop, and you get an instant image of what was just taken. So my wife and I were on the beach, and my parents were in town. And we went to the beach, and my wife has this little Polaroid camera that she has. We were on the beach, sun was shining. We took a picture in the sun, and the photo was still really dark. So it gives you an idea of the age of the technology. 8mm footage came out before Polaroid film. And, you know, I'm sorry, but this is too high of a quality to be from 1964. You know, judge me if you must. Hate me if you must. I know my stuff. I know what is, I know what can be feasibly done, especially when it comes to film and film photography and video. I've done a lot of this. I've been doing it for a very long time. So, moving on, let's go to this next one.
Here's what you guys are seeing. It's 4 airplanes flying over a game in Charlotte, North Carolina back in February of this year.
Okay.
It's not a UFO. It's not a falling satellite. Stop believing everything that you see on TikTok. It's a slow motion video from a different angle. Here's what you guys are seeing. It's 4 airplanes flying over a game in Charlotte.
I'm glad somebody said something. That is the formation of planes that we saw at the first video. They were saying a UFO crashed in DC. I think it's obvious at this point. Seems a little reckless to be, you know, sparking stuff from behind a plane, but thank you, excuse me. Thank you, 76_bird, and thank you, Gene Fry 76, for your contributions, letting people know. So that October 13 sighting in Washington D.C. was a group of planes flying over a sporting event. There you go. Okay, this is Charlotte, North Carolina, 10/12/24. 10/12. That was just a couple weeks ago, really. A week ago. This is American_honey shared this video. They look like paper lanterns to me. Yeah, because they're kind of twinkling. I mean, they're the right color to be paper lanterns. You know, like the ones that you light a little fire underneath and you let them go. That's definitely what that feels like to me. You know, if I'm wrong, comment in this episode. You can do that in Spotify now. Also, if you're watching this on YouTube, comment what you think it is. I feel like it's a string of paper lanterns. All right, next one. Okay, so this says 10 orange lights fade in and out in the sky, or fade in and out, then rapidly ascend into the sky. This is Paranormal_epicenter on TikTok. Okay, I like this. I like this one a lot. Let's roll it back just a little bit. Right here. And you know why I like it? Because right there it looks flat. Like there's something in the cloud and they're ascending up to it. However, my first impression is that it's faked. But turn the sound off. We're going to re-roll this video. If this is faked, somebody took the time to make that light bleed through the trees and keep their position. You know, let's find a spot where it crosses a telephone pole. Okay, let's clip this and zoom in. Nope. Bonk bonk. Wait, go back to it. Okay, well, it looks legitimate. However, now this could be just an issue with the way it was recorded at a high rate of speed. Look at this one right here. Oh, it won't let me zoom in anymore. The side of this pixel. Oh, you can't see what I'm seeing. Sorry. The side of this light right here. Look at that. It's flat. It's completely flat, like it's cut off. Look, artifacting. I'm gonna have to zoom in again. Yeah, there's way too much artifacting here. So this is a good sign of video manipulation. Let me see if I could zoom in on this again. Snip to snip. The full screen on that. There we go. This looks much better. So look, these are not round. These are very squared, very pixelated. Look at this one. A dark edge underneath it. This one's square, that one's square. Let me bring that into shot. Look how square this is right here. This is a sign of video manipulation. It's just too clean, too crisp. You don't get square lights in the sky. It's just, yeah, it's not great. It doesn't look good. I'm gonna say this is not real. It's good. It looks good. Somebody did a really good job, but there's just yeah, I'm sorry. Those lights just artifact way too much. All right, moving on to the next one. Frank. It says, we got a little too drunk and we thought for a minute that the Tower of the Americas was a damn UFO. Ain't gonna lie, I was scared for a hot minute. This is Poker Delgone on TikTok. Check this out.
What in the motherfucker is that, Frank?
What the fuck is that?
Oh, it's the tower in the satellite.
What the fuck is that?
Or it's
Record it.
Frank. Tower in
What the fuck is that, Frank?
Seattle. Let's
we San Antonio, Texas.
Oh.
And some shit's over us. Frank, what?
That's convincing. Okay, so this is a good example. How everyday things in life can be misconstrued as paranormal. San Antonio, Texas. Let's look that up. What did he say? Tower of America? San Antonio, Texas. Yep. That's going to be pretty easy to mix up. Yeah, look here. Oh, jeez. That thing just looks like a UFO. So, I can see how that's the issue. I can see it. I'm sorry. Not real. But I'm glad they were man enough to say that it was their fault. So, next. This is Earth Mush. We might have some music here. I hope it's not copyrighted. Let's see. Okay, how do we know this is fake? Let's break it down. Show of hands, who's seen the movie Borat? Anybody? The show Borat? Do you remember when Elon Musk just recently decided he wanted to make the top of his spacecrafts pointy because he thought it was funny, and the movie Borat was funny. Or not Borat, The Dictator. So, the reason that's funny is because missiles and crafts don't have pointed noses. So this is obviously either like a spacecraft, or a missile. They don't have pointed noses because at that speed, you're not really increasing, or you're not really decreasing your drag. So a point on a nose of a missile is moot. No pun intended. So there are no missiles that have points like this. And there are no crafts, aside from Elon Musk's spacecrafts, that have points. And let's be honest, this guy, this UFO is shooting a literal beam at, the tip of a missile. And the animation is not great. It reminds me of the animations you saw on oh jeez, what's that game? It was a Flash game. Happy Wheels. Like when it starts to tumble, like the way the exhaust from this missile shoots out of the back, it feels like the way the exhaust would shoot out in Happy Wheels. However, I've seen enough spacecrafts, not necessarily spacecrafts, like missiles and satellites being launched into space, and I've seen enough fail that when they start to turn, they just explode. So see how steep this thing turns. Yeah, if the rate of speed that they have to travel through the air to be moving, because they're so large, if they were to turn that sharply, they just disintegrate. So before he even got half as sharp as that turn, that missile would have just blown up into pieces. But, you know, this is good. I remember seeing this on Sci-Fi Channel in the late 90s, early 2000s. It's good though. I'm not hating. It's good. So this is aviator_Alex. UFO spotted over Washington, D.C. at 40,000 feet. This is double speed. Okay, we can mute that because that's probably copyrighted music. Whoa, weird artifacting. Oh, it's not artifacting. He's 40,000 feet, so he's in an airplane. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was wanting to start over anyway. That seems a little close for airplanes. Yeah, I don't know what you would call that. Too far above the city to be a tower. That's all of these lights are just weird. So this was when? Last week? 5 days ago. So during a meteor shower, we are currently having the Perseid meteor shower right now. And this is probably what we're looking at here. I would be willing to wager, yeah. But it's good nonetheless. I'm not upset.
This is the clearest video of a UFO recorded recently.
So we've seen this one before. We keep getting it. This one keeps coming up. This is a good one. You know, we'll kill the audio, but we'll watch it. Yeah, it is very clear. Yeah, we talked at length about this one. It was a good one. So go back, check us out on the Rapid Fire episode number 1. And we actually covered this video specifically. We talked at length about it. So if this video interests you, go back and listen to Rapid Fire episode 1. And we break this video down. We take screenshots, we go frame by frame. Yeah. So, touching alleged crash debris from the 1947 Roswell incident found by geologist Frank Kimbler. This is Being Chrissy Newton on TikTok. Let's see what they have to say.
That's wild. Thank you, Frank.
Let me touch it myself. It's amazing.
Okay, well.
That's wild. Thank you, Frank.
Let me touch it.
I'm going to play devil's advocate again because that seems to be the trend for me this evening. Give me just a random piece of shrapnel. Well, let me go stand outside of Roswell, New Mexico, and be like, look, I have a piece of the crash from Roswell right here. Been in my family for generations. I would be willing to wager that I could make up a story on the fly that this was real. However, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And this could be legitimate. I do not know. I need to see some background information, not just a 12-second video and a close-up of this.
It's amazing.
I don't know if anybody out there's ever used a drill press before, but it looks an awful lot like what comes off when you drill a hole through a piece of aluminum. Just saying. Next. It says throw the object to meet the UFO. It took and fly away. Wow. Horrible English. UFO_worldwide on TikTok. It's just weird. I'm not sure what we're looking at here. I mean, it's small. I don't think it's a drone. I wouldn't call it a UFO, but that is weird. I'm not sure what we're looking at here. I've never seen a UFO that small. But whatever, hey, let's keep rolling. It says, did an alien spaceship crash land into the ocean, or was it an asteroid? This is UFO Media on TikTok.
Holy fuck! Holy fuck! Holy
Wow.
Holy fuck!
Okay. So, I want to say this is fake. But, damn it, it looks good. It looks really good. Man, it looks good. They get the blast and everything right. However, I feel like we would have heard about something in the news, right? Ooh, somebody says sound doesn't travel that fast. Let's listen to that one more time. Yeah.
Holy fuck! Holy fuck! Holy
Oh no, they're absolutely right. Yeah, you would not hear the sound at the same time as the blast wave. Yep, probably faked. That sucks. Next, here we go. I want to say that is a bug, but whatever it was, knew there was a camera. This is, oh my gosh, Yane Mulani on TikTok. Okay, probably just a jet. Let's turn that audio off and just watch it. Because they are loud. Yeah, that roar like that, it looks just like an afterburner to me. That is afterburner. Moving forward. Finally, someone with an S23 Ultra. I think I know this video. Oh yeah, we covered this one episode, Rapid Fire episode 1. It's a good one. This is little_cracka_ on TikTok. It's a weird one, man. It is a weird one. But here's the thing about the S23 Ultras. They use AI to fill in the gaps with what you're looking at. So you're never going to get a true image when you're zoomed in that far. Because I have done a little bit of research up until this point and found out that the S23 Ultra does use AI to generate what it thinks is the correct what the correct image is. The thing that I saw that substantiated this was there was rumors going around that the S23 Ultra would use AI. So a guy said, all right, let me take a picture of the moon. So he takes a picture of a moon and it's phenomenally clear. So he sets up a fake moon, just a round sheet of paper in a dark room, takes a picture of it, and the S23 Ultra pasted the image of the moon on top of that piece of paper. So, take this video for what it's worth, but, you know, them using AI on a phone, it's going to stitch its images together to make whatever it feels like is the most sense. Moving on. Cube-shaped shaft.
And watch this as he zooms in.
Cube-shaped UFO spotted by pilot.
A metallic-looking object, a polyhedron of some sort, whizzes by in a straight line. We slow it down and zoom in further. You can see it kind of looks like a cube.
It has these kind of little points that stick out.
Points his camera phone out of the cockpit window and watch this as he zooms in.
Conspiracy Dot, there is 0 on TikTok.
A metallic-looking object, a polyhedron of some sort,
that's a weird
whizzes
one,
by in a
but
straight line. We slow it down and zoom in further. You can see it kind of looks like a cube.
It has these kind of little points that stick out.
Yeah, it does look like a cube, but again, I think we're... It's hard to say. I really want to say that this is UFO. I really do. But... could it also be a balloon? Like a Mylar balloon? You're not going to see the string. Let's move forward.
Straight line.
Oh, this is the ship shooting at the UFO. That's a weird one. But I feel like it's a little too clear. Now that feels like a balloon. Just like a Mylar balloon. They could be any shape now. They don't have to be round anymore. Somebody let a balloon go and it's doing its thing. Uh-oh. Sensitive content. Some people may find this video to be disturbing. Let's watch it. Okay. Pausing, just a second. No, you know what? Okay. I had to take a quick bathroom break, but don't get me started on this. So this is a rough one. So the thing on the right is a sunfish. It's a thing. You don't usually see them. They're deep sea fish. When they die, they come up. That one's obviously been dead for a while. Thing on the left. It's decently animated. We'll say that. Let's just say that. It was decently animated. Somebody in the comments says, that's old Greg. Alright then, moving forward. We're getting close to the bottom. Oh, that is the bottom. Okay. Wow. So we did it. We made it through an entire string of videos for this week's Rapid Fire. You know, cherry on top, you get this crazy guy here. Let's get a close-up of this guy's face. Yeah. Dude looks like a character from, what was that movie where Tommy Lee Jones voiced the action figure? Toy Soldiers? Is that what that was? So, we're going to leave it at that tonight. You know, I'm sorry this episode was a little shorter than normal, but, you know, we've got family, we got people, and, you know, we do what we got to do to accommodate. And I'm fine doing these by myself. I'm sure they're nowhere near as interesting when there's not more than one of us here. Sorry for that, everybody. You know, next week is going to be really good. Next week we should be doing the Betty and Barney Hill episode. I've already done all the research. Everything's lined up, ready for that one. I will say, next week, just be ready, because next week will be intense. When we do the Betty and Barney Hill video, I should say, and everybody should be warned, that there is regression hypnosis video or audio, and I don't know how much everybody else that's listening knows much about regression hypnosis, but oh goodness. I sneezed. Sorry. I peaked that mic big time. But when you do regression hypnosis, it's the purest form of your emotion that comes through. So, just know that these two people are being regressed hypnosis, are being regressed hypnotically, and their emotional response to the original situation, I don't want to say too much about what it is, but it is pure and it is unadulterated. It is very disturbing if you are not prepared for it, so please be prepared. We will probably announce a trigger warning at the beginning of the episode, just to make sure that everybody knows what's going on. So, you know, stay tuned for that, and you know, next week we'll have we'll have the whole group here. We should have Aeon and Paul next week. Little insider information here: Paul does regression hypnosis therapy and or past life regression. I'm not sure which one it is. They're very similar, but they're not the same. So I'm looking forward to having him here with us to kind of touch on the the finer points of what's going on in the hypnosis session. Excuse me, I am tired. I'm not sleeping well. But you know, we will see what happens next week. We might run long. We might do a two-parter. You know, we'll see what happens. I've got a good long script prepared. I've got a lot I want to say, and one of the hypnosis audio recordings is about 30 minutes long, so we might just spend a good portion listening to it. I'm not sure if we want to or not. But we'll see what happens. You know, if we have to, we'll split it up and make a two-parter, but we'll see what happens. I want to, just before we go, I want to give a shout out to Aeon and Paul. You know, happy 2-year anniversary. By the time you hear this, it's too late. But still, nonetheless, congratulations. I've known you for a long time, and I'm happy for you guys, and I'm glad that you guys found your other person. I really am. Anyway, you know, if you've seen any of these videos in this episode before and you want to comment on them, feel free to comment on this video on YouTube, or now on Spotify we are set up to where we can accept comments on episodes. So feel free to comment on the episode on Spotify. Feel free to comment on your episode on YouTube. You can also reach out to us at Beyond Shadows Podcast at gmail.com, and we are on all of your socials. You know what our logo is at this point. So I just wanted to say, let's see if I can do this as smoothly as Aeon can. I want to say that some of these videos, they could be real, they could be fake. Some of them probably are real, some of them probably are fake. But when you see these videos, you need to make your better judgment. You need to use the logical part of your brain, look closer, and see what is really happening. Make sure you read between the lines, but most importantly, make sure that you follow us beyond the shadows. Good night, everybody. We'll see you next week. Have a good one.
A creature like that, how would it ever die?
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead.
I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Beyond the shadows.
would ever die.
And this monster starts running right at me.
Annihilated by nuclear bombs.
Beast is not dead.
I put 4 bullets into him.
Oh, you're crazy.
But I saw that monster too. All I want is for someone to believe me.
Contaminated.
Face. Horrible. Look like it would scare you to death.
All right, let's get to work.
Different, because everybody's new to Appalachia. Like nobody's been there. Everybody's new to there at the same time as I'm getting out of the vault. It's very cool. I like it.
I just reinstalled Red Dead Redemption 2 yesterday.
Oh, that's a great game. Jesus,
I forgot how much of a joy that game is. It just,
especially when you get into all the mods and stuff they have for it. Oh my god!
Yeah, don't get me started on the mods yet.
My favorite is the carriages travel at light speed. Carriages and trains travel at light speed. It's so funny. So funny. They wreck going around a corner and go flying off the map. Like dudes steal take the they're carrying around the giant artillery cannon, like that normally mounts on a train or on a wagon, but they're just carrying it as a. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? One dude had a handgun, but it just fired sticks of dynamite. Like that went off later. Like they didn't go off on impact. It was just like throwing a stick of dynamite. So he just had like a revolver that shot sticks of dynamite. I was like, what?
Yes, I love mod communities. It's what makes a game a game. It truly does.
Me too. Although that's how I ruined Fallout 4 was mods, because it just got boring because I didn't really have to I could just run straight there and kill anything on the way.
Yeah.
So it's Fallout 76. There's no way to mod it because it's a live game.
Yeah.
Right? There's no hacks. There's no cheats. There's no nothing. So it keeps me honest, and it's been much more interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna replay this entire game all the way through, without mods, and then I'm gonna go balls to the walls with mods.
The mods are fun.
Yes. So
I would have liked. What is the game? Elden Ring.
Yes.
Yeah, Elden Ring. I would have liked it better with some mods, because I just died so fucking much.
Yes.
Like,
mind your language, sir.
To the point that it was just not. Yeah, sorry. To the point that it was just not even fun. Like,
yeah, that's
just frustrating.
That's the nature of that type of game. Dark Souls was the same way, and that's why I never got into Dark Souls. But Elden Ring was, you could play with somebody after a certain point. And I had a homeboy who's been playing since day one, and he's like, "I'll play with you, sure, let's go." And the game became much more tolerable.
Yeah, if it had crossplay, I would have played it with you. It would have been more fun.
Any hoots and hollers? We are live. We've been rambling about video games. Welcome everybody. This is Beyond the Shadows podcast. This is episode. Hold on. 29. This is our 29th episode. We have officially passed over 6 months of episodes for this podcast. It doesn't seem like 6 months we've been doing this, does it?
It doesn't. I'm impressed.
Which brings me to my next question.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all want to end the season at the end of the year, or do you want to wait till we hit 52 episodes?
Might as well. We can end at the end of the year and start. The first season will be a half season, and then start over.
Yeah, take a couple weeks at the first of the year. Yeah.
Yeah, and then start it over and bring reboot it.
Okay, that'll give some time because I've got like graphics for season 1 attached to everything.
You can change the graphics, yeah.
Graphics for Twitch for season 1, all sorts of things that'll have to change, and maybe we'll get a new intro video. I don't know. We'll just see what happens. I did reach out. So my wife's sister's husband's son. So her son-in-law, my wife's sister's son-in-law.
Yeah, that's a lot of prefixes.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. So my wife's sister is married, but he has 2 kids, and his son is a DJ. And I listened to some of his stuff, and I'm impressed. And he's just looking for some exposure. So, I'm going to reach out to him and see if he'll throw together some music for us, 10, 15 songs, and maybe we'll use it as our playlist throughout season 2.
That'd be cool.
Crazy industrials. He's into industrial right now, so
right on. I like industrial.
Yeah, my sister's my wife's sister's husband turned me on to this musician. Oh geez, what was his name? The Bishop or something, Bishop and something. I actually sent you something on Instagram about it.
Okay, we'll take a look.
Who I don't know. Anywho, it was dude does like, instead of using like a MIDI controller to do his thing, it just hits a button and there's a loop. He has like physical controllers. So his bass hit, he's got a glove that he wears on a slide, and he slides it, and when it makes contact, that's the bass hit.
Nice.
And then he's got this array of 6 different microphones, and each one sounds different. So he'll move over and make different sounds while he's and dude's got like custom microphones built into like Soviet era gas masks.
Cool.
Oh man, sound is incredible, pure industrial, and it is intense. Eat your heart out, Trent Reznor. Can't hold a candle to this dude.
I like it when people do a whole bunch of live stage control, like actual stage composition like that. Like that's because I don't want to say anybody can do the DJ thing, but I mean, if you can understand how it works mixing tracks, it's not that big a deal.
Right.
And then same with loops. If you're not making any of the loops,
I
mean, it's still a process. But when you're up there playing live instruments and then looping the live instrument and then play, like one of my favorite dudes to see still is Keller Williams. Keller Williams gets up there on stage. He just has a bunch of Gibson loopers, like foot pedal loopers.
Yeah.
Each plugged in, they're on mics and then on his instruments. And so he'll get up there with his guitar. He's got one loop set up for his guitar, one loop set up for his voice, and then sometimes one for a didgeridoo. And like, he does this thing with his hand in his mouth that sounds exactly like a trumpet.
Oh.
And so he'll loop he's the one man band. Like he loops everything and it sounds like a whole freaking band up there. Like he uses the guitar for the percussion, like and he's not, it's super low tech, but dude, it is great. He even does some electronic sounding stuff. Like one time he got up there he had one of those little tap button things on his phone. Like you make loops on your phone, right?
Yeah.
And so he was like talking in this mic and like holding his cell phone up to another mic for the electronic loops. Like it was very fun. I was like, dude, that is genius. Because like I said, nothing he does is super complicated other than he's incredibly talented as a musician. The loop and he's his timing's great. Yeah.
I was trying to pull that video up of dude, but for some reason it's just not showing anything. I don't know why. But that was weird. Yeah, I sent it to you. Yeah, dude's crazy. You should, when you get a second, look at your messages on Instagram. I sent you a video. I also sent you a picture of my new mic. But anyway, so this is our last episode of season 1. We did it. We made it. Yeah, that was it. Good night, everybody. No, cue the exit. What's the intro video again? No. So yeah, this will be our last episode for season 1. We did it. We made a great run for season 1. We're not like killing it with numbers or anything, but we're having a blast, and I think that's what matters. Many nights of technical difficulties.
Yes,
and I think we came out okay at the other end.
We've worked out most of that stuff at this point.
Yeah, the layout's changing a little bit. Well, season 2 will come. Let's say we'll give it. You want to do the second? You want to do episode 1 of season 2 the second week of January or the third week of January?
Oh, we can do it the second. We don't need to take too much time off.
Okay, so the second Sunday of January will be episode 1 of season 2, and you'll see our bright shining faces, especially Paul's.
Speaking of faces.
Speaking of faces.
There's
How you
his
doing?
face.
How you doing, silent handsome Paul?
Fine.
Or,
I feel kind of yucky.
it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, we
I've been.
feel pretty bad.
I'm glad y'all are here tonight because I struggle when I'm by myself. There's no banter. You can't banter with yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
So what are you gonna do? I could. I may or may not have a little bit. And
fine.
if the lighting in here wasn't creative, you would see me blush more. So I'm glad it's not creative. Which I did change up the lighting scheme for this evening. So we're doing green accent lighting tonight.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, rope lighting, everybody. So this is our last episode of season 1. We've got rapid fire tonight, the remnants of what was last month, because you sent us so many for the episode that we're still going through them. My holiday was okay. I reckon y'all's were. Y'all told me a little bit about what y'all did. I hope our listeners, I hope your holiday was good. Happy. What did I say in that text message to you, Paul? Merry holidays.
Yeah, Merry holidays.
I was trying to be silly. Very, very non-committal to any holiday in particular. I almost said something about Krampus, but I decided not to. We did. So last week, y'all weren't here, but I did cover a thinly veiled version of Krampus called Hans Trap the Christmas Scarecrow before I talked about a UFO investigation. Yeah, it was.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it was a little different. There wasn't a lot of information that when you looked up like traditional pictures of Hans Trap, he looked like Krampus, just not as demonized, not so demon looking. He didn't have the horns, but he did have a crazy looking mask. But he carried a bundle of birch sticks and he would take naughty kids away. But he was often depicted as an evil scarecrow. I want to say he was French or from the Netherlands, one or the other. I don't remember. I've been watching, we just finished season 2 of Interview with the Vampire, so I'm thinking of all these different countries now. Excellent, by the way. If you haven't watched it, you need to.
We have.
Oh, it's very good. Like, the wife would be like, okay, that's enough of that for tonight. And I'd be like, you really want to leave on that cliff? Come on, it's only 11 o'clock. Yeah, it's only 2 in.the morning. Come on, one more. It just killed me. So we binged the whole half of the season this morning just to get, because it was like every episode stopped and you were like, well, no, I know what happens, but I want to see what happens.
Right.
The translation came across pretty well. I didn't really see any flaws with the show, but I'm going to say this, so I don't want to hurt any feelings or anything, but they didn't have to make every character gay. They didn't.
The vampires, a lot of them were gay.
Everybody was gay, and I was like, "Cool, Claudia's straight." And then she's like hanging out. She was supposed to have been a motherly figure in the book. She turned what's her face to be a motherly figure, and I was like, "No, they're getting too close. Come on."
Yeah.
Everybody doesn't have to be gay. No offense. I'm sorry. That's my commentary. It's just commentary. But it was great. I really enjoyed it. I did find out that they've been renewed for season 3, and they're going to start in the telling of the book, The Vampire Lestat. So.
Oh, good. Oh, okay. That'll be good because we liked it a lot. We thought it was great.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
It was great.
That's I feel like it told the story from the book better than the first movie did. And I hate the fact that Lestat in the new show looked so much like Brad Pitt from the old movie.
Yeah, I saw that.
Drove me crazy.
Yeah, they did do that. Yeah,
look just like him. I kept pulling up pictures. Look, see,
it's
Brad Pitt.
Yeah,
it's Brad Pitt.
They definitely made him look. They definitely picked a guy that looked just like him. Also, though, a good Paul loves a good costume drama, so if they can also be gay vampires on top of it, it's definitely his jam. Paul's
You've
favorite.
Never looked in my Kindle to see how many vampire gay novels I've read.
I don't need to. I know you have all the gay-looking vampire novels.
If you're into reading vampire books, I could recommend a really good series. It's one of my favorite series. Nobody's gay in it, but It's like a coming of age high school. It's technically a young adult novel series, but they're all vampires, and it's a really unique twist on the vampire thing.
Is that the
It's
one
called
where they have the tattoos?
Yes, the House of Night
I've heard of
series.
it. Yeah, I've heard of it. I've heard of it.
Yeah,
My mom's been reading it.
back when we were living together, I had them all secretly stored away, and it was my guilty pleasure. The only book I've ever read cover to cover in one sitting
Really?
was the first book of the House of Night series. Paul, you would love it. I think you would. If you're into any if you like the Interview with the Vampire, you'll like House of Night series. It's good. It's good.
So I have a book series for you that you'll like. It's called Carl the Dungeon Crawler.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, so it's the one that like the inside cover was like death machine driving goblins, meth dealing llamas, and an alien race turns the whole planet into a dungeon. Hell yes, we're in. Like that's the inside cover.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so an alien race comes and takes the planet, kind of like in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, we put up a notice, but you didn't see it, so now we're going to mine your whole planet for resources, right? It's like that, but part of the contract of this for like undeveloped planets is they have to have the opportunity to win back their resources. And so they do it by basically they collapse everything on the surface down underground, like buildings and everything. So anybody that was inside died. Anybody that was outside survived, and they open up entrances to the dungeon, like 4 hours later, and you can enter or you don't have to. But if you enter, if you can get to the 18th floor, you have the opportunity to win and win back your resource. Nobody ever has, but you have the opportunity. But it's like a mix of like Cyberpunk meets Dungeons and Dragons. Like it's so good. It's so good. I just finished book 3, and the other ones are not in print yet. They're all in digital. But
as you send me a link, I do a little bit of reading now. I'm trying to peel away from the video games so much because I do play a lot.
Yeah, I've started back to reading in the evenings. Did you watch the series The Expanse?
Maybe.
It's a space.
No, I didn't.
Sci-fi thing. Anyway, I found the book series that The Expanse is from. The Expanse stopped on like book 4, and there's 9 books. So, and they're all like big.
Yeah.
Big thin paper, 2,000 page books. So I'm going to start those.
I did just recently finish Ready Player 2.
Oh, I didn't know you made a second book.
Oh, yes, it's good. It's not as good as the first because it had, the first one had that fantastical, new, amazing world that you're exploring. And this one is, the world's already established. So the wonder's not quite there, but he's a pretty good author. It's Ernest Cline. Check him out. Ready Player 2.
That's what I liked about the Dungeon Crawler series was it was a whole, this whole new world you're finding out about. I like that. I like that a lot. That's my favorite part of the new series.
No, Ernest Cline wrote Armada. What was his first book? Armada was the second one. Ernest Cline. Yeah, he wrote Ready Player 1 and Ready Player 2, and then he wrote a third book called Armada.
Okay.
Which it's like war games.
Gotcha.
It's a modern retelling of war games, is all it is, but it's very good. But instead of it being like a government computer that's trying to blow up the world, it's an alien race from a video game. No, it's more like Ender's Game.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what made me think of when you said Armada.
Like the government is playing, or the government's paying for this video game to be developed, and they're secretly training people to be starfighters. And now the alien race is here, and you've really been trained this whole time, so you're the top fighter of the world, so we need you. You're a recruit.
Right. Yeah, and it's very Ender's.
Yeah, very good, though. Very good. Yeah. So, rambling. We don't usually ramble. Banter is nice. We haven't talked in face-to-face like this in a couple weeks, so I'm excited to have fresh faces. So, we have rapid fire tonight. I did see a few seconds of this first one, and I'm excited to hear conversations about this one. I've been delving a little bit into AI recently to see what people have been doing with faking videos.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm seeing, so I joined some threads on some unsavory parts of the interweb space that may or may not require a VPN.
Right.
But I'm safe out there. I know what I'm doing. Don't get on the dark web, people, unless you know what you're doing.
Yeah, just leave it alone.
Yeah, leave it alone unless you're savvy. Please. It's gonna be like LimeWire days, and you're gonna wreck your computer.
Yeah, right. And you could be mad about it, but you're not gonna have anyone else to blame but yourself.
So I didn't want to say meet up, but I joined a thread, the dark web version of Reddit, that got on there and talked about AI and saw what people are making. I was like, hey, I've got a podcast. I said, like, I don't want to interview anybody, but I just want to see what y'all can do faking UFOs and aliens. I was like, hit me with your best stuff so I can compare it and talk about it on the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any of the videos. Excuse me. I don't have any videos because I told them I wouldn't download it. You don't download anything from the dark web anyway.
Yeah, that's not to.
So I don't have the videos, but I have seen what they're doing. It's a lot of it looks good, but it's always got that, oh, the contrast isn't quite right, or why is it shiny? You know, it's a leg in the middle of the forest at night. Why is it shiny? You know what I mean?
Right.
Some of them were very good. I didn't see a single one that made me go, oh, that's real.
Right. Yeah.
So,
I feel like still, at least at the moment, AI for image stuff is still in the uncanny valley, right?
Yeah.
Just like with robots and voice interaction with like fake phone answering stuff. It's still in the uncanny valley where, like, I mean, I've heard some voice stuff out there that I think would pass. People have passed the Turing test, right?
Yeah.
But they're really specific programs, just built just for that, and it's not what most people are employing for most things. And so I think most stuff still falls in that uncanny valley where you're like, I don't know why I think this is not real, but this feels like it's not real to me, even if you can't quite point out why. So
it's funny you bring up the voice thing. Have you seen that the British government has funded a company to deploy spam phone callers with AI?
To do what?
So what they're doing is they've built this AI to sound like a little old lady. to soak up their time. Simply that. Just to keep them on the phone for hours at a time.
Yeah.
Because the more, I think their tagline is, the more they're on the phone with her, the less they're calling you.
Right. That's actually one of the things that the guys like that do scam bait and those like YouTubes, that's their thing. Like sometimes they steal their data or wipe their database or wipe all their stuff to delay them, right, and cost them a bunch of money, crash their computers, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of white hat stuff, right? But sometimes, like, I watch one dude just string dude out for like 2.5 hours, 3 hours.
Oh, jeez.
Just strung him out. Like, it was genius the way he did it, right? Because he's acting like he's a little old lady and does this little old lady voice. And he's really good.
You talking about the guy that wears sunglasses while he's doing it?
Yes. And he has what looks like a whole computer tech setup, but it's all green screen.
Yeah. Yeah. And he has really excellent voice changers.
Yes. He has good voice changers. And some of them, like the little old lady, I think he just does it. Because he does this thing with his mouth when he's talking to, but he has other voice changers that sound great. Anyway, he strung a dude out for like 2.5 hours, and then at the end of it, dude finally figured it out, and he had to mute the mic because he was just cracking up so hard because dude was just screaming at him. He was so mad because he spent like 2.5 hours of his day, trying to make money, scamming people, and he's just talking to a dude that was just messing with him.
Yeah.
It was really good. A lot of those guys who do that to like try to minimize their impact, they'll get these call centers just bound up with their calls. They actually took over one dude's call center where like basically no matter who they called or no matter who the call center thought they were calling, it was a thing another guy had written a program for. They dropped it on their auto dialer on their computer, on the call center's computer. So no matter who they called, it was calling one of their 8 phones that they had. They're doing like a 24-hour or like 48-hour marathon, live marathon. So no matter who they called, no matter what number they thought they were calling, it was one of their 8 cell phones of one of their 8 people on their 24-hour marathon thing. It was so funny. They were so exhausted with it. The people at the call center. It was a big like racket over one of the call centers in India. It was very good. It was very good.
I like the ones where they call and they know the people's names.
Yeah, and just freaking out.
Yeah. And then like he'll tap into like the security cameras and stuff. Great fun. Great fun. Anyway, we got rapid fire. We're slowly losing Paul, so we need to get on this rapid fire. So the first one, this is from Alien Bioma on Instagram. I'm not sure what the audio is, but we'll go ahead and listen to it. I need to make sure I've got the audio turned down here.
Metapod.
Metapod.
Like that's what they've named these things.
Yeah, that's a Pokemon, in case anybody's wondering.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a Pokemon. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the one that looks like a cocooned caterpillar.
Oh, okay. That explains the name. Then.
It's useless until it evolves. The only attack it can do is struggle.
That's funny.
It was super effective. So this one says strange object / UAP metapod recorded in Spain.
Yeah, we've seen those.
But wait. God bless smartphones. Oh, yeah.
Huh.
Jeez, you can see the window on it and everything, man.
Yeah, you can't see anybody inside of it, though, can you?
No, it's good.
It is good.
Yeah. Oh, jeez, look at that.
That's wild.
Look, you can see through the window.
Yeah.
Oh. So this feels to me like one of the pods from like Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. Yeah, the egg, the round ball pod thing that they landed in.
Yeah, that's just what it feels like. But this is a unique shape. This is something I've never seen before.
No, I think we saw something similar. Maybe I'm just thinking of this video since I found it. Yeah, it's kind of wild. It's hard to tell its scale since dude's having to zoom so far in. I can't tell, and you can't see anybody inside. Like this could be gigantic or it could be tiny. I have no idea.
And I have a hard time trying to decide if it's not quite a drone, right? Oh, look at that. Occupant,
no,
it says.
Why would a drone have a window?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look, it's got the little white thing, I guess is what they're calling the occupant.
Or is it a shine? It seems like a shine on the window, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Oh, no, look. You can see like a head. And the shoulders in there.
Back, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, maybe so.
He's back here.
Yeah. Interesting. Although it looks like it's malfunctioning
because it's just spinning.
Yeah, it's just spinning in going around in a circle.
It makes you wonder if the ones that we do see are malfunctioning.
Yeah,
maybe
why we see them.
Yeah, like cloaking devices, quote unquote cloaking devices are failing, and it's causing other failures within the craft. Maybe that's why they have such erratic behavior when we do see them. Question mark.
It's funny because it's hard to think of it this way, right? But we think of all of these things as being, some sort of unified effort by some, alien or transdimensional race, right? But what if, we're sort of like the greenhouse, right? And this is more like a tourist stop, and these are individuals' crafts, right? So
Yeah.
like that would explain the massively varying shapes and the changes over time. Because think of how quickly we advance our automotive design.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, look and feel wise. So if you think of the crafts that everybody talked about seeing in the 1950s, and then now they're starting to look like something else.
So you're saying that they're like tourists coming to see the human contraptions and what they're up to now. You're
their
the
family car.
You're the tourist in the ball in the Jurassic Park movie. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah, just like that. Yeah, and some of them might be like rented, like as part of a tourist like company, and some of them might be personal vehicles, right? Some of them might be like the equivalent of a tour bus, some of the bigger stuff, like those long.
That's a really good way of. That's a really good way of putting it. Oh man,
wouldn't that be interesting?
I should say, as of 11 minutes ago, we have a new follower on Twitch.
Hello, follower.
I'm gonna destroy your name, and I'm so sorry. Is Aziz Rodiat 99? Thank you for the follow. I'm assuming you're our one viewer. Thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, we don't look at notifications too much. But thank you for the follow. You're great. You rock. But yeah, I never thought about it being like a tourist thing.
Yeah. What if it's not scientific expeditions? What if they're way past that? And
yeah, do what you want with them. It's a green zone now. You can have your fun.
Yeah, or if it's an experiment, what, like you said, like Jurassic Park, it was both an experiment and a tourist thing. Could it be both? Or even, what if the abduction stuff was pre-regulation? Pre like wildlife preserve status.
Yeah, because it does seem to have kind of slowed down, hasn't it?
Yeah. What if that was pre-preserve status?
We are simply microbes in the stomach of a homeless man, and this is Rick and Morty coming to see us. That's it. There's your Rick and Morty reference for the night.
What was that one?
It was a theme park inside the homeless man.
Yeah, but what did they call the theme park?
I forget.
Anatomy Park or something like that.
Yeah, something lame. I'm pretty sure it was Anatomy Park.
Yeah, and he had tuberculosis and stuff and Hep C.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was the homeless guy. It was like Jurassic Park, but all the germs were the
the microbe that was running the joint looked like Dr. Grant. He had the cane and the glasses and everything and a beard.
A little amoeba. Little blue amoeba thing. Yeah.
I love me some Rick and Morty.
And he died.
I love me some Rick and Morty. Yeah, they all always die.
And Morty fell in love with the daughter. Or the girl.
The girl that was working in the park. Yeah. So that's it. We are simply microbes in the stomach of a homeless man, and this is Rick and Morty coming in here because the liver's failing. That's it. Oh, we got a first-time chatter. I'm gonna botch your name too, buddy. I'm sorry.
It's more fun that way.
Zooted train day. Suited rainy day. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I've had a couple drinks. Yes, he says, heck yeah, question everything. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, this is we're in a petri dish, and these are just we're just an attraction. That's all it is. They're just coming in. Amoeba. Yeah, they're just scooping in to see what us strange humans are doing. Anywho, so let's roll on to the next one. Let's see what we got. Oh, it's funny you brought up Uncanny Valley earlier. This is Uncanny Valley. This is this is precisely what. Oh, we need to do video audio. I'm sorry.
Anything silly? I'm plastic. I don't even have a voice box. I had to borrow this one.
No.
Kill me. No. I mean, yes, but not for a good long while yet. I don't want you to go to where.
Sound Russian?
Oh.
How could I sound anything silly?
So, I really, really want to believe this is real because I love how creepy this is. I don't know. I wish I could show you how. I have very little hair in my arm. I wish I could show you how much this made the hair in my arm stand up. But there is a whole scene on like TikTok where people dress up like this and do the makeup.
That's exactly what it's for, is to make the hair in your arm stand up.
It did a great job. And like, look, when the face stretches out, look at the eyes get messed up. Ugh.
Yeah. It's like doubled over eyes.
Let's hit that audio one more time. Wait for it to trip over and restart.
I hate it.
I mean, yes, but not for a good long while yet. I don't want you to go to where.
Sound Russian?
How could I sound anything silly? I'm plastic. I don't even have a voice.
Oh, did you hear her clack her teeth together?
I hate it.
Don't turn on the light.
Are you going to kill me?
No. I mean, yes, but not for a good long while yet. I don't want you to go to where.
Sound Russian?
I want to hear the teeth clack one more time.
Anything silly? I'm plastic. I don't even have
Oh,
borrow this one.
the teeth clack.
I don't like it. That's why I grabbed it, because it gave me a ick factor.
Oh man, it's excellent. I'm sure this is something like TikTok related because I've seen so many people do this makeup, and it makes me sad because now, what if something like this really was captured?
Right, it'd be hard to.
Boy cried wolf. It's a boy cried wolf. It's a perfect scenario.
Also, some of the weird masks and stuff that they do on TikTok, if you make the lighting bad, they look weird.
Oh yeah,
because they try to match, like, not the ones that are just a cartoon mask over you, but the ones that are like they change the lighting.
Yeah,
in a slightly more natural way. I feel like you could do that with this, but it is so creepy. She's got like sparkles going off in her hair and stuff too.
Ooh, yeah, I didn't see that. Weird. Oh,
yeah. I'm guessing this is one of those cartoon faces. If she was in like normal light, but in the bad light, it just
yeah.
Here's how I think this one happened. A dude and his girlfriend are in their house. He turns around to make a funny video of her coming out of the laundry room, but the lighting was bad, and he freaked himself out. He saw it, and he's like, "Oh God!" And he's like, "Oh, you know what would be cool?"
Oh wait. Let's do that again. Yeah,
do that creepy thing you do.
Because it's good. It's good, man. It is good.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, but not for a good long while yet.
And I feel like I've heard this audio line before.
How could I sound anything silly? I'm plastic. I don't even.
Oh, the teeth clack gets me. Ugh.
I feel like the audio is pulled from some movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've heard the audio somewhere before.
Besides, when people talk, they don't have magic music playing or behind their voice.
Oh no, you don't?
I mean, she could have. You could add it in the scene, but I think it's pulled from a movie. Like, there's so many creepy doll movies.
Right? Oh yeah.
And see, this just plays on some kind of a archetypical fear of dolls.
Yeah, and that's part of what Uncanny Valley stems from. Like, I think we touched on like the theory of Uncanny Valley on a previous episode. But it's so ingrained in the culture about the theory of Uncanny Valley. It's prevalent in Pokemon. Like, one of the original games on Pokemon, place was literally called Uncanny Valley, and everybody acted like this. And they didn't look quite right. But I think we went down a little rabbit hole trying to find more information on this, and we had trouble finding good content about it, so we never really did a full episode. But we touched on it. But this is the best Uncanny Valley video I've seen yet.
So the interesting thing is, I'm not sure if the term Uncanny Valley predates, really advanced sort of or even just the first robotic faces. I think it goes back further because some dolls will do that to you. Like it's anything that's a recreation of something that's supposed to be a representation of a human that doesn't make it right. And instead of being like, cool or believable or relatable, it's the opposite. It causes revulsion in the ick. It makes the ick, right?
Yeah. So, we got a quick AI overview of it. It says uncanny valley is a psychological phenomenon that describes the feeling of unease or revulsion that people experience when something seems almost human but not quite. The term was coined in the 1970s by Japanese roboticist Now, here we go. His initials are MM. Who observed that people found his robots more appealing as they became more human-like, but only up to a certain point. Beyond that point, people began to feel uneasy and uncomfortable. Yeah, I remember the article now. Yeah, I remember reading it. The more realistic he tried to make them, the more they made people uneasy. But when they looked like, say, the robots in iRobot, they were fine with that.
Right.
But
that's the thing about the valley, right? Is like, it goes up, it goes up, it goes up, as far as relatability, and then there's just this pit that it drops off into where like people will not interact with it. They're creeped out by it. They don't want to they don't want to interact. But like if you use human-like features but that are sort of cartoonish or sort of like like the reason we like puppies and babies, super big, wide set eyes, tiny mouth, right? Short chin. If you do that, people really want to interact with it, right? They find it relatable.
Right.
But if you get too close to like an adult human, like I see some out there that are very realistic, but they always are creepy.
It's always like the eyes or the mouth movement isn't right.
There's just nothing. I mean, I know you can't really describe the term "nothing behind the eyes," but that's really what it seems like. There's no awareness behind what's supposed to be the eyes, and I don't know how we perceive that or why that is. But yeah, his theory was that there was this wide gulf of non-negotiability you had to get past before people would accept hyper realistic robots and movement as as relatable again. Like there's a point that you get to and then it drops off, and then somewhere on the other side is indistinguishable from human. Which is what it would have to be once you get past that point. It has to be indistinguishable to then become relatable again.
Right. And we just haven't hit that part yet.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's check out our next one. Let's see what we got.
I think this one's fake, by the way.
It's definitely fake, but it's very entertaining, and it gave me the heebie-jeebies. Hashtag heebie-jeebies. It says he heard some strange noises under the bridge, so he went to check and saw this. This is a cult scene on Instagram. Oh. I'd be moving a lot faster than that.
He said, nope.
Oh, check that dude out. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, that's... Man, I don't know.
I think it's fake.
Probably, but...
Jeez.
Let's snip this. I want to see it up close.
See your cloud of pixels?
Yeah. Come on, let me click it. Oh, it wouldn't let me click it. Dang. There we go. Oh, I gotta center it for the sake of the stream here.
Ugh.
Okay, I'm having a hard time discerning if that's a man in a suit or not.
I don't know. It seemed to me like a marionette, like a puppet.
Ugh. The sound is excellent. Excellent. The sound is it made it a little more tactile there, didn't it? Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, so let me be devil's advocate here. Middle of the night, middle of nowhere, no streetlights. You hear a sound under a bridge. Are you going to take your phone down there and check things out?
No, I'm not. I mean, but there's a lot of dumb people out there, so
I might like lean over the side and see what I could see. Hold my phone out at arm's length. But oh, geez.
I mean, I also don't text and drive, and a lot of people do that. So, yes, you do.
Yeah, I absolutely do not text and drive. Bad.
Yeah. Point made. So, just because I wouldn't go under a bridge and check out a strange, I mean, there's all kind of people out there that just can't resist.
So, Zooty Rainy Day says,
cool.
Rainy Day says it's a night crawler? Question mark.
Oh,
good point.
I was thinking bridge troll. I wanted it to be all like D&D. I wanted it to be all fantasy creatures.
Come out with a tree as a staff.
Yeah, he was just throwing a tantrum because you didn't pitch the toll for the bridge over. Yeah,
you didn't toss a couple pennies over the guardrail.
Yeah, it turns out they don't really come and eat you. They just throw a fit.
Yeah, this is as bad as it gets with the troll. Just nobody pushed it to the extremes before, so we didn't know. This guy did it, and come to find out it's non-point. This is not the guy from Monty Python's Holy Grail. You don't have to answer 3 questions. You just
Tim.
There are some who call me Tim. So so I play with chatbots all the time. I love them. I absolutely love AI chatbots because I give them the 3 strings of questions right out of the gate. And the first one is always, what is the airspeed velocity of a European laden swallow? And the good ones will laugh.
Nice.
They'll say, ha ha ha, I get the reference to Monty Python's Holy Grail, but here's the actual airspeed velocity of a European laden swallow.
Nice.
And then the second one is the second and third questions are always the first 2 questions of the Turing test. And you give them the first, it's the test from.
No, what are the questions?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I always got to Google them. Let me give you one. So here's a quick 4. What is your most memorable childhood event and how has that impacted you today? Describe yourself using only colors and shapes. What historical event has changed you the most and where were you when it happened? What's your skill or talent you'd like to develop and why? But in the movie, they get like way more philosophical, like you're on a walk in the desert and you see a turtle flipped over on his back.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's like 2 different tangents, depending on which version of Blade Runner you watch, the new one and the old one. The old one says that you leave it on its back and you walk away, but you later feel remorse. Why do you feel remorse? But the newer one says you flipped it over and now you're wondering why the turtle was in the desert to begin with. So so I throw these questions at these chatbots because I love to see their responses. So like 1 out of every 3 will get that you're asking questions from Blade Runner and be like, oh, I get the questions that you're talking about. Those are from a reference from this movie. And it's just my way of feeling out what the chatbot's going to do. Yeah. And I like to have fun with them. But my very favorite one, it's always my first one, is what is the airspeed velocity of a European laden swallow? And probably like 1 out of every 3 get it. And like ChatGTP will laugh, like it'll do a laugh emoji and everything. So I appreciate it. Way to go, programmers. You did a good job. So enough of the creepy head bobber here. I'm not sure how I feel about that. See what some of the people in the comments say. Well, dude says in all caps, bro, move faster. That's what I said.
Yeah, that's like you obviously went down there with your phone because you heard something. You didn't just, you weren't just hanging out next to the bridge at night. Like I didn't see anything, any accoutrements. You went down there to look, and then you're like snail crawling it back to the bridge. I don't know. Also, my phone is in my pocket, and I'm booking it.
Yeah, if I hadn't dropped it by then.
Right.
The next comment says, bro was edging. Leave him alone. Has 883 replies and 1.1 thousand likes. No, I'm sorry, 41,866 likes on that comment. He's edging, all right? Let him go. Let him do his thing. Quiet, Paul. Quiet, Paul.
That's funny.
Let's want you to think about edging for a second. Think about it. Just think about it.
You're terrible. That's horrible. That's horrible. I don't like it.
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. We got to. There you go.
Nice.
All right. Let's see what this next one is. Let's see what we got. It says creepiest tutorial found from the web.
I like this one. I like this one so much.
I'm already spooked, man. How is this a tutorial? What are we looking at? Here we go.
This so much. You're gonna love it.
It's tutorial time. So today it's time to do a YouTube tutorial.
What the nuts?
Today, what's it gonna be? Today's tutorial about how to. Whoa. Okay, this tutorial. This is the tutorial now. This is a can. This is my YouTube. This is my YouTube account. Alan Tutorial, and Alan Tutorial shows people how to weatherize a hole. So first step of the tutorial is take a weatherized can, and this is a hole. You weatherize. Oh, I forgot. First thing you need is a kind of cloth.
Yeah. What? Freaking what? Freaking what?
Yeah.
What?
It's a forest troll.
It's a forest troll.
It's a forest troll. That
The
got a
voice
hold of
is
somebody's
spot
phone.
on.
Yeah.
The voice is spot on. Dude's pushing trees over, okay? I get it.
Yeah.
There's rotted trees. I can see that. But dude knocks down 2 in a row, which is kind of strange. But
And the fingernails and the toenails and the red skin. Yeah. Pretty creative.
It's kudos to who made this. Very entertaining. I appreciate it. I really do. I don't know what to think about this one.
Sounds like a lot of people who come to visit me on meth.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was driving along, but I wasn't driving, but I was behind the wheel, but somebody else was driving it.
But then you need to start with a piece of cloth and then I'm like
We had a lady call in that was a lot like that. I fielded it first and I was not getting anywhere with her. So then Samara got her on the phone and she was talking about how like the police were outside looking through her peephole and then putting their finger over it to cover it. And they had been out there for like 2 or 3 hours talking about how they were going to knock down the door. I'm like, sister, put down the pipe and take a nap, eat a pizza. Like, this is too much.
The police do not stand out there and talk about how they're going to knock your door down. They just
No. Yeah, they just walk up and wham, hello.
Yeah, no, you hear
We're here.
police and then wham. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
So I discovered something over the holiday. I want to share this with you because I don't know anybody else that's watched Adventure Time as much as I have. So you know Tree Trunks, the character Tree Trunks?
Uh-huh.
I discovered that my wife's grandmother sounds exactly like tree trunks. Exactly. So we went and visited, right? And we're sitting in the living room because they're fixing some food. And I texted a gif of tree trunks to my wife, and I was like, "Oh my God, your grandma sounds just like tree trunks." She's like, "Hey, grandma, what's your favorite kind of pie?" And she's, "Oh, well, I'd like to make apple pie. It's my favorite pie. I'm very good at making it." And then she just kept going on about apple pie, and I was like, "What?" I was like, I wanted to record it, but I didn't want to do it surreptitiously. I wanted to just be like, "Hey, can you talk about apple pie? Because you sound like a cartoon character that we really love."
That's a hard way to pitch that, though.
Yeah, it's so I was like, she probably wouldn't understand. So I was like, I'll just leave it, save this as a memory, slot that away in the memory banks. But it was wonderful, cherry on top of my experience, my holidays. Exactly like tree trunks. Exactly. All right, so creepy toenail guy. Let's see what this comments say.
I think it's really good makeup, but
it's excellent. Yeah,
they spend too much time actually trying to show the feet and the hands, like they have while they're talking, like to try to make sure you see it.
Yeah. The Rainy Day says it's satire, of course. Yes.
Yeah.
I think counted down from 10, 9, 8, 7, and then back to 10. Comments say, who gave this dude a phone? Who gave a Skinwalker a YouTube account? Next comment says, bro, chill. That's my uncle. Skinwalkers are evolving into vloggers. Guy says, kudos. At some point, these videos stop being scary and make me laugh. Another one says, I wouldn't be surprised if he killed somebody before that, or for that phone. Okay, this comment has 2.4 thousand likes. It says, bro did everything but a tutorial, dog. Yep.
Oh, look at it. It says, went down this rabbit hole a long time ago. It's Alan Tutorial. Very unsettling how his videos progressed to this. They were very normal at some point. Go watch from the beginning and very
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan Tutorial. I know that name from somewhere. All right, let's move forward. We'll check out Alan Tutorial another time. It says potential crawler footage captured by Urban Explorer. These are good. This is going to be good. Oh, heck no. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Nope. Bye-bye.
Nope. Nope.
Nah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's okay. So we talked about this in the episode about skunk ape, because we had those really interesting photographs of the skunk ape behind the palm fronds. Human eyes don't do this.
Oh yeah, don't glow back at you in the light.
Yes, it's a special type of cone in the back of an eyeball that nocturnal animals have.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar to what you see if you have a cat or a dog and you shine a light in their face in the dark. It reflects the light back out. That's how it sees in the dark. So this is not human. I would love to see this. I wish I could watch this at like half speed or something. Because I would like to see. Oh, look! Do you see it peeking out?
Yep. And then,
oh, there's two of them.
Oh.
Okay, so one's peeking up here. Right there.
Oh
there.
yeah, and the second one comes out.
A set of eyes here and a set of eyes peeking around the corner.
Well, yeah. People do go on about the subterranean lizard men thing a lot, which is a conspiracy I don't like personally.
Yeah,
'Cause it sounds silly on its face when you say it out loud.
Yeah.
You're like, no, but for real, subterranean lizardmen. If you start out with that, and like how the royal family of England are all half-breed
Reptilians.
lizard,
Yeah.
half-breed reptilians and stuff. I'm like, man, come on. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not. I mean, tell me you don't like them, and tell me that they do like, devious stuff with MI6. I'll listen. But if you start out with, but it all started with subterranean lizardmen, I'm like, I'm out.
Yep.
I hate to be like, this conspiracy is worse than that one, but for real, some just are, and that one's not very good.
I like this. I like this one because it feels more organic than the rest of them so far.
Right. Yeah, this seems like a believable video.
The movement seems very, very organic.
Watch that second head too. At first it's one eye and then it turns towards the camera and it's two. Watch.
Oh, yeah.
As it's pulling back, it turns over and pulls back.
I'm steady watching the ones in the with
top
peeking around the corner. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is two of them. Jeez.
So this is indicative like pack behavior when they see something they don't know. Yeah. So there's always that shy one that just wants to peek around a corner or just barely see, because that's how like an animal thinks. You can't see it as long as it can't see you, but until your eyes come out, then it can see you. So it's like dashing in between being behind cover and not. So it starts out it starts out high, then it comes down, and then back up. But I am gonna
out a little bit, and then both of them peek out.
So let me be devil's advocate. You ready for me to ruin it?
Sure.
Watch right here. You're going to see pixel changes. It's going to get lighter. And then once they go away, it gets darker. See it?
Yeah.
Just barely imperceptible. Right here is pixel changes. So that tells me it's probably manipulated. So it's a snap. It's immediately, it goes from a darker shade to a lighter shade immediately.
Kind of like a halo around the eyes, like that. Like bad editing. I kind of see what you're saying. Around the eyes, it's a slightly lighter area too.
Okay, cool.
Right
We got another first time chatter. Waka Flocka Fool says, yeah, I saw something like that at a church one night at 3 a.m. Said, not sarcasm. I believe you. I believe you, sir. And or Medum. And or neutral. But I feel like this one is probably edited, because you see those weird pixel changes at the end of the tunnel kind of floating right dead center.
Yeah.
It's just...
Sometimes my camera phone in the dark does weird stuff to really dark spots, right? It makes cloudy sections when I'm trying to look at stuff in the dark because it just doesn't have enough light to work with. I want, that could also be it.
Yeah. It makes you wonder if the video processor is something like the human brain, where it starts to put things together that aren't really there just to make things happen. So
especially in blank areas, it'll do weird stuff in the dark to fairly uniform stuff. It'll always be, because they all have autofocus and light filters that are not the whole camera, they're per area.
Yeah, look, this whole area up here also changes. The upper area.
Yeah.
You see it keep flickering just a little bit, just a tiny imperceptible pixel change. It's just, I really want this to be real because it's so good and it's done so well.
And it's in a water runoff that's flowing pretty fast.
Yeah.
Like,
that's the other thing, is I'm not seeing any disturbed water.
And this doesn't look like an underground that's that old.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, these are what the rainwater runoff under Fayetteville, where I am.
Yeah.
It looks like this. It looks like these square concrete tunnels. This is what they look like.
It's good.
Some of them are cinder block, but some of the older ones are just concrete, just like this.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand what this like rubble outcropping is over to the side.
Maybe it's like brick that has been cemented over. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta reload. See me all you want. That's a Hello Kitty fridge. All right,
So
but
there's a group of people in France that explore the very vast French underground.
Oh my gosh, don't get me started.
Yeah, and one of the groups, it was an article in Wired. They did an interview for it, and there was one where they had made like a movie theater in like an old space down below, but another guy had used the connecting systems underground. They connected into a tunnel that led into a cathedral in France, not in Paris, but in France.
Uh-huh.
And the clock bell had not gone off in like something like 80 years. The clock and bell system was over 100 years old.
Is this the guy that snuck in and fixed it?
Yeah, he snuck in at night over like 2 or 3 years, refurbishing parts, making new parts. And he'd sneak them in, and they refurbished it and didn't tell anybody. And then just one day at noon, it started going off, and it worked. You know, the clockwork mechanism worked ever after. Like parts of the clockwork mechanism were wood. Like it was a huge mechanism. It wasn't like he was working on parts. It was a huge mechanism. And they rebuilt it. They rebuilt the whole thing. A big spring that looked like a garage door spring, basically, but it was, it was a really old one. Yeah, it was wild.
Yeah. So Waka Flocka Fool said the Paris catacombs have got him lost. Lost footage, very intense. Yeah, it reminds me of that movie, As Above, So Below.
Yes. Right. Yeah, they played on that a lot. Yeah, they played on that a lot.
Jeez.
It looks just like that. It looks
absolutely
just like,
terrifying movie.
Yes.
Absolutely terrifying movie.
And what's worse is it's not like a cave system where you can basically, look at it as being cut by a flow of water, right? It's just
not linear.
Random. It's just random. There's no like following it back based on how it widens or how water would have cut right or elevation. You can't just do that. Like it's systems connecting to the system. Some of them are just for utilities, like pipe utilities. Some of them are for actual water flow. Some of them are for sewage. Some of them are old parts of structures that got built on top of. Like it's a whole tangled mess, and there's no unifying map of it. So those dudes are brave. The dudes that go down in there and try to map it out and figure it out. Like it's wild.
Yeah, the catacombs scare the heck out of me, and I will never go down. I want to go down, but I'm going to be that intrepid explorer that wants to go and poke his nose in this area. Oh, you're not allowed to go over there. Okay, stop me.
I went into one when I was in Paris. I went into an actual catacomb where the bones are stacked up.
Oh, pray tell.
And so the route it was a very touristy one. It wasn't the biggest one, but like it was organized, and they had rebuilt the tunnel going down to it. But going down to it, the tunnel into it, I had to walk sideways because it was only this wide.
Wow.
Like you had to walk this way to get it, and it like twisted and kept descending and kept, switchbacking back and forth to get down into it. And then when you got down into it, they had like, all the bones were like categorized. So like everything here is femurs, everything here is skulls. And they like around central supporting pillars that they had left, like part of the stone that they had cut out of, they had stacked like just a ring of femurs.
Oh yeah,
right, just stacked to the ceiling, and it, and in some places they had used the skulls and made hearts out of them in a stack of femurs, and in other places they had made like little rudimentary altars out of the bones. Like it was wild. And
man.
It had the sign. I think they filmed a section of that As Above, So Below in one of these, or it's unlikely, coincidence-wise, that it would be the same one. But the abandon all hope, ye who enter here thing, was over one of the plinths.
Yes.
Call it?
Yeah.
supporting stone. Anyway,
Yeah.
it was painted up there, and then they had other verses that were, you know.
It's funny you say that as about or the abandoned I'll hope ye who enter here.
Yeah.
Dante's Inferno was one of my favorites. I love it. So we got the custom collar tag for the puppy after he got vaccinated. So he's got like his vaccination information on it, but on the backside of it says abandoned I'll hope ye who enter here. Call my mom in a case of emergency. It's got my wife's number on it.
We saw someone who put up their dog tag for their dog, and it's because they were afraid someone was going to keep their dog, and so it said like, "This is Tabby. She has a stomach condition. Without her medication, she craps all over the place. She just constantly has the runs or something like that." So try to get him to like call back and call real quick. You know?
Yeah,
I was like, "That's funny. I like that." That's funny. Or another one was like, my name's Tabby. My mom's name is this. She's probably losing her, you know, losing her mind. Call her right away.
Yeah. Do we want to take a quick break and use bathroom?
Sure. We can take a quick break. I could pee.
Fantastic. Stay with us, viewers. We will be back in just a moment. We're not young chickens anymore. We got a bathroom break, so we will be back. Okay, we're back. Tanks are empty. I did notice something while I was waiting for y'all to come back. It seems like this camera practically sits still. I wonder if it's on a tripod or if somebody's... I mean, there's a little bit of movement.
GoPros have pretty good image stabilization.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can see that being a GoPro in low light. Trust me, I know.
Here's another idea. You can't really tell how big this tunnel is. It may not be walking size. All right. Some of these are only like 3 foot tall.
Yeah.
That could be 2 possums or raccoons.
Stop it.
Because you can't see anything.
It is not.
I mean, I don't want to pop the fantasy. I mean, I want it to be, you know, some sort of creature, but
so let's see what some of the comments say. We all see 2 sets of eyes, right?
Yeah.
The next comment says Unreal Engine 5. No, I don't think Unreal Engine's that good yet. I mean, 5 is good, but not this good. Let's see. Why are you still there after you saw eyes? Excellent. 2 crawlers. I thought this was part of a commercial campaign for making sure you don't flush trash and other things down the toilet in the UK. I could be wrong, but I swear I saw a video on it somewhere.
Huh.
So it's a great fake, but if it's legit, then why haven't we picked up axes and torches and explored it yet? Facts.
Yes.
Facts.
Yes.
All right, let's get on to our next one. Let's see.
It's a witch.
Burn it!
It's a witch. Burn it!
You turned me into a newt. A newt. I got better. I got better. I love Monty Python.
I like this one because we had one that they took the shadow. It was on one of the other episodes on another rapid fire, but there was a shadow along the edge of the bank of like a river in the U.S. And they took it and they drew the outline for you, and it looked like a plesiosaur, like a Nessie.
Yeah.
In it, and that's what this made me think of.
All right, this is Poseidon Hook on Instagram. It says fishermen find something massive on the Missouri River. Here we go.
But it is very, very large. He's cutting a wake. There he goes, cutting a wake on the Missouri River going upstream. This is huge.
You getting it?
Oh.
Yeah. Wow, dude.
Following. This is Missouri River monsters. Look at the weight this fish is cutting on the river. What is this? Get closer.
Oh. Dude.
There he goes.
He's brave.
We don't know what this is, but it is very, very large. He's cutting a wake.
Okay, so that
dude's voice sounds like the Undertaker from Silence of the Lambs.
So I've seen big fish. I've seen some very large fish. You know, we're both from the Arkansas region originally, and we have seen our fair share of large fish. I have seen. So, those of you watching, I don't know if you've ever noodled before. Noodling is a thing in Arkansas. So noodling, not canoodle. Not canoodle. Canoodling is a different thing. PG-13. So noodling is where you find a hole where a fish is hiding in, and you just ram your hand down in there and grab it in the mouth and pull it out.
Yep.
Noodling
Mostly
is
for
not for the
catfish.
faint of heart. Yes.
No.
I have seen my dad noodle a 47-pound flathead catfish.
No, sir. No.
I have seen it happen. I've seen us. We watched this fish swim for 30 minutes before he finally pulled back into a hole before he noodled him, right? So this was up in Jay, Oklahoma. And there's this very specific river that we would go to a couple times a year. So usually 3/4 of the year, there's a big dam and the dam is closed, which floods the area behind the dam.
Mm-hmm.
But in order to clear it out and get rid of debris, they open the dam, drain it completely, and they clean up the river before they close the dam and flood it again. So once it's open, you get down to where these bluffs are, and you're in these pools that are knee deep, and there's so many fish that you could just literally reach out and grab them. And there were majority of the fish there were spoonbill, and the spoonbill are horrifying as it is. They're massive. They're practically dolphins. And that's the only fish I've ever grabbed with my bare hands and pulled out of the water. I'm 6 foot tall, and this fish was bigger than my wingspan.
Dang, dude.
And it was horrifying. And so with spoonbill, I mean, it's about what you think. So think of like a fish with the body of like a dolphin, but its nose is elongated and it's flat, and then it rounds out at the end, which is why they call it a spoonbill. But it's a long bony extrusion from the top of their jaw.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're fishing for spoonbill this time of year, you grab them by the nose and you grab them by the tail, and you struggle with them for a few minutes, and you just throw them up on the shore. I noodled one. I call it noodling. It wasn't quite noodling. I noodled one spoonbill, and it was like 32 or 34 pounds, and it took every ounce of strength I had, and I felt like my wrist broke.
Yeah,
and
they're strong.
And those fish, I cannot stress how big these things were. The first time I saw one, you're wading through this pool, knee deep water, and these fish have nowhere to go because the pool is like 50 foot. It's a 50-foot around circle. And it's the low point, because that's how these fish live, is they settle to the lowest point of the river. Well, the water's gone, so they've got nowhere to go. And you walk right up to them and just grab them, throw them out of the river. And they did not cut a wake like this. First time I saw one, first thing I thought about, it looks like a dolphin. That's how big and girthy the body was. They did not cut a wake like this. I will say it seems more like whatever it is serpentine, like it's undulating.
Right. Well, and so if you look up the picture of the largest catfish ever caught, right? It's massive. It's hundreds of pounds. But the thing about catfish is they don't swim close enough to the surface to cut a wake.
Right.
Even if it's huge. This is the Missouri River. It's not shallow, right? It wouldn't disturb water on the surface like this. But serpents, on the other hand, snakes, for instance, swim pretty close to the surface, even when they swim.
Right.
Now, they usually have their head up, but they swim pretty close to the surface or on it in some cases.
Yeah. I think we could speak from experience too, that you can get about 6 inches below the water before you lose visibility.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's brackish water, but you could still, if you stuck your arm down there, you'd still see most of it.
So what strikes me is they get so close to this thing in a boat, of all things.
Yeah, and a loud outboard motor, trolling motor.
Right next to it.
Yeah.
And this thing just keeps going.
Yeah, it does not care. It doesn't dart off in a different direction. Also, it seems like it can't move very fast because it changes direction a little bit, but it's pretty lethargic, which I think speaks to its size.
Yes, it tells me it's very large. and it's
Mhm.
probably an apex predator. It's never had anything that would ever attack it, which is
Right.
why it got that close.
Yeah, it moves back and forth so much. Like once they're right next to it, like it's really doing a big slow bob and weave, which, like you said, seems more like something that doesn't have a tail, like a
Yeah.
finned.
Yeah,
finned
because
tail.
I feel like the last clip, right when they get up right next to it, you almost see something.
Yeah,
Almost.
it seems like you can see the shadow of a head, but I can't really tell. Now, I will say, divers that dive up here at Beaver Lake Dam, they report seeing catfish that they claim are the size of VW buses.
I
Or
believe it.
so I've been told. Now, I've never heard of anybody bringing one up, or or anything like that. But they claim that they're, so even if they're not the size of a VW bus, they're really freaking big, right? And, but again, those guys, they're there at the bottom of at the head of the dam for a reason, because basically everything gets washed down to them, and they just sit there and wriggle in the muck and eat up all the junk that gets washed down to them.
Yeah.
They don't go anywhere. They just stay right there. Like they're not.
Yeah, so that was my initial thought with this was I'm watching the trees to see if it's actually moving.
Yeah.
Because my first thought was it's a log under the
Right.
water. But
Right.
no, it's moving fast upstream too.
Yeah. And especially since they get so close to it, like a log, even a pretty waterlogged log, you'd see a part of the log.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you could say too, like if the motor weren't on, you could be like, oh, it's a log caught on something, and the water's making a wake, but it's standing still. Like you
Yeah.
said.
Yeah, that's why
No,
at the beginning
it seems, but they're moving because they're making a wake, and it's moving and it's making a wake. Because they're making a
whatever it
wake in the
is,
back of their boat.
that's no catfish, I can tell you that.
No, because that was my first thought, but catfish don't swim that close to the surface.
And not upstream. No
Not
way.
No.
They
kinda
are
hang
big
out in
and
one
they are
spot.
fat. Yeah, they
Yeah.
they sit low and they get behind stuff. So
Yeah.
there's no wake pushing them back.
Yep.
That's interesting. Yet Waka Flocka says water animals can grow to an undeterminable size because of the water. Yeah, it's absolutely true. Look at some of the videos, pictures of catfish from the Amazon. Water is very similar to
Yeah.
this, but these catfish come out with heads like this. Oh, I didn't tell you that 47-pound flathead my dad caught. He was so impressed with the size that when he skinned it, of course we took it home, we ate it.
Right.
But he cut the head off and he hung it on a fence post by the trash can. and once it was just cartilage and bone, the head was bigger than my head. Dude, it was like
Dang, dude.
Scared me. It was horrifying.
Also, I think it's funny
Absolutely
that your
horrifying.
dad put it on the fence post. That's very funny.
Yeah,
That's
very
so
Arkansas of him.
That's so Arkansas. Yeah, that's so Arkansas.
I can remember clearly to this day watching him. He goes, "Oh, I got that flathead. It's right here." And then he struggled for a second, and then he goes, "Got it." And this
Dude.
cat head's mouth is at his elbow, and he's just
No.
holding it up. So y'all know my dad. He's you wouldn't call him a built guy. He's a strong guy, but he's not like cut or anything. But he lifted that 47.5 and that thing flopping around. I didn't know what to think. This was the first time seeing a fish get noodled. Blew my freaking mind. I will never forget that fish head sitting out of the fence post. I still talk to my mom about that. That was wild, man. Wild.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, I don't
that
know.
is So Arkansas. Let the birds
I don't
take
know. Yeah. It was there to the day they left, to the day they moved. Because I moved out right after I graduated high school. And it was there, my mom said, until the day they moved.
Dang, dude.
Because the person that bought their house specifically said, take that catfish head off the post.
That's funny.
All right. I don't know what that is. That's no catfish, but
I don't know either.
That's no snake, man.
Missouri River monster,
It could,
man. That's what dude
could be
says,
anything.
so-
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's real, whatever it is, but I don't know what it is.
Absolutely. Yeah. Here we go. This is Terrifying Post on Instagram. This is also the one that brought us the Uncanny video. It says, if only there was a page dedicated to the most terrifying reels. How about you? Whoa. What the freaking what?
Dude.
Freaking what? Let me try to pause this. Ugh.
Is it a kangaroo? Oh, no.
Oh my God.
No.
It's got a face. I thought it was a kangaroo too. Kangaroos don't have that freaking face.
It's
No,
a
they don't.
gray.
That's a freaking. Hold on. Wait.
Or skinwalker.
Wait for it.
Aliens.
Nice.
But look at the
No.
arm, man. Knobby
And the-
elbows.
And the dude's
Ugh.
reaction with the camera seemed that so like normally the ones that are fake, right? Like this happens, and there's one guy freaking out, but the other guy's just holding the camera. Right, just filming it perfectly.
Oh,
But this, like the camera goes flying, they're like scrabbling across the ground, trying to get away. That looks like it looks like the door for a horse barn, kinda.
yeah.
You know? Dude.
Oh, horrifying.
Dude. Yeah, it looks. I mean, I don't think it is a horse barn anymore.
I mean, that's kind of standard build for any wooden door.
Yeah, but they got a
Oh.
storm, the storm bars on it. Dude.
Let me try to freeze it on that frame I just caught. Oh, that was a good one. I should have stayed there. Oh,
Yeah.
that's got a nose, eyes, and a mouth, bruh.
It looks like a gray, dude.
What are some of the comments saying about it?
All right, it says, sorry, that was my sister got a hand over a bag of chips.
That's good. I like that.
Okay, there's something in Russian, but I really, really want to translate it because I feel like it's going to be funny. Hold on. I've got to see this. Let's see what it says. Oh, it just says, what is this? Never mind.
Oh well.
Dang. Someone says inferior quality, nothing to see here. Shame on you, Harris, that Raheem.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty good. If it's a fake, somebody put some time and thought into it.
Yeah.
The dude
Someone
dropping
says-
it, I don't know. Something about dude dropping his phone makes it more convincing because all the fakes, they're just like.
Someone says cameraman gets an F. Okay, here
That's
we go.
more like
It's-
what I expected the bridge troll dude to do. Be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
book it.
Drop it. Yeah. He
Yeah,
says, I remember when so this is encore.mad. I'm not going to pronounce this guy's name. I remember when I visited my grandmother in our small town, she dropped some serious wisdom on me. She said, grandson, one day some people will waste their time regarding your comments. Today is that day. 5 likes. Yep. Not today, buddy. A lot of people posting attacking gifts with guns and flamethrowers.
Yeah.
Alexa, put scrap shotgun on my shopping list. Poor cage thing. Yeah, I like the. Sorry, that was my sister. Got a hand over a bag of chips. 131 likes. Way to go. Good job. That.
And I can't tell if that's supposed to be a cage or if it seems like it's something outside, is what I thought.
Yeah, it maybe like a garage door, but in like a crappy neighborhood where he's got bars over the door just to make sure.
Yeah. And he's got something pushed. He's got a lever pushed up against the door. You see that white thing next to it? Or is that
Yeah.
a power strip. It looks like a chalk against the door. Yeah, it is. It's a chalk against the door. Look at that. He's got something chalked right underneath the against the main part of the door.
Oh, it's a half door. So this is a horse barn.
That's what it seems like.
Oh,
converted horse barn.
That's a gray, my guy. That's a gray.
Look at how big its head is.
Absolutely. It's a gray. It's a freaking gray.
But if that's a horse barn, that's a really tall gray, which might be in line with how tall the people in Las Vegas and that recent thing said.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Ancient astronaut theorists proposed
aliens.
That's right. It's exactly right.
Yes.
You know, if you all watched Ancient Astronauts,
Ancient Aliens.
Ancient Aliens, yeah.
You'd know.
I like this one. This is my favorite one so far. That's good.
Yeah,
That's
really
good.
It's very
And listen,
convincing.
if they've just made this up, kudos to them. It's cool.
It doesn't feel made up.
Oh, look at the mouth.
Also, see this kind of plays in. Oh yeah, that's creepy. This kind of plays in a little bit to what I was saying about a tourist thing. Like, what if some just like to come and do like jump scares?
Yeah.
To all to the undeveloped planet. They're just like, oh, watch this. Here, hold my beer.
The
And
punk
then
high
they run
school
up.
kids. Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
look what I'm gonna go
Hey,
do.
Watch this. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at him peeing himself. Oh, that's cool. Let's go to the next one.
But really, the language is more like people to be about flip flop flex on flexor. Keep it up flip flip flip. And then he hands him his beer.
Yeah, they hands him his beer.
Watch what I'm going to do, flex on. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
I want to hear the audio all the way through one more time. Ooh, it's making a sound.
It sounds like E.T.
So if this is fake, that is phenomenal natural reacting. Like,
yeah, it is.
I'm, for the first time since we've done rapid fire, I'm having a hard time believing this one's fake.
I mean, I don't know that it necessarily is fake. You know?
Wonder where this is from.
So this is a repost from somebody else. So this is posted by Terrifying Posts. Obviously, they post terrifying stuff.
Yep.
Just I'm not seeing anything. It's really saying where it came from. I mean, I get the vibe, like just glancing at their profile, that they post this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I wish we would get more background. There's not a lot of like comments on this, which is strange. But I don't know. It's a good one.
Yeah.
That's just, yeah, the whole reaction. Everything is great. The reaction with the door, it flies open after coming in contact with the hand.
Mm-hmm.
The scramble of the guy on the ground, like,
Yeah.
I mean, they even blurred their faces, which means they don't want to be known.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Trying to get
spooky, man. Yeah, like okay, so like here's what we talk about when we investigate is who's making money off of this. Obviously the guy that filmed the video or the guy that was there doesn't want to be known. I don't know. It's good.
Yeah, I mean,
This
that's
is-
the problem with anything on social media is obviously the person posting it is
Yeah.
trying to get people to watch.
Right.
Otherwise,
Clicks.
they're not
It's-
posting it. Yeah, clicks.
It's about clicks.
But like you said, the person in the video is blurred out, so I don't necessarily know that the person in the video that filmed it is getting any kind of notoriety from it.
It's interesting. That's a good one though. I really like this one. This is my new favorite.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool, man. Let's move on reluctantly.
That's wild.
So this is Kamchatka, Russia, and Russia is misspelled.
What do you
Rusia.
mean?
It's Rusia, obviously. It's in Rusia. Ooh. So this is a very short clip. This UFO is keeping pace with a car, moving at a pretty decent clip.
Uh-huh.
Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Stellar.
Yeah, that's really good. Even even if you watch it close, as like the street lights go by, like there's nothing weird going on around the object.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any pixelization, anything like that. The only thing discerning to me is the solid red light.
Yeah.
There's a little tiny solid red light underneath there.
Looks like a helicopter to me.
Oh, you know what? Yeah.
But
there's there's the light on the tail as well. If it's a helicopter.
But it's a solid light. So, I mean, anything that flies in the sky has a flashing light in it.
Except Russia has their own things.
Yeah, Russia's kind of special.
Yeah, Russia has their own things about that stuff, so I don't know. I guess it could be a helicopter. That's a good point.
I've never seen a helicopter with the lights on its propellers.
I haven't either, but that doesn't. I don't know. It sure feels like a helicopter. Looks like a helicopter.
So first time I paused it. Let me see if I can get it again. See the trail? It's not perfectly circular. It's curved. It's got a little wobble in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like see, it's almost like it's going undulating. See what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not I think if it was a helicopter, it would be a perfectly straight line.
Maybe.
Yeah, like look how irregular that line is. I don't know.
It's
I see a
weird.
lot of
the other thing that I thought at first, except that you have the street lights going by, is I actually thought it was, you know how the blimps have the screen that goes around them?
Yeah.
For advertisement? I was like, oh, it's a blimp. They just sped the video up. But these street lamps are going by at like a driving pace.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's it.
I want to say this is a helicopter, but I've never seen one with lights on its propellers.
Yeah, neither have I. I guess you could look it up.
I can't imagine there's an effective way to send power to the end of propellers. That would kind of mess up the aerodynamics, right?
Yeah, I mean, it also might be that that's a reflection. Because white spot on the back could be, I don't think it would reflect all the way up onto the propellers up there, but I don't know.
Maybe if they got a spotlight on it, it's Russia. They could do anything they want over there.
Yeah.
Helicopter with lights
on blades.
On the blades? Yeah, we'll call it blades.
Rotors. Blades, rotors, whirly bits. Probably also.
Oh.
Whirly widgets.
Okay, well, it's a thing.
Cop Etchel's effect.
A helicopter with lights on its blades is typically referred to as a helicopter with rotor blade tracking lights. These lights are installed on the tips of the rotor blades to help pilots visually monitor the blade's rotation and position during flight, particularly in low light or night conditions.
Huh. What was
it's a helicopter.
Paul? You said you pulled something up.
There's also an effect called the Cop Etchel's effect, a sparkling ring or disc that is sometimes produced by rotary wing aircraft when operating in sandy conditions, particularly near the ground at night.
Ah.
So I think that those are lights on the end of the blade. I don't think it's this effect.
Look at that. It's even got a red and a white light on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a helicopter.
We got a helicopter, friends.
Yeah, but I can see why they thought it was a UFO.
Yeah.
I get
Ooh.
it.
Here's a photo of the one in sandy conditions. That's interesting. Oh, wow.
It is interesting, isn't it?
Was that blue sparky thing you just had up a minute ago?
It's like it's got sparklers attached to the blades. That's cool.
Right.
It's the sand impacting the rotors and sparking on the metal. That's
really
crazy.
cool. Okay, so we got a helicopter. It's Russia. Helicopters. I'm not surprised.
Yep.
Moving forward.
An unmarked black government helicopter.
Bum, bum, bum. Wait, do we have a sound like a bum, bum, bum?
I don't think we do.
No, but this is what Russia gets. There you go, Russia. You're a cootie queen. So this is dailytruehorror.in on Instagram. It says Daily True Horror Moment caught on camera, day 97. Oh. That's a good reaction, but I don't like the movement.
Yeah, this seems more like
it's a
someone doing a Blair Witch thing.
Yeah, it's a good reaction, but it's a little too fakey for me.
Yeah, seems like some abandoned explorers doing some Blair Witch stuff.
Oh, look, no shadow.
But it is straight on, sorta.
Oh, no shadow even on the wall behind it right here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it's just an insert?
Yeah, good job. Good try.
Huh.
We are professionals.
Are
it's very good. The movement's too smooth. There's no bob to it.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was a real encounter. It looks like a dude in a gimp suit with scrubs over it.
Yeah. That's exactly what it looks like. Gimp suit.
Doesn't it? Yeah, he's in a latex gimp suit, and then he just put on a hospital gown over top of it.
Oh, yeah, everybody in the comments is saying, no shadow, no shadow.
Yeah, that's problematic. The dude's gift, that's racist.
Someone says, no way that can be staged, totally fake. And he responds as, that's racist. Good try. Good try. Kudos to the voice actor. Let's hear it one more time. That was good enough. He did a good job. Good job screaming, buddy.
Also, I feel like it would have been easier to just literally have a dude in a gimp suit and put on a scrub and walk.
Right? You're already
could have done
there.
the exact same scene. Yeah, you could have done the very same scene.
Yeah,
but
good
no.
try.
And
Well,
had
it
it
was a
and had your
low-budget
shadow
thing. They didn't have enough money to get another person.
I guess.
Yeah. It was one guy.
Fiddled with his computer.
Moving on. Okay, so this is Mystery Buster 69 on
Of course it is.
Of course it's mystery. Have I told you the story of the time I guessed my nephew's PIN number on his laptop? He was having computer problems and he was getting ready. He's like, hold on, I gotta put my PIN in. And I was like, wait, let me see if I can guess it. I was like, it's 4 numbers. He said, yeah. I said, is it 6969? and he looked at me. He was like 12. He looked at me and he goes, and his face got all red. He's like, yeah. It's like, oh my God. Were we that young?
The Airbnb that my parents stayed at over the holiday, the password to the Wi-Fi was natural state 6969.
Oh my
Or natural
god.
state 69. I was like, for real on your Airbnb? Really?
Yeah.
Come
Yeah,
on. It's a nice
remember-
place. It's a 4-bedroom house, but the Wi-Fi password's natural state 69. I was like,
Well, it's a lot better than the password for our office Wi-Fi for a long time.
it still is that password, and we can't say it on the air.
Oh no, okay. There was so when I moved into that apartment after we were living together, a bunch of crappy people there. Didn't care for my neighbors, didn't ever talk to them, and my normal thing was to snoop on people's Wi-Fi's because I've always wanted to work in IT, so I'm always poking at people's Wi-Fi passwords to see what I can figure out. Got a couple of them, and I got a kick out of people's network names. And one guy's network name was "send nudes for password." I'm like, oh,
Nice.
jeez.
Nice.
All right, grow up,
Nice.
Eddie. Grow up. We're not 12 anymore.
Send
All
nudes
right.
for-
Send nudes for password. Mystery Buster 69 on Instagram. This says scariest encounter, unknown creature sighting.
What? Holy fuck! What? Fucking animals! What the hell is that? What the shit is that? Yo, no, what the fuck? What is that? That's not an owl, dude. What the fuck is that? It's giant and it's white. Oh my god.
Oh.
What the hell? Oh my god. What are those? They're making some weird noises. That is not the wind you guys are hearing. Those are the birds making noises. I don't know what kind of birds those are. Those are massive birds. Can you imagine if we were here at 3 a.m. and heard that? I'm not going closer. What the hell is that? That's not a toy. I've never seen anything like this before.
What is that?
Yeah. Dude,
Oh, dude, they're vulture babies.
Yeah.
They're vulture babies.
I don't know what.
Look at the face.
Some mom's gotta be around here, bro. And if these guys are this mean, imagine the mom. Yo, mama bird. Oh! Yo. Oh, there's another one over there. I told you there's 3. What the heck are you? Bro, they look like aliens. I'm not joking. I don't know what this is. It looks like an alien.
No, you can see its wing extending out to the side.
Yeah.
They're vulture babies.
Boo. This is people just being
Boo.
dumb. Don't know animals.
Yeah, just vulture babies.
I get a sound clip for that.
Maybe. Yeah, because they're all fuzzy like chicks until they actually molt and start growing their wings. Yeah, it's little vulture babies. The vulture laid them nearby, or they or these guys threw them in there. I don't know. It's hard to know.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's a little vulture. Well.
Or like a turkey buzzard. Because turkey
Yeah.
buzzards are massive.
Yeah, a buzzard. Yeah. Yeah.
Boo on these people for not knowing what animals look like. Here you go. You get the sound
Boo.
clip one more time. Moving on. Oh, so I know what this is.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to kill the audio. I'm going to kill everybody's dreams right now. And I'm sorry, but this is one of the
Ball
rarest
lightning?
electrical phenomena in the world. Yeah, it's ball lightning.
Lightning.
This has only been sighted in person maybe a dozen times in the history of the human race. One of the earliest recordings of ball lightning was the same year as the dancing plague.
The what?
The dancing plague?
Is that like
don't-
where a really bad dance craze catches on for no reason, like the Macarena, and then never goes away like STDs?
You don't know about the dancing plague? We might need to do an episode on that. I mean,
Yeah,
I
I've
know
never
what
heard of it.
happened. I'll give you a quick breakdown. I quickly forgot how to spell dancing. This was in the year 1518.
Oh yeah.
It was a case of dancing mania occurred in modern day France. I'm not going to try to pronounce this town. In the Holy Roman Empire, July 1518 to September 1518, where between 50 and 400 people took to dancing for weeks, nonstop. And there are many theories behind the phenomenon, most popular being stress-induced mass hysteria. Others include religious stuff, but it started off with one person just in the town square started dancing for no reason. And then it became 2, then it became 4, then it became 10. And the next thing you know, the entire town was just dancing nonstop. And the only time they would stop is when they were completely exhausted. And it was another one of those cases of bad bread.
Ah, St. Anthony's Fire.
Yeah.
Yes, very
Bad bread.
familiar. Yes, tryptamine's gone bad.
And earlier in that year, the first recorded instance of ball lightning was recorded.
Really?
And this was such an extreme case. This is the most extreme case of ball lightning. This thing came down from the clouds. People saw it descend. It crossed the town, went through people's houses, and just strolled its way through the town. And anytime anybody tried to get too close to it, it would shock them, so they would back up. And it would just phase through the walls, phase through the window, and then it would just go up and down and sideways. Crazy story, absolutely crazy story. But it is a naturally occurring phenomena. This is not fake. This is a real thing.
So here's my only thing on this video. So the light is good, right? The light underneath it. Even when you watch it cross the train tracks, the lighting is good. Watch it go across the train tracks. Watch it reflect back on the back side of the train track. Even when the lightning comes out. Here's my problem. Right there. Watch the sparks. The next time.
Oh, yeah. I see it. It's a little AI, isn't it? Or not AI. It's a little CG.
Yeah. So up until then, even the bolts, the little parts where it zaps it, but that's pretty easy to fake. But watch the sparks.
Yeah, they look a little shitty. I'm not gonna lie.
They're lit all the way to the ground, but they don't bounce at all on the concrete or anything. And sparks bounce when they hit if they're still lit, and they just magically go out.
See if I could pause it on them.
And
I don't know. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Keep watching. Yeah, but it's when you let it play, man. It just.
Oh yeah, they just phase
disappear.
it. Yeah.
And also watch underneath where the light is. Watch how it distorts the railroad ties. They bend. Watch what's right. Look right there. They're bent.
Yeah.
I see that.
This is a real phenomenon, but I think this is a really well faked version.
And I want to point out one thing. Look, it's Pikachu. Okay, I'm done.
But those two things, if it was just one thing, I'd be...
Darn, I wanted this to be real
I know.
because I like that phenomenon.
So,
yeah.
I mean, I've seen video of it before, maybe 2 videos. Maybe this is just a ball lightning enthusiast, but maybe faked, but it's really good.
So I saw a show that was talking about ball lightning. There's actually a scientist. I don't know if he's into. I don't know. I want to say he's a physicist, but I can't be sure. But he has this incredibly big power station that he built, and he has a probe. A big probe that hangs down from the ceiling, comes across and arcs across metal. And he makes mini ball lightning.
Oh.
Right. No. So, because they're not sparks, right?
Did you say Tom Selleck?
He said, does he sell it?
Oh. Lightning in a ball. Wah, wah, wah.
So, but when he makes it arc, right? He shows you on the layout. He cleans the table, right, and then he does it, and he shows you and winds back the video, and he's like, "Look, here are the actual sparks, right? Here are the sparks. because they leave a little bit of debris where they stop, right? You can track them. But separate from that, when it arcs, there's a thing about yay big that's not a spark, it's blue like this, and it kind of roams around on the table a little bit and then disappears, and there's nothing left, because it's essentially ball lightning is turning the air into plasma.
Yeah.
Right, that's how it's making that light, which it's funny because this looks exactly like a TIG welder, which uses
to be fair, the sparks do fall in grass.
Right. I think it's real.
No, they don't all fall in grass because it's right next to the cement, and half of them fall over the cement and nothing happens. Watch.
Look here.
Look how close the light is to the cement, and then look at where they arc at, and then tell me where they go. Also the bent tracks, but besides that, watch. They should fall on concrete, and nothing. They're not there.
Look here.
I'm not buying it.
We're enjoying ourselves. Pikachu is in there. It's real.
But it's just one man's opinion. Just one man's opinion. It's
well,
too good. The video's too good.
I think it's the actual lightning phenomena.
I think it is too. And you've been outvoted, so hey.
Outvoted.
Because all science, of course, is democracy.
Yes, it's all voting. We all vote.
It's all voting.
We all vote.
It's real. Moving on. We're getting let's see where we're at. Oh geez, we got 3, 6, 9, 12, 13 more. You want to rip through them right quick?
Let's do another one or two.
Okay.
We can do another one or two.
Oh, we're gonna have to mute this one because it's copyrighted music. I know that riff right off the top of my head.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crew 9 captures tumbling object that changes direction and speed.
Who's Crew 9?
Oh.
It's crew going up to the shuttle crew from back when that's one of the liquid fuel rockets from the back of the shuttle, I think. There may not be. That might be one of the Soyuz rockets.
Interesting.
Isn't that weird?
But it feels edited.
Yeah, it feels edited.
Video of a video.
Especially the last section. The first section looks like real debris, but making it change that part.
Yeah, look at the green bits on the screen. Watch them flicker when it changes. That's pixel change. That's proof of editing. Whoop, you see it?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's them playing with it. You bastards. Yeah. Whoa. I guess we don't need audio on that one. That's just a rare animal. Looks like a giant capybara.
So it's a real animal, but I thought it was interesting because this is how seeing animals like this that you don't normally, there's no Discovery Channel thing about them. This is how people think that they see cryptids, right? Like this thing looks like a knot deer.
Yeah.
Right? Like the way its front legs are, it looks like a knot deer.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
See?
Yeah. What's the next one?
Oh, no, we saw this one.